Chapter 64. The sun rose slowly, it was a new day. The students lined up, all excited, standing in front of the academy's goo room. Today was a good day to choose the second goo worm. Fong Yuan was the first to advance to middle stage, so he had the priority to choose, so he stood at the front of the line. Behind him were Guiyue Mo Chen, Guiyue Fangzheng, and Guiyue Cheng. Creak. The goo room's door was opened by the guards, and Fong Yuan was the first to step in. Although the goo room was not big, it had a world inside. The surrounding walls had small square holes, big and small, and inside were all kinds of utensils. There were stone basins, jade plates, cages woven from grass, and pots made from purple clay. All kinds of goo worms, all rank 1, were stored in these utensils. To feed these goo worms, the academy consumed thousands of yuan stone every day. Fong Yuan looked around, and found that many utensils were empty, with no goo worms. The goo worms in the goo room were only replenished once a year. When choosing their vital goo, most of the youths chose the moonlight goo, and now there was no moonlight goo in the goo room. There were no windows around the goo room, only a small skylight on the roof. Sunlight shone in through the skylight, forming a rectangular golden spot on the floor of the goo room. The first time Fong Yuan entered the goo room, he had a target, and he chose the moonlight goo. But now, he only had a few targets to choose from. But these targets depended on whether there were goods in the goo room. Fong Yuan walked along the left wall, looking carefully as he walked. After 5 steps, he paused. In a square near his shoulder, there was a copper bowl, and in the copper bowl was a goo worm. This goo worm looked like a bedbug, flat and wide, with a small head and an oval body. Its whole body was yellow, emitting a copper-like metallic luster. This was a copper skin goo. Close combat goo masters often chose it. The academy's martial arts instructor raised such a copper skin goo. Once it was activated, its body would turn yellow, and its defense would increase greatly. Fong Yuan had broad horizons, so of course he wouldn't be interested in such a goo worm. He continued to walk forward and saw another rock skin goo. The stone skin goo was similar to the bronze skin goo, but its body was gray, like a work of art made of stone. After the 6 rock skin goo, there was the iron skin goo. Iron skin goo and copper skin goo were very similar in appearance, with only minor differences. It stayed quietly in an iron bowl, not moving at all. His entire body exuded a cold, steel-like light. There were clans in human society, and there were also clans among goo worms. The 3 goo that Fong Yuan saw were all from the same series. They had similar appearances and functions. Iron skin goo, copper skin goo, stone skin goo, jade skin goo. If there is a jade skin goo, I might as well choose it this time, Fong Yuan muttered, a trace of anticipation rising in his heart as he continued to walk forward. But he was destined to be disappointed. After the iron skin goo, it was a bunch of beast skin goo. Jade skin goo and beast skin goo were also from the same series as the bronze skin goo. But their values were very different. Beast skin goo was the most common, its market price was slightly lower than the stone skin goo, but there were many ways to advance, and it could be refined with many other goo worms. The jade skin goo was the rarest goo in the series. Its market price was second only to the liquor worm, and when the price fluctuated, it would be the same as the liquor worm. Fong Yuan took a look, but did not find the jade skin goo. He was not disappointed, but smiled in relief. Guiyue village is only a mid-sized clan, and the academy's goo room can only be considered mid-level. Asking for the jade skin goo here is a bit high. At this time, the left wall had been inspected, so Fong Yuan changed to another wall and continued to walk. This wall had the most longhorn beetle goo. Like the skin goo, the longhorn beetle goo was also a large clan among rank 1 goo worms. They looked similar, with a long cylindrical shape with a slightly flat back. Most of them were black, emitting a metallic luster. A pair of antennae were extremely long, longer than the body, and when their strong jaws opened and closed, there was a kacha sound, like they were sawing wood. Thus, some local goo masters called them sawing tree men. The first thing that entered Fong Yuan's eyes was a brute force longhorn beetle goo. Its body was the color of red iron, and its pair of antennae were thicker than a normal longhorn beetle's antennae. Every short distance, there was a bamboo joint. This brute force longhorn beetle goo was very popular in the market. Some time ago, in the caravan that came to Gyua village, there were people selling this brute force longhorn beetle goo in large quantities. The brute force longhorn beetle goo could give the goo master temporary huge strength. It was known as the strength of a bull, and could be maintained for 5 breaths of time. But it had 2 flaws. One was that every activation consumed too much primeval essence. Rank 1 middle stage required 10% primeval essence. If converted to initial stage, every use would require 20% primeval essence. The other was that there were repercussions. If the goo master's physique was weak, using this goo too much would cause muscle strain, or even rupture. Usually, only goo masters with strong physiques would use it. With Fong Yuan's small physique, there was no need to think about it. Fong Yuan also knew himself, and walked past the brute force longhorn beetle goo, and continued to look. This goo is not bad. His footsteps slowed. This was a yellow camel longhorn beetle goo. Its body was slightly slimmer than the brute force longhorn beetle goo, and its body was dark yellow. Its pair of long antennae did not have bamboo joints, and were yellow at the root, gradually turning black at the tip. The brute force longhorn beetle goo could temporarily give the goo master great strength. This strength was explosive, and could only be maintained for 5 breaths. But for the yellow camel longhorn beetle goo, it could grant the goo master endurance, greatly reducing the goo master's stamina consumption, and could last for 15 minutes. At the same time, there were no repercussions. Among the rank 1 goo worms, the yellow camel longhorn beetle goo had a high market price, comparable to the moonlight goo, second only to the jade skin goo, and even lower than the liquor worm. Fong Yuan looked around, and there was indeed only one yellow camel longhorn beetle goo in this goo room. This goo worm is not bad, but it does not match my direction. Fong Yuan shook his head, and gave up on this goo worm. Soon, he walked to the corner of the wall. He had already finished looking at the second wall, but there was nothing he was satisfied with. The goo worms in the goo room were only of this level, and there was not much hope of getting anything good or surprising. Fong Yuan turned to the third wall, and continued looking. This wall had the most boar goo. Boar goo was also a series of goo worms. There were flower boar goo, pink boar goo, black boar goo and white boar goo. The pink boar goo had the lowest value, and almost no goo masters chose it. Because it only had one ability, and that was to gain weight. After the goo master injected their primeval essence, the pink boar goo would modify the goo master's body, causing the goo master to gain weight. No matter how small or skinny the goo master was, it could turn into a chubby fatty. There were only 2 or 3 pink boar goo in this goo room, as if they disdained to collect and feed them. The flower boar goo had the most, dozens of them, lining up in a row. These goo worms were all spotted either black and white, black and pink, or white and pink. There were even a few that were black, white and pink. The flower boar goo's effect was similar to the brute force longhorn beetle goo, temporarily increasing the goo master's strength. The brute force longhorn beetle goo was known to have the strength of a bull, while the flower boar goo had the strength of a boar. The flower boar goo expended the same amount of primeval essence as the brute force longhorn beetle goo, but it could last for 10 breaths of time, twice as long as the brute force longhorn beetle goo. Moreover, because the goo master's strength was smaller, the side effects were naturally not as severe as the brute force longhorn beetle goo. The flower boar goo is the most common goo, and is sold the most in the market. Its market price is only half of the brute force longhorn beetle goo, and it can be said to be cheap but good. But in the boar goo family, the remaining 2 goo are worth a lot, even more than the jade skin goo and the liquor worm. Fong Yuan's eyes flashed with thought. A black boar goo or white boar goo was sold for 600 yuan stone in the market, and was often bought by people the moment it appeared. The black and white boar goo's ability was to modify the goo master's body, increasing the goo master's strength from the roots. Although the brute force longhorn beetle goo could give the goo master the strength of a bull, it could only last for 5 breaths of time. If the strength was too much, the goo master would not be able to handle it, and there would be strong side effects. The black and white boar goo increased the goo master's strength bit by bit, accumulating over time, but as long as they had it, it was the goo master's. Even if the black and white boar goo died, the strength would still remain in the goo master's body. Because of this, the black and white boar goo's prices were higher than the liquor worm. Most people thought that the liquor worm's value was slightly lower than the black and white boar goo. The liquor worm could only refine primeval essence, and in an intense battle, the goo master's primeval essence could be easily depleted. For the rest of the battle, the goo master could only rely on his fists and legs, and his own strength. This was the value of the black and white boar goo. It was even more reliable than the liquor worm. If I can refine a black or white boar goo, that would be pretty good. Fong Yuan was just thinking about it. There was only one yellow camel longhorn beetle goo in this goo room. How could there be rare goo worms like the black and white boar goo? He strolled around, looking at all the goo worms, but there really wasn't any that he wanted. Finally, he found a little light goo at the corner of the room. There were a total of 5 little light goo in the goo room. This goo had a very peculiar shape, like a 5-pointed star, and was only half the size of a fingernail. This goo was mainly used in conjunction with the moonlight goo, and was one of the most commonly seen support goo worms. Fong Yuan chose this one, and it could be considered passable, at least it was in line with the direction of development in his heart. Fong Yuan is out. After so long, he's finally out. I wonder what goo he chose. He has the liquor worm, and this is already his 3rd goo. I'm afraid he can't afford to raise it, hee. Fong Yuan leisurely walked out of the goo room, and the students stood outside for a long time, somewhat restless. It's my turn. I wonder if Fong Yuan chose that goo worm. Guo Chen saw Fong Yuan come out, and hurriedly took big steps into the goo room. He looked around, and immediately found the only yellow camel longhorn beetle goo, and could not help but be overjoyed, immediately taking it away. Soon after, Fang Zheng also walked in. I have the moonlight goo to attack, what I lack is a goo worm for defense. Guo Fang Zheng considered for a long time, and finally chose a bronze skin goo. Guo Chen was the 4th to enter the goo room. I need the ability to dodge, so that in future battles, I can hit others, but others can't hit me. This way, I will be invincible. He looked left and right and finally chose a dragon pill cricket goo. Chapter 65. As the sun set and the moon rose, night fell. This was a hidden courtyard in the Guo village. A tall locust tree with lush foliage, its thick and wide canopy was like a jade canopy, covering the entire courtyard. The moonlight was gentle like water, passing through the leaves of the locust tree and spilling into the courtyard. A gust of wind blew, the leaves rustled and the shadow of the tree swayed. Under the shadow of the tree stood 2 people. Clan leader Guo Bo looked at Fang Zheng with a gentle gaze. Fang Zheng, today you chose the 2nd goo, I wonder what it is? Reporting to clan leader, today I chose a bronze skin goo. Guo Fang Zheng stood up straight, his face filled with reverence as he answered. Guo Bo nodded, muttering, not bad, you chose well. Guo Fang Zheng stood in front of Guo Bo, his body tensed up nervously. Hearing Guo Bo's praise, he did not know how to respond, and could only smile. Lord Clan Leader, I chose randomly. You think I'm praising you randomly? It's not. Guo Bo stared at Fang Zheng, a faint smile on his lips. You know, from the choice of a goo worm, you can often see a person's nature. You chose the bronze skin goo for defense. Paired with the moonlight goo, it is one for offense and one for defense. This shows that your nature is pure and honest. In this world, one for offense and one for defense, one for righteousness and one for strangeness, one for yin and one for yang, one for softness and one for toughness, this is the way of the king. And Guo Mabe chose the yellow camel longhorn beetle goo. This goo increases endurance and can fight for a long time. This shows the Mabe's tenacious nature. As for Guo Cheng, he chose the dragon pill cricket goo, increasing his dodging ability. This shows that he doesn't like to attack forcefully. He's smart and good at currying favor, but at the same time, it also shows his weak side. Guyue Fangzheng was dumbfounded. He had never thought that he could see so much logic from such a simple matter. He couldn't help but look at Guyue Bo with even more respect. Clan leader, what gu did my brother choose? Fangzheng suddenly thought of Fang Yuan and immediately asked. Guyue Bo laughed, your brother chose the little light gu. Using this gu to support the moonlight gu can make the moonblade attack stronger. This shows that his temperament is radical, aggressive, and easy to go to extremes. Indeed, Big Brother seems to be like this, Fangzheng murmured softly. Guyue Bo saw Fangzheng's expression and memorized it. As long as one was in a high position, he would definitely have something special about him. Although Guyue Bo and Fangzheng had not interacted face to face for a long time. But Guyue Bo's sharp and experienced gaze had already seen through Fangzheng. He told Fangzheng that Ma Bei and Qiqing's choices had their own deep meaning. It was to help Fangzheng analyze these two, looking forward to him defeating these two and establishing his position as a leader with a great aptitude. But Guyue Bo wouldn't say it out loud, and wouldn't directly instigate Fangzheng to do something. As the clan leader, every word and action had political attributes. If he directly instigated Fangzheng to deal with Qiqing and Ma Bei, if these words got out, it might be misunderstood as the clan leader's political intentions. If that was the case, the impact would be huge, and internal strife within the clan might even affect the entire village. Another point was that Guyue Bo also hoped that Fangzheng would be able to understand his intentions on his own. He spent time and effort to personally groom Fangzheng, not to groom a rank 4 or 5 lackey. A lackey without political wisdom was a double-edged sword. He wanted to groom the future leader of the clan. I helped Fangzheng analyze Ma Bei and Qiqing's temperament, but he didn't realize the deep meaning hidden within. Instead, he asked me about Guyue and Fang Yuan's situation. It seems that Fang Yuan had left him with quite a bit of trauma, but he was still in his rebellious phase, and it was understandable that he wanted to suppress Fang Yuan. Sigh, if only Fangzheng had Fang Yuan's wisdom. I've seen many youths these years, but in terms of political wisdom, Fang Yuan is definitely number one. It's a pity that he only has C-grade talent. Guyue Bo sighed in his heart, but the smile on his face became warmer. He took out a gu worm from his pocket. This is jade skin gu. Fangzheng saw this gu worm, and his eyes brightened, calling out softly. Guyue Bo said, compared to the copper skin gu, this jade skin gu is much more outstanding. Not only does it consume less primeval essence, its defense is also stronger than the copper skin gu. Fangzheng, do you want it? Clan leader. Fangzheng was shocked, and he looked at Guyue Bo, stammering, of course I want it. If you want it, I can give it to you. Guyue Bo's smile became gentler, but as the clan leader, I have always been fair and just. I can't just give it to you for no reason. So, I have a condition. Fangzheng nodded his head, his eyes wide open. What condition? The smile on Guyue Bo's face disappeared, and his expression turned solemn. I want you to be the first to break through rank 1 and reach rank 2, becoming the first in terms of cultivation. And this jade skin gu will be your early reward. Ah, advance to rank 2? Guyue Fangzheng showed hesitation. He had just advanced to rank 1 middle stage, after middle stage was upper stage, and after upper stage was peak stage. But now, Guyue Bo wanted him to become the first rank 2 gu master. Why, are you afraid? Then this gu can only be given to others. Guyue Bo pretended to take back the jade skin gu. Guyue Fangzheng was agitated by these words, and immediately became hot-headed, shouting, no, I promise you. I will defeat everyone and become the first rank 2 gu master. That's more like it. Guyue Bo showed a warm smile again, and placed the jade skin gu in Fangzheng's hands. In his heart, he thought, Fangzheng, oh Fangzheng, I know you have a low self-esteem, but this low self-esteem is harmful to your growth. And the best way to get rid of this feeling of inferiority is to succeed. You have a great aptitude, advancing to rank 2 is your greatest advantage, and it is also the easiest success for you to achieve. You must work hard. If you fail even in this, I will be too disappointed. At the same time, Fang Yuan entered the secret cave in the rock crack again, going to the end of the tunnel. This time, he did not bring any iron spade, shovel, iron hammer or any other tools, but carefully observed his surroundings. The night before, he suffered a setback here, and on the way back to the village, he felt something was wrong. Today, in the dormitory, after using the spring-autumn cicada to refine the little light goo, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and realized something was amiss. This huge rock blocking the way, isn't it too smooth and round? This is man-made. That is to say, the flower wine monk purposely set up this huge rock to block the way. Why would he set up such a barrier here? Fang Yuan showed a pondering expression. He observed his surroundings again. The ground in the tunnel was flat, and the top was a dome. The walls on both sides were made of a single piece of red soil, emitting a dim light. When his gaze swept across the ground again, he found something suspicious. The ground next to the huge rock blocking the way had a dark color. This color difference was not obvious, and in such a dim light, if one did not observe carefully, it would not be easy to notice. Fang Yuan squatted down, and touched the ground with his hand. Immediately, he felt a damp sensation. No wonder the color was so dark, it was because it was wet. But this tunnel was dry, where did the water come from? Fang Yuan used his finger again, and rubbed the damp soil. He found that there was indeed something wrong with the soil. It was very loose and soft, not as sticky as dry red soil. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. His experience and intuition told him that there was a high possibility that the flower wine monk's key was hidden here. And this key was the key to allow Fang Yuan to continue moving forward. Fang Yuan began to dig the soil. The soil was very loose, and it did not take much effort. When he dug an inch into the ground, there was a special fragrance that seemed to enter Fang Yuan's nose. This fragrance is rich and luxurious, but not vulgar. It seems elegant and refined, could it be? Fang Yuan's heart moved, and he thought of a possibility, and his hands moved even faster. As he dug, a dark gold light suddenly appeared from the soil. It really is this. Fang Yuan's eyes shone, and his hands became more meticulous. He carefully dug the surrounding soil, and expanded the hole. After a while, a dark gold flower bud that was buried in the ground appeared in front of him. It was 2 inches deep into the ground, and was the size of a regular stone mill. The surface of the flower bud was as fine as silk, and the dark gold color made it seem quiet and mysterious, yet noble and elegant. It really is the earth treasury flower goo. Fang Yuan saw this, and let out a long breath of turbid air. He was not in a hurry to open the petals, but sat on the ground to rest for a while, wiping the soil off his hands. Then he slowly stretched out his hand, and gently opened the dark gold petals. The earth treasury flower goo was like a combination of lotus and cabbage. Its petals were one after another, tightly stuck together, thick and smooth to the touch. Fang Yuan peeled off the petals one by one, as if he was peeling off rolls of silk. And this large dark gold petals, once separated from the main body, quickly dissipated. It was like pieces of snowflakes, melting in the air. After Fang Yuan peeled off the outer 50 to 60 petals, the flower bud's volume was reduced by more than half, and the flower core was exposed. The petals in the flower core were smaller in size, and their thickness was also thinner, and the texture was softer and more delicate. It was not like silk, but more like a thin piece of paper. Fang Yuan's movements became more and more gentle, and after a few breaths, he successfully peeled off a petal. The petals became more and more transparent. After a while, Fang Yuan peeled off a paper-like petal, and he stopped. Right now, the earth treasury flower goo only had a thin layer of petals left in the center. These petals overlapped with each other, wrapping into a fist-sized ball shape. The petals were translucent, and as thin as paper. The inside of the petals was filled with a golden liquid. In the middle of the golden nectar, a goo worm was sleeping soundly. Fang Yuan concentrated, but he could only see a blurry image of this goo worm, and could not tell what kind of goo it was. As he got closer, his breath hit the flower core. The ball in the flower core immediately trembled, and the golden liquid, wrapped by the petals, also shook lightly. Goo worms would starve to death without food, and only a small number of goo worms could seal themselves. To preserve goo worms, goo masters thought of many ways. The Earth Treasury Flower Goo was one of them. The Earth Treasury Flower Goo was a one-time consumable goo. Once it was planted on the ground, it could not be moved. Its food source was very simple, earth energy. As long as it was planted on the ground, with enough earth energy, it could survive. It only had one use, and that was to keep other goo worms in the flower core, immersing them in the golden liquid. This golden liquid could simulate a sealed state to a certain extent, causing the goo worms immersed in it to fall into a deep sleep. The flower wine monk planted the Earth Treasury Flower Goo here, and the goo worm in the flower core should be left for the inheritor. Fong Yuan stretched out his finger, gently pinching the remaining petals, and carefully tore a hole. The golden liquid flowed out from his finger, like soybean oil. As the golden liquid flowed out, the flower core slowly shriveled. Fong Yuan rubbed his fingers, twisting open the extremely soft petals, and took out the sleeping goo worm. This was a very cute ladybug. It was only the size of a thumb's nail. Its entire body was milky white, and from its back, it looked like a circle. Its head only occupied a small part of the circle, and the rest was its fat belly and shiny carapace. Its 6 tiny limbs, also milky white, were hidden under its belly. White boar goo. Fong Yuan's eyes flashed with joy. Chapter 66. These days, the temperature was getting higher and higher. At noon, the scorching sun shone brightly, wantonly spreading its passion. The caravan left, and the inn's business quieted down again. Fong Yuan stepped into the dining hall, immediately attracting the attention of the waiters. A familiar face immediately ran over, a flattering smile on his face. "Ah, young master, you're here. Please come in and have a seat. Give me a jar of wine, a kilo of beef, and a few side dishes." Fong Yuan stepped into the dining hall, walking towards his usual position by the window. The waiter's face showed a difficult expression. "Young master, I'm sorry, the last time the caravan came, the shopkeeper sold the green bamboo wine. Now we don't have this wine here." Fong Yuan nodded, not surprised. "Then give me a jar of rice wine, and tell the shopkeeper to brew more green bamboo wine this year. I want to order 100 jars. As for the deposit, you can calculate first and report to me." Now that the liquor worm had been exposed, and no one was suspicious, there was no need to worry about buying wine. "Okay, I will definitely pass on your words. Young master, you can rest assured." The waiter patted his chest, his tone confident. Soon, the wine and dishes were served. Fong Yuan ate and drank while looking out the window. The hot weather, coupled with the fact that it was time to eat, there were few people on the streets. The sun shone on the ground and the lush green bamboo houses. Some barefoot, muddy mortal farmers walked in front of them, carrying shovels and shoulder poles. Obviously they had just finished their farm work and were rushing home. 2 children, in front of them holding a small windmill on a bamboo frame, ran quickly with their little legs. The ones behind chased, crying. It seemed that the urchin in front had snatched the windmill. At this time, 2 young goo masters, wrapped in green belts, walked quickly, looking like they were in a hurry. "Scram, don't block the way." A goo master pushed the farmer in front of him. The farmers hurriedly evaded. "Humph," the 2 young goo masters walked over with cold arrogance. Fong Yuan watched, his eyes slightly absent-minded, a part of his mind already divided into the aperture. In the aperture, the water membrane flowed silently, the green copper primeval essence sea surged with waves. The liquor worm was bobbing up and down in the primordial sea. Sometimes it rolled around comfortably, and sometimes it completely curled up into a ball. The spring and autumn cicada fell into a deep slumber and hid itself. The round white boar goo flapped its wings and flew in the sky, circling around. The white boar goo and the black boar goo were equally famous, both being rare rank 1 goo worms. Their selling price in the market was even higher than the liquor worm. However, although they had the same function and appearance, their future advancement paths were different. The black boar goo and the green silk goo fused to form the rank 2 black mane goo, and the rank 3 steel mane goo. As for the white boar goo, the best way to advance it was to fuse with the jade skin goo to refine it into the rank 2 white jade goo, and then to the rank 3 sky canopy goo. The steel mane goo could make a goo master's hair as hard as steel needles, combining both attack and defense. The sky canopy goo causes the goo master's skin to be as hard as white jade, and at the same time reduces the effects of attacks like moonblades. Fong Yuan's heart was filled with faint joy. Obtaining the white boar goo was only one aspect. What truly made him happy was the flower wine monk's strength inheritance. The white boar goo can increase strength, and the flower wine monk also set up a huge rock to block the path. It seems he wants me to refine this white boar goo, and when I have strength in the future, I can push the rock away and continue moving forward. This should be the first test. Following the flower wine monk's intentions in setting up this round, I can deduce that in the following inheritance, there will definitely be a second and third round. The most important thing is that I can be sure that this strength inheritance he set up is not a huge trap, but a sincere one. With this inheritance, I can reach rank 3 even faster, and leave this Qing Mao mountain to roam the world and gain the upper hand. What did a goo master need the most when cultivating? The answer was only one word: resources. If Fong Yuan wanted to cultivate, he needed resources. But the clan's resources were limited, and if he wanted resources, he had to fight for them. Not only did he have to fight for them, he also had to win in the fight. To him, the more he fought, the more he won, the more his trump cards would be exposed, and the more people would be afraid of him. When the fear accumulates to a certain extent, it would form a suppression, stopping him from moving forward. Fong Yuan killed a family servant. Why didn't the Mo family pursue it? He robbed all his peers. Why didn't the elders punish him? Fong Yuan rebelled against the clan, not entering the system. Why did the clan leader choose to tolerate him? It was all because he was weak, a C-grade talent. They were confident in their strength, and disdained to kill the weak. Under the clan's system, haggling with the weak Fong Yuan was not only shameful, it would also make people feel that he was cold and heartless, ruining his social network. Weakness was Fong Yuan's current protective umbrella. But as he continued to fight for resources, Fong Yuan's performance would become stronger and stronger. This would make people focus on him, fear him, and rope him in. No matter which camp Fong Yuan chose, he would be suppressed and restricted by the other camp. And the restriction and suppression would slow down his growth. Fong Yuan was very clear of his current situation. His current situation was very mysterious. It seemed like he had offended everyone, but in reality, he had offended no one. But as time passed, as his cultivation increased, this conflict would arise and intensify. Fong Yuan knew that this conflict would intensify sooner or later, but the later it intensified, the better it would be for his growth. Therefore, the flower wine monk's power inheritance had appeared at the right time. With this power inheritance, he would have an invisible resource. With this resource, he would be able to leave the system, walk his own path, calmly cultivate and secretly accumulate strength. Once he entered the system, he would have to choose a side. Even if he didn't fight, he would definitely be affected by politics and faction wars. Once he entered the system, he would be a chess piece. He had to first become a qualified chess piece, only then would others be assured to use him. Only then would he have the chance to climb up, and when he climbed up, he had to be careful not to be used as a sacrificial pawn. Fong Yuan knew this process all too well. No matter how smart he was, he couldn't do anything about this situation. This was the rule. Most importantly, he only had C-grade talent, and to the clan, there was no desire to invest in him. Often, he would be treated as a sacrificial pawn. Therefore, the best path of development was to develop alone. That way, most of the competition could be avoided. In the hearts of the village's higher-ups, the image that they had painstakingly created could be maintained. In this world, it's easy to do things in the dark, but hard to do things in the open. With the flower wine monk's power inheritance, I can cultivate in secret, accumulate strength, and not attract attention, and not be suppressed. But the robbery and extortion still have to continue. If I suddenly stop, it will arouse suspicion. At the same time, I also need Yuan stone. Fang Yuan thought about his future plans. He really needed Yuan stone. Other people of the same age would start to refine and feed their second goo worm. But he had refined the little light goo, and obtained the white boar goo. He had a total of 4 goo worms. Previously, when he fed the moonlight goo and the liquor worm, he consumed almost 1 yuan stone a day. Now, when he fed the goo worms, his daily consumption of yuan stone was slightly more than 2. Adding on his cultivation needs and living expenses, he would need at least 5 yuan stone a day. 5 yuan stone was enough for a mortal family of 3 to live on for 5 months. Although he had hundreds of yuan stone on hand, it was not enough for such a long-term expenditure. More importantly, the goo master's expenditure would increase in the later stages. Especially after advancing to rank 2, every time the goo worm was combined, it would require a considerable amount of money. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan was deeply worried. Yuan stone was a problem. Just by robbing and extorting his classmates and his savings, he could only delay the outbreak of this problem. Other than that, he had another problem, and that was the feeding of the white boar goo. The food of the white boar goo was pork. The word boar meant pig. The food of the boar goo was pork. The black and white boar goo's appetite was huge. Every 5 days, they had to eat an entire adult pig's meat. In this world, the price of pork was not cheap. Mortals would only slaughter a pig during the new year, to get some meat. Without the large-scale breeding techniques on Earth, the price of pork and beef was not something mortals could afford. At the same time, Qingmao Mountain's terrain was steep, and the living area was small. How much space was there to rear livestock? The mountain people lived off the mountain and the river water. The occasional pork that the mountain people could eat were mostly wild boars hunted by hunters. Looks like I have to hunt personally from now on, and kill the pigs for meat. Fang Yuan's eyes shone. Just by buying pork from the village, firstly, it would waste yuan stone, and secondly, it would attract suspicious gazes. Even if you love to eat pork, you wouldn't eat it so frequently and in so much quantities, right? If he hunted personally, not only would this problem be solved, it would also ease the financial pressure. Waiter, bill please. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan did not hesitate any longer. After paying the bill, he walked out of the inn. The academy was on holiday these few days, and the goal was to let the students refine the second goo worm. Fang Yuan decided that he would make use of this time to go out of the village and find out the situation, then kill the pigs for meat. Chapter 67. In the endless mountain forest, Fang Yuan carefully moved forward. Sunlight shone through the tall trees, creating a patch of scattered tree shadows. The grass around his feet was lush, wild flowers blooming. His ears were filled with the chirping of birds, or the sound of flowing water. The further away from the village, towards the outskirts, the more dangerous it was. Thus, Fang Yuan was even more careful. The wilderness was extremely dangerous. A goo master had to have at least rank 3 cultivation to be able to explore the wilderness alone. But this did not mean it was safe. Many rank 3 goo masters died in the wilderness, and even rank 4. Fierce beasts, poisonous insects, man-made disasters, and the occasional bad weather all caused the loss of life. However, the wild boar that Fang Yuan wanted to kill appeared near the village. Otherwise, the mountain hunters would not be able to catch wild boars occasionally. Every once in a while, the clan's goo masters will move out to clean up the surroundings of the village. This kind of environment is considered safe for a rank 1 middle stage goo master like me. But I still have to be careful. Wild beasts and goo worms are mobile. Fang Yuan used his previous life's experience to search carefully. Time passed slowly, but Fang Yuan did not find anything. Damn it, empty cyan spear is still too big for the current me. I don't have a detection goo, and I am not familiar with the environment here. Plus the village's surroundings are cleaned up regularly, it is too difficult to find the wild boar. Go to the foot of the mountain. Fong Yuan's search was fruitless, so he changed his mind and headed towards the foot of the mountain. Qingmao Mountain had 3 big villages, Guyue Village, Xiong Village and Bai Village. Xiong Village was at the front of the mountain, Guyue Village was at the waist of the mountain, and Bai Village was at the back of the mountain. Other than these 3 villages, there were tens of villages at the foot of the mountain, and mortals lived there. The 3 villages divided these villages, and became the masters behind the scenes. Once they lacked servants, they would choose from these villages. But they would not choose Gu masters. To nurture Gu masters, they would only nurture their clansmen. Even though they knew that among these mortal villagers, there were people with cultivation talent. Although the ratio was small, they still did not take them. In this world, bloodline and kinship were extremely important. Holding power in the hands of relatives was the foundation of a stable family policy. Many mountain strongholds, in order to expand their scale, would recklessly bring outsiders into the clan. In the end, it would lead to the outflow of power, which would lead to internal strife. As a result, they would either fall into ruin or decline. No matter which world it was, the foundation of political power was always the military. This was the truth. And the army was a mechanism of violence. It was power. Only with power would one have status and authority. Of course, the family system wasn't the same, and there would be new blood. Every year, there would be outsiders marrying into the family and getting rid of their slave status. The children they gave birth to would be surnamed Guyue, the new generation of clansmen. It was as if a stream had been drawn into a deep pool. Do not underestimate this stream. Without it, the pool would be stagnant and would rot sooner or later. With it, there would be living water, and the deep pool would slowly grow. Fong Yuan's former personal maidservant, Shen Chui, had this idea. She wanted to climb up the social ladder and break away from her slave status. Fong Yuan went down the mountain. After walking for half an hour, he could vaguely see smoke rising from the bottom of the mountain. After walking for a while, he saw a village in the distance on a wide hillside. It was situated next to a small river. The nearby villages were all under the rule of the Guyue mountain stronghold. Although the vicinity of the village was not as safe as around the mountain stronghold, it was cleaned regularly. If mortals could survive in such an environment, it was naturally acceptable to Fong Yuan. On the mountain road close to the village, Fong Yuan keenly discovered traces on the ground. His past experience told him that this was the trace of a wild boar. Chase! Fong Yuan's spirit was lifted. He followed the trace and gradually went deep into the mountain forest. Green moss covered the dark stones, and ancient cypress trees formed a large forest. Under the scorching sun in the summer, the mountain forest seemed even more serene. The lush bushes suddenly moved. A few mountain deer that were eating the rich wild grass immediately raised their heads. They stared cautiously at the grass and their ears twitched. The grass that was half the height of a person suddenly separated, and a young man came out of the grass. This young man had pale skin, short black hair, and wore simple linen clothes. It was Fong Yuan. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The few wild deer were startled. Their 4 slender and vigorous legs suddenly moved. They jumped and jogged. In an instant, they rushed out and disappeared from Fong Yuan's sight. These wild deer are all female deer. Their fur can be cut and made into warm fur coats. Deer meat is also food for some goo worms. If it is a male deer, the antlers are even more precious. Some golden antlers are even necessary for goo worms to advance. The wilderness was full of danger, but it also contained rich treasures. Fong Yuan glanced at the direction where these wild deer escaped and retracted his gaze. His goal this time was the wild boar, not these wild deer. He continued forward. Buzz buzz buzz. Such a sound came from ahead, causing Fong Yuan to stop in his tracks. Beehive. He looked from afar and saw a beehive hanging on a tree. The beehive was huge, about the size of a wicker basket. It was a grayish-yellow color. Dozens of bee soldiers flew around the beehive, and there were worker bees entering and exiting from time to time. There is honey in the beehive. Honey is the food of the bear power goo. Thus, the Xiong village needs a lot of honey. This beehive is only a small beehive. The probability of it producing a goo is not high. If I had a goo worm like the bronze skin goo, I could risk being stung by the bees to collect the honey. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan thought to himself. In this world, not all insects were goo. Goo were the essence of heaven and earth, carriers of laws. How could they be so cheap? In a swarm of insects, only the insect king was a goo worm. But this also depended on the size of the swarm. If the size was too small, there would be no goo worm. Take this bee swarm in front of him for example. Because the swarm was too small, the probability of it having a goo was not high. Fang Yuan circled around the beehive and continued forward. The traces of the mountain boar became more and more obvious. Fang Yuan knew that he was getting closer and closer to this wild boar. He became more and more careful. Wild boars were also very dangerous. Wild boars were not domesticated pigs. If an adult wild boar fought with a tiger, the tiger might not win. In this strange world, wild beasts were not simple. This situation. When Fang Yuan finally found the wild boar, it was lying in a big pit. At the bottom of the pit were sharpened green spear bamboos. The wild boar was stabbed by the green spear bamboos, and blood was flowing out. Looking at the blood in the pit, this wild boar had been in the trap for at least 15 minutes. But this wild boar was still struggling with all its might. Its mouth was puffing and howling, and it still had a lot of energy. This trap was obviously set by a hunter. I didn't expect to pick up such a bargain. Fang Yuan smiled, but his expression was serious. These traps were also a threat to him. If he fell into this trap, he would probably die in 15 minutes. Although the surroundings of the village were cleaned regularly, hunters often came here to hunt and set up many traps. Some traps could be recognized, but some were designed to be hidden. If Fang Yuan did not notice, he might fall into it. This mountain is all over, and any corner could be set up by hunters. But hunters would often tell each other the location of a trap when they set up a trap. Looks like I have to find an old hunter and get him to tell me about the traps here. Also, with this information, I won't have to find a needle in a haystack like this. Fang Yuan thought in his heart. This was the disadvantage of not having a detection goo. However, it was not easy to find a good investigative goo worm. In a short period of time, if he had information from hunters, he would be able to deal with it. Thinking like this, Fang Yuan turned his wrist and a moonblade flew out, easily hitting the wild boar. Whoosh! With a soft sound, the entire moonblade sank into the wild boar's neck, instantly creating a thin and long wound. Then with a poochie sound, a fountain of blood spurted out. The blood that spurted out caused the wound to become bigger, and more blood spurted out. The wild boar howled, struggling like it was dying, but its movements became smaller and smaller. Fang Yuan watched in silence, his face calm. The wild boar's life was gone. Its eyes were wide open, and the muscles on its body were still twitching. Warm blood filled the pit, and the thick smell of blood assaulted his senses. Live or die, this is the main theme of nature. He sighed in his heart. At this moment, faint voices could be heard. Brother Wang in our village, no one is better at hunting than you, especially wild boar hunting. Your family's old man Wang is the king of hunters within 100 miles. He is famous, who doesn't know him? Yes, Brother Wang you have inherited old man Wang's legacy. Hunting a wild boar is naturally a piece of cake. Brother Wang why didn't little sister come with you today? After the flattering voices, a cold and hard voice sounded, "Humph. How can hunting a wild boar show off my skills? Today, I'm going to kill 3 wild boars for you to see. Also, Gooden, don't think about my sister, or I'll beat you up." Gooden said, "Men and women should get married. Is it illegal for me to like Wang's sister? Plus, it's not like I'm the only one who likes her. Which man in our village doesn't like her? Brother Wang you're already 19 this year, it's time for you to get married and have kids." That cold and hard voice sounded again. As a man, how can I be greedy for such a little beauty? One day, I'll walk out of this Qingmao mountain and travel the world. I'll see the world, then I'll be worthy of being a man. As he spoke, 4 young hunters walked out from the forest. The leader was tall and lanky, with a bow and arrows on his back. His muscles were bulging, and his eyes were bright. He had a sharp aura. When he saw Fang Yuan, his brows immediately furrowed, shouting, Which village are you from? How dare you try to take advantage of me, Wang Get lost. Chapter 68. Scram. Fang Yuan heard Wang Er's words and laughed coldly, waving his palm forward. Swoosh. With a soft sound, the eerie blue moonblade shot out quickly. At the same time, he kicked the ground and rushed towards the 4 hunters. "Gu Master!" When the hunters saw the moonblade, someone immediately shouted in shock. The moonblade was already flying towards them, and they quickly scattered to dodge. Puff! One of them could not dodge in time, and his right forearm was hit by the moonblade. Immediately, the bone and flesh separated, and his wrist and half of his forearm fell to the ground. Ah! He laid on the ground, screaming in pain and fear. His left hand was like an eagle's claw, subconsciously grabbing his right arm tightly. The front of his right arm continued to spurt out scarlet blood. Soon, the ground was dyed red. "Spare my life. We did not mean to offend you." The other 2 Gu masters saw their companion's tragic state, and their faces turned pale, without a trace of blood. They quickly knelt down, kowtowing to Fang Yuan. A bunch of useless things, what are you afraid of? Isn't it just a Gu master student? Only Wang remained standing. Fang Yuan did not say a word and attacked. This made him shocked and angry. He spread his arms back, and with a movement of his waist, he held the bow and arrow on his back in his hands. "Stop, if you come any closer, I will shoot you." Wang retreated as he knocked an arrow, roaring at the same time. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes. This Wang was a bit troublesome. When a normal person saw a Gu master, which one would not be afraid? But he could maintain his composure, which showed that he had some guts. Swoosh! Another moonblade flew out, shooting towards Wang You don't know how to appreciate favors. Wang snorted coldly, and his killing intent rose. His footsteps slightly shifted, and he dodged the moonblade, shooting an arrow at the same time. The arrow flew quickly, with a swoosh, it arrived in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan lowered his body and head slightly, dodging the arrow. He continued to rush forward, quickly closing in on Wang Wang was very courageous. He immediately threw away the bow and arrow in his hand and raised his fist, which was as big as the mouth of a bull, and brazenly met Fang Yuan. He was tall, with a broad back and a thin waist. He was at least half a meter taller than Fang Yuan. The sun shone from behind him. Fang Yuan rushed towards him, his face shrouded in a layer of shadow. In the shadows, his eyes were like a wolf's, seething with killing intent. "No! Stop!" The 2 hunters, seeing that they were about to collide violently, cried out in terror. "Die!" Wang eyes emitted a ferocious glint, and the muscles on his face contorted. He was both malevolent and insane, like a bloodthirsty wolf. His 2 fists, one on the left and one on the right, struck at Fang Yuan. Whoosh! His fists were fast and heavy, bringing along a gust of wind. Fang Yuan watched as the fists grew bigger and bigger in his eyes. His expression did not change, but he suddenly took a wrong step. Swoosh! At this critical moment, he dodged the fist, forcefully twisted his body, and rushed to the side of Wang left hand. Wang laughed sinisterly, waved his fists, and immediately chased after Fang Yuan's back. But at this moment, a dazzling ray of sunlight shone into his eyes. His back was originally facing the sunlight, but when he suddenly turned his head, the dazzling sunlight shone on his eyes, causing him to feel a stinging pain in his eyes, and his vision turned white. Fang Yuan sneered, his body somersaulted in the air, dodging Wang Er's fist, and at the same time, swung his right hand. Chi! The third crescent blade flew in the direction of the sunlight. Wang Er's hair stood on end, and he felt an unprecedented sense of danger. He hurriedly tilted his head, and in the next moment, the blue crescent blade flew past. "Brother Wang Er, be careful. Did you dodge it?" The two hunters kneeling on the ground, at this moment, forgot to beg for mercy, and stared with their eyes wide open. The dazzling sunlight shone on their faces. At this moment, time seemed to have slowed down. The surrounding sounds also seemed to have disappeared, and the world was silent. The afternoon sun formed a white background, and in this background, Wang Er's figure was simplified into a black shadow. He leaned back in the air, his strong body raised in an arc, like a drawn bow, full of masculine beauty. He slowly tilted his head, wanting to dodge the attack of the crescent blade. The crescent blade flew in the air, like a snail. The blue light, under the illumination of the sunlight, seemed as if it did not exist. The white background, the black figure, and the blue crescent blade, these three formed a dazzling stage that condensed life and death in an instant. The crescent blade flew over. The black figure that represented Wang Er followed the momentum and slowly fell. He seemed to be safe and sound. Phew! Seeing this, one of the young hunters let out a breath of turbid air. We dodged it. The other hunter was already cheering in his heart. But at this moment, a small piece of the black figure's head was separated, and blood-red liquid, along with the separation of the black figure, splashed in all directions. The blue crescent blade gradually dissipated in the air. As for the black figure, it was like a broken bough. The power it contained instantly dissipated with a loud bang. In an instant, it turned into a sad but beautiful leaf that floated silently on the ground. The pupils of the two hunters suddenly shrunk to the size of a needle tip. Their mouths slightly opened, wider and wider, until they reached their limit. Splat! Bright red liquid splashed on the two's faces. The two touched with their hands, it was blood. They suddenly woke up. In their perception, time had suddenly returned to normal, and they could hear the noise again. There was the sound of birds chirping, the sound of flowing water, and the screams of their companions grabbing their broken arms. "Brother Wang Er!" One of the hunters shouted, his voice full of fear. All along, Wang Er was their leader. He's dead. The other hunter let out a sorrowful cry, and his face instantly became extremely gloomy. Brother Wang Er was our strongest hunter. Just a moment ago, he was still talking and laughing with us, and the next moment, he died. We shouldn't have angered the Gu Master. How can we mortals be a match for a Gu Master? The two hunters were shocked and terrified. For a moment, they were like two statues, kneeling on the ground. Fang Yuan crawled up from the ground. Just now, in order to avoid Wang Er's punch, he flipped in the air and lost his balance. After shooting a crescent blade, he fell to the ground. But this flip was worth it. If he was hit by Wang Er's punch, he would probably vomit blood on the spot. After all, Fang Yuan did not have any defensive Gu worms, and his body was still that of a 15-year-old. Now that he stood up, other than the slight pain from his shoulder landing on the ground, there was nothing else. This Wang Er is very strong, even stronger than that Mo family's slave, Gao Wan. If a normal student met him, they would definitely lose. Even a rank 1 upper stage Gu master would fall to his hands due to carelessness. Fang Yuan looked deeply at Wang Er's corpse. During the rank 1 period of a Gu master, outstanding mortal martial artists were still a threat. This Wang Er was indeed a good fighter. His arrows were fast and stable. Just based on this, it was comparable to a crescent blade. Even the crescent blade's attack was slightly inferior, not as wide as his bow and arrows coverage. His punches and kicks had also reached the peak of a mortal. His muscles and bones were strong, and he was ruthless and ruthless. With Fong Yuan's current small body, he could not take it head-on. If it was any other student, they would definitely lose. But Wang Er's misfortune was that he met Fong Yuan. The moment he appeared, Fong Yuan noticed the bow on his back and immediately deduced that he could not fight long range with him. The crescent blade's attack range was only 10 meters. The bow and arrow's attack range was much further than the crescent blades. Thus, Fong Yuan gave up on long-range combat and quickly closed in, assuming a close combat stance. Wang Er had no choice but to give up his bow and arrow, wanting to fight close combat with Fong Yuan. But Fong Yuan did not want to fight close combat with Wang Er. He cleverly used the angle and the sunlight to create a flaw in Wang Er's defense, and then shot out the third crescent blade. He had already advanced to middle stage, and using the liquor worm to refine his primeval essence, the crescent blade's attack reached the level of an upper stage Gu master. At such a close distance, and with Wang Er's blurred vision, hitting Wang Er was inevitable. But this Wang Er is really capable. I originally wanted to decapitate him, but at the critical moment, he relied on his senses and reflexes, forcefully dodging most of the attack, causing my crescent blade to only slice off half of his skull. Life and death is the main melody of nature. All beings are equal, all beings have the right to live, and all beings have the possibility of being killed. In life, there may be nobility and lowliness. But in the face of death, what is the difference between a person's death and a pig's death? It's just death. Fong Yuan took one last look at Wang Er's corpse, sighing in his heart. Chapter 69. The trees were rooted in the mountain soil, extending their emerald green hands towards the sky. Thick and solid tree trunks faced each other from afar. The luxuriant branches and leaves crisscrossed in midair. Surrounded by these trees, there was a wooden house. The wooden house was made of thick and solid tree trunks, revealing an honest and solid feeling. The wooden house wasn't built recently, but was a bit old, so the surface of the wooden house was covered in moss, and some of the tree trunks even had tender branches. The wooden house was surrounded by a tall bamboo fence made of green spear bamboo. There were vegetable fields in front and behind, and in the middle of the vegetable fields was a well. At this moment, a young and beautiful girl was fetching water from the well. Although her clothes were extremely simple, it couldn't hide her face. She was about 16 years old, with a pair of big black eyes, black and white clearly defined, pure like crystals. The sunlight shone through the overlapping lush leaves and shone on her face, making her skin look like white snow. It also showed a kind of transparent blush and warmth. Her black hair drooped mischievously, covering half of her cute earlobes. Her pink lips were pursed, biting her pearly white teeth, and her face showed that she was trying very hard. She laboriously lifted the bucket filled to the brim, from the depths of the well. He took another deep breath and moved the wooden bucket to the gray brick floor beside the well. Phew! The girl puffed up her pink cheeks, exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and used her white hand as a fan, fanning her cheeks. Hearing the sound of the wooden bucket falling to the ground, the door of the wooden house creaked open, and an old man walked out from inside. The old man's hair was a mix of black and white, and his face was full of wrinkles. Although his old eyes seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life, they would occasionally flash with a sharp light. He was like an old tiger, although old, the tiger's might was still there. Girl, this bucket is too heavy, I already said to let father carry it. Why are you secretly watering the vegetables behind my back? The old man looked at the girl beside the well, his face revealing a loving expression. Father. The girl called out sweetly, you came back so late from hunting yesterday, you should have slept a little more this morning. It's just a bucket. Look, didn't I just bring it up? You always like to show off. The old man's tone was helpless, but his eyes were filled with love. He strode to the well, reached out a hand, and easily grabbed the bucket of water. Come, little girl, I'll water the vegetables with you. The air was filled with the fragrance of wild grass and flowers. The summer wind blew over passionately. When it brushed past the treetops, it turned into a wave of fresh and serene air. On the vegetable field in front of the wooden house in the mountain, his daughter used a ladle to scoop up water and carefully watered the vegetables. The father was in charge of fetching water, and the two buckets took turns. The warm atmosphere of a family permeated the small space. After a while, the old man stood beside the well, wiped the sweat off his forehead, and sighed deeply. "Sigh, I'm getting old after all. I can't lift it anymore after a few times." The young girl turned her head and smiled like a flower. She said angrily, "Father, you finally know. You're already so old, and you always like to show off. How many times have I told you, let second brother go hunting? At your age, you should lie at home and enjoy life." He. The old man laughed and nodded. "With your second brother's ability, it's indeed enough for him to roam this mountain forest. Especially his archery, it's even better than when I was young. But there's one thing I'm worried about. He's too wild, and relies on his strength to fly." Sigh. Young people love to fantasize, and more or less have this problem. "Father." The young girl dragged out her voice. The old man laughed even more happily, and joked, "Yes, and you. You're not young anymore, it's time to find a husband. Father will look for one for you. Our daughter is unique in this area, you don't have to worry about not being able to find a good family." The young girl's face suddenly turned red, and she was so embarrassed that she couldn't say anything. The old man looked at the sky, as if he was looking at a beautiful future. He sighed leisurely. "When your second brother suffers a bit and restrains his temper, I'll stop and never go up the mountain again. I'll find a good husband for you, and watch you get married and have children. It's best if you have a big fat boy. I'll be satisfied with taking care of my grandson. A person's life is really not easy. As a hunter, how many of them have a good beginning and a good ending? Sigh. The companions from when we were young are all gone now. There's only me left." "Father, you're wrong." The young girl smiled and consoled. "What do you mean there's only you left? Don't you still have us?" The old man laughed and was about to speak when he suddenly heard movement and turned around. The bamboo fence door was kicked open from the outside. "You're old man Wang." Fong Yuan's face was cold, and his eyes were eerie. He held a lump of moonlight in his right hand and walked in first. The old man was shocked. Seeing the moonlight in Fong Yuan's hand, he quickly knelt on the ground. "This old man greets Lord Gu Master." "Old man Wang, your son dared to offend me. I've already killed him. Bring his corpse here." Fong Yuan looked down at the old man kneeling on the ground, and went straight to the point. He had just finished speaking when two young hunters walked in from outside the fence. One of them was in front, and the other was behind, carrying Wang Er's corpse. Seeing this corpse, old man Wang's body trembled. "Second brother." The young girl screamed mournfully and immediately rushed over, pouncing on Wang Er's corpse. Her face was instantly covered in tears. "Sister Wang." The two young hunters saw the girl of their dreams crying in front of them. They couldn't bear it, and wanted to persuade her, but they couldn't say anything. "Old man Wang, I heard you're a hunting chief, the most famous hunter in the nearby villages. You're so old, but you can still hunt in the mountains, and every time you hunt, you get a good harvest. That's good." Fong Yuan paused for a moment, and then continued with a blank expression. "Now draw me a map, indicating the location of all the traps in the nearby mountains, as well as the distribution of wild beasts that you've observed over the years. If you draw it, I'll forgive your son for offending me. If you can't draw it, These villages were under the control of the Guyue stronghold. The villagers in these villages were all serfs of the Guyue clan. Now that Wang Er had offended his superiors and offended his master, according to the clan rules, his whole family would be implicated. Old man Wang's body trembled again, and he almost fell to the ground. To him, this kind of blow was too big and too sudden. "Murderer, you're the murderer who killed my second brother. You treat human life as grass, and now you're here to denounce me. I want to avenge my second brother." The young girl shouted, her voice full of hatred and anger towards Fang Yuan. She suddenly rushed toward Fang Yuan. But she was still on the way, when a figure suddenly rushed out and blocked her. The one who blocked her was not the two young hunters, but her old father. Bastard! Old man Wang let out a low roar, swung his hand, and with a slap, the young girl fell to the ground. Your second brother is already dead, do you want to die too? Do you want me, your father, to live the rest of my life alone? The old man said this, tears flowing down his old face, and his whole body trembled violently. Father! The young girl was beaten awake, her eyes were full of tears, and her voice was full of pain, unwillingness, grievance, pity, hatred, helplessness, and all kinds of complex emotions. The old man turned around, facing Fang Yuan, his knees went soft, and he knelt on the ground again, and his forehead touched the ground, deeply kowtowing at Fang Yuan's feet. His voice was choked, trembling, Lord Gu Master, my son offended you, and indeed deserved to die. I will draw a map for you now, please be magnanimous, and spare us. Fang Yuan's expression softened a little, and he looked down at the old man, don't worry, as long as you draw it truthfully, I will definitely spare you. But you better not lie to me, if I find any suspicious points, your lives will be in danger. I understand, I understand. Hunter Wang kowtowed non-stop, Lord Gu Master, please allow me to go back and get a pen and paper. No need. Fang Yuan waved his hand, and looked at the two young hunters who came to threaten him, ordering, go to the house, find me a pen and paper, and bring it out. Yes, Lord Gu Master. The two young men's legs trembled, but under Fang Yuan's deterrence, they did not dare to disobey. Lord, the pen and paper are on the square table in the kitchen, old man Wang said from the side. Fang Yuan's gaze faintly flashed, but he did not speak. The two hunters broke into the wooden house, and quickly came out with a pen and paper. The paper in the southern border was made of specially made bamboo paper. The paper was very hard, and the paper had a faint green color. This kind of paper was suitable for the humid climate of the southern border. If it was Xian paper, after 7 or 8 days, it would be wet from the humidity. The old man held the pen and knelt on the ground, drawing black lines one after another. Some were curved, some were straight. He drew more than 10 pieces of bamboo paper, and after a while, he presented the bamboo paper to Fang Yuan with both hands. Fang Yuan glanced at it and split the bamboo in half, handing it to the two young hunters, take a look, see if there is anything wrong. Every time you find a mistake, I will reward you with a yuan stone. Chapter 70. The two young hunters held the bamboo paper, their hands trembling, and their eyes glowing faintly. This is Hunter Wang's life's experience and effort. Hunters like us, although we communicate, we also communicate about the location of the traps. But we don't tell them about the distribution of the beasts. The information on this bamboo paper is the information accumulated by hunting leader Wang's ancestors. So there's a herd of wild deer in this valley. If I kill this herd of wild deer, I won't have to worry about food for at least 3 months. There's a nest of mountain bears beside this stream. That was close, I hunted near here last time. Write it down, write it all down. This precious information could be said to be a hunter's rice bowl. Often, it was not the experience of a generation, but the blood and lives of their ancestors and fathers. As for old man Wang's family, they had always been hunters for a living. When it came to old man Wang, his ancestry had reached its peak, and he was publicly recognized as the #1 hunter. The information in the hands of such a person was naturally the most detailed and accurate. The two young hunters examined the bamboo paper for more than a quarter of an hour, flipping it several times. Only when Fang Yuan urged them did they reluctantly return the bamboo paper. During this time, old man Wang kept kneeling on the ground, his forehead touching the ground to show his respect. The young girl was still lying on the ground, dumbfounded. No problem, Lord. The positions of the traps on the bamboo paper are all correct. The two replied. Lord Gu Master, this concerns the lives of me and my daughter, I would never dare to lie to you. The kneeling old man Wang quickly shouted, kowtowing to Fang Yuan. Not bad. Fong Yuan shook the bamboo paper in his hand, and suddenly changed the topic, but I don't believe it. Old Man Wang jerked his head up as if he had been electrocuted. He saw a dark blue moon blade growing larger and larger in his eyes. Chi's head flew up, blood splattering. Ah! Lord, this! The two young hunters were caught off guard by this turn of events, and their faces were filled with shock. Father! The girl let out a shrill scream as she threw herself at Old Man Wang's headless corpse. But halfway through, a crescent blade shot over and hit her right in the face. Plop! She immediately fell to the ground, no longer breathing. A thin red line slowly appeared on her beautiful face, from her forehead to her lips and chin. The red line widened, and scarlet blood slowly seeped out, flowing down half of her nose and half of her lips. It flowed into the black soil and dyed half of her face bright red. On the other hand, the other half of her face was still as delicate and beautiful as before, white and rosy, and when reflected under the blue sky, it seemed crystalline and translucent like a work of art. Not bad. Fong Yuan glanced at the girl on the ground and nodded with satisfaction. Using rank 1 middle stage primeval essence, the Moonblade could cut goo. Now, using rank 1 middle stage primeval essence to activate the Moonblade, it could break bones and even cut steel. Sister Wang. A young hunter witnessed the death of his sweetheart with his own eyes. He immediately collapsed to the ground powerlessly. Lord Gu Master, please spare our lives. The other hunter saw Fong Yuan turn around and stared at them, and was almost scared out of his wits, kneeling on the ground with a plop. Get up, go in and search. Fong Yuan said coldly, I know that every hunter's house would keep a beast skin map. On it is the terrain, the location of the traps, and the distribution of wild beasts. If you find it for me, I'll let you live. Yes, 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 we will search now. Lord Gu Master, please wait a moment. The two crawled up in a flurry and stumbled into the wooden house. Sounds of rummaging could be heard in the wooden house. But after a while, the two young men searched through the wooden house, but could not find the beast skin map. Lord, please wait a little longer, we will find it soon. The two young men's faces were filled with fear and panic. Their actions became more and more violent, and the table, bowls and chopsticks were smashed by them. Damn it, where is it? Come out quickly. They mumbled, trembling nervously, and their eyes were bloodshot. Useless things. Fong Yuan slowly walked into the wooden house. Lord! Lord! Spare us, sob sob sob. The two young men trembled like they were electrocuted, and fell to the ground, crying and kowtowing to Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan did not care about the two kneeling on the ground, but looked at the wooden house. There were 4 bedrooms in the wooden house, a living room and a kitchen. All the furniture and decorations were piled up like garbage, as if they had been looted. Fong Yuan walked slowly, and his footsteps made light thudding sounds on the wooden floor. It has indeed been rummaged, but it shouldn't be. Almost every hunter has an animal skin map, passed down from their ancestors. Generation after generation, the maps were constantly engraved and modified, recording the distribution of the beasts and the layout of the traps. This is a hunter's livelihood. How could it not be? Fong Yuan's eyes were dark, and he kept thinking, moreover, I just tested Old Man Wang, and deliberately let the two young hunters into the house to search for the paper and pen. Old Man Wang immediately called out the location of the paper and pen. He should be worried that the two young hunters would find the animal skin map. The animal skin map must be in this wooden house. Fong Yuan looked around, and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. His eyes fixed on the fireplace in the living room. The fireplace was connected to the chimney, and was used to warm the house in autumn and winter. There were still some black charcoal left in the fireplace. Fong Yuan walked to the side of the fireplace, and slowly squatted down. He casually picked up the iron tongs leaning against the fireplace, and turned over the charcoal that had been burnt black. Most of the charcoal still retained the shape of a wooden stick, and its texture was very brittle. With a little force, it would break into 2 pieces. After a while, Fong Yuan suddenly found a piece of charcoal. It was very hard and very heavy, unlike the other charcoal. He used the tongs to take out the long piece of charcoal, and threw it on the ground. The charcoal on the surface immediately broke into countless black pieces. Then the bamboo tube inside was revealed. When the two young hunters saw this, they immediately let out a low cry of surprise. Fong Yuan picked up the bamboo tube, found the cover at one end, and opened it. With a slight tilt, he poured out a map inside. This map was much heavier than the stack of bamboo papers, and was made of a white animal skin. The animal skin map was very large, about 1 meter long and half a meter wide. On it, there were black, green, red, yellow, and blue lines, which outlined a complex topographic map. Fong Yuan's eyes swept over it, and he was slightly surprised. This map covered a very large area, and some of the corners were very far from the village. As a mortal, it was really not easy for him to explore these places. His eyes focused, and he found the distribution of 5 wild boar herds on the map. 2 small wild boar herds, 2 medium wild boar herds, and 1 large wild boar herd. In the center of this large wild boar herd, there was a red cross drawn with a line. Seeing this cross, Fong Yuan could not help but sneer. On his bamboo paper, there was absolutely no such cross. The two young hunters also looked at the bamboo paper, and did not find anything wrong. This was because their knowledge was limited, and they only knew a few places. This red cross was already far away at the corner of the map. From this, it could be seen that Old Man Wang was cunning. This animal skin map was the reason why Fong Yuan killed Old Man Wang. He needed this animal skin map to hunt wild boars, but how could he be at ease when it was drawn by someone else? This way, a map that was personally obtained was more reliable. In his previous life, what kind of words had Fong Yuan not heard before? Just because of the word scram, it was not enough to make him kill Wang Er. When he heard the conversation of the 4 people beside the trap, he immediately had the intention to kill. Killing Wang Er would reduce the resistance, and he would be able to obtain this map more smoothly. Then why not kill him? Fong Yuan did not kill for the sake of killing was just a method. This method could solve the problem more directly, so why not use it? Old Man Wang also had to die. Even if he could let go of the hatred of his son, Fong Yuan could not. Didn't they know the saying, if the roots are not removed when weeds are cut, they will grow again when the spring wind blows? What, you said that killing the innocent? No matter what world it was, as long as one lived in this world, there would be entanglement of cause and effect. How could there be innocent? If a man killed a pig, was the pig innocent? The big fish ate the small fish, and the small fish ate the shrimps. There was only a food chain in nature, and there was no such thing as innocent. In this world, anyone could live, anyone could die, and no one was innocent. Chapter 71. The beast skin map was very thick, unlike a folded piece of paper that could be easily carried around. Fong Yuan could only roll up the beast skin and put it back into the bamboo tube. He then tied the 2 ends of the bamboo tube with hemp rope and carried it on his back. The 2 hunters stared at the bamboo tube, their eyes showing unavoidably greed. They were not idiots, they knew the value of this map. Although Gu masters did not care about this beast skin map, to mortals, especially hunters like them, it was a treasure. This was something passed down from the Wang family's ancestors. For old Wang to become a famous headhunter, this map definitely had a lot to do with it. This was a true family heirloom. Let me ask you, is there anyone else in Old Man Wang's family? Fong Yuan's eyes flashed as he asked coldly. The 2 youngsters kneeling on the ground, upon hearing Fong Yuan's words, shuddered. Thinking of their current situation, the greed on their faces faded away and was replaced by fear. No more, their family is all dead, Lord Gu Master. Hunter Wang originally had a wife, but over 10 years ago, she was killed by a wild wolf that invaded the village. Before his wife died, she gave birth to 2 boys and a girl for Old Man Wang. But the eldest son, Wang De, died on the mountain while hunting 3 years ago. There is no one else in the Wang family. The two young hunters hurriedly replied. So it's like this. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes. He looked at the two kneeling on the ground and knew that they were not lying. Life and death were in his hands, the possibility of them lying to him was very small. But he still asked, "You are not lying to me?" "We dare not lie at all, Lord." I remember. Old man Wang actually had a wife, Wang Da's wife. But after Wang Da went missing, the wife also died of love. That year, the village even specially sent down a chastity memorial. But I heard that Wang Da's wife wanted to remarry, but was forced to death by old man Wang. My lord, you killed old man Wang, which is a good thing for the people. Another person hurriedly echoed, that's right, that's right. Actually, sir, we have long found this old man Wang to be an eyesore. Humph, what's so great about it? It's just that it's better at hunting than us. They were clearly all mortals, but they made it seem like they were special, moving out of the village to live here. As juniors, we sometimes wanted to ask him for advice, but he chased us away and forbade us from appearing near the wooden hut again. Fang Yuan listened quietly while nodding. Although the two of them began to belittle old man Wang in order to save their lives, it was not difficult to detect the resentment in their mouths. Fang Yuan guessed that the two youngsters were just pretending to ask for their hunting experience. They were probably coveting the beauty of the Wang family's daughter. As a result, he was discovered by old man Wang and was taught a lesson several times. There's no need to say more about getting rid of the tyrants and bringing peace to the people. The reason I killed this time was because I coveted this beast hide. I am quite satisfied with your performance, you can leave now. Fang Yuan's tone softened, and at the same time, the right hand behind his back shone with eerie moonlight. The two youngsters kneeling on the ground heard Fang Yuan's words and were pleasantly surprised. Thank you, sir, for sparing our lives. Sir, we will forever remember your generosity and kindness. The two of them were crying and snot, their foreheads knocking against the ground, producing a light thudding sound. After kowtowing a few times, they immediately turned around and left. Although Fang Yuan was younger than them, after they personally witnessed Fang Yuan's style of doing things, they were incomparably terrified and did not want to face Fang Yuan again. Wait! At this time, a voice suddenly came. The voice had just finished speaking when a Gu master jumped down from the treetop with a swoosh. You can't leave, explain everything that happened here clearly. The Gu master who jumped down was wearing a dark blue tight suit with a red belt. In the middle of the belt was a metal plate, and on the metal plate was carved a big 2. This rank 2 Gu master had a skinny body and narrow eyes. His wrists were covered with arm guards, and his calves had sturdy leggings. His whole person exuded a sense of competence. Commoner greets Lord Jianghe. The two young hunters had just stood up and wanted to leave, but upon seeing this Gu master, they immediately knelt down again, prostrating themselves to the ground. They all knew this Gu master, he was the Gu master stationed in the village. Every year, in order to strengthen their control over the surrounding areas and prevent other forces from infiltrating, the Guyue village would send Gu masters to be stationed there, at the same time strengthening the border defense. This Gu master called Jiang He did not care about the two hunters kneeling on the ground, but looked at Fang Yuan and asked coldly, I am the Guyue village's Gu master, Jiang He, and you are? Fang Yuan laughed lightly and stretched out his right palm. In his palm, the moonlight Gu was emitting a ball of moonlight. The Gu master Jiang He saw the moonlight in Fang Yuan's palm, and his gaze softened. The moonlight Gu was the symbol of the Guyue clan, and it could not be faked. This matter is simple. Old man Wang's second son offended me, and I killed the whole family in a fit of anger. The two of them can testify for me. Fang Yuan confidently admitted, pointing at the two young hunters kneeling on the ground. Fang Yuan spoke the truth, and the two hunters hurriedly nodded without a trace of hesitation. Jiang He was stunned for a moment, then laughed loudly, good kill. A mere serf dared to offend the master, he deserved to be killed. But immediately after, he changed the topic and said with deep meaning, but Junior, you making things difficult for me by doing this. Although this old man Wang lives alone here, they are still the villagers that I am responsible for. I was sent by the clan to be stationed in the village to protect the villagers and guard against them. Now that you have killed these people, the population of the village will decrease, and at the end of the year assessment, the clan's evaluation of me will drop. Fong Yuan's gaze flashed, and he immediately knew that this Jiang He wanted to extort money from him. He laughed and said directly, "What's so difficult about this? Senior, just report it as it is. Just say that I killed the whole family, and it has nothing to do with you." Jiang He heard this, and his eyelids twitched. He was secretly angry that this Fong Yuan did not know how to appreciate favors, and his tone became very serious. "Then I will handle it impartially. Junior, if you are not afraid of the clan's investigation, then report your name. I will record it in detail and truthfully submit it in the report." His words were very threatening, and if it was any other teenager, they might have been scared by these words. But Fong Yuan saw his weakness, and immediately said, "Senior, just report it as it is." "Right, my surname is Guyue, and my name is Fong Yuan." "So you are Fong Yuan." Jiang He's face was obviously surprised. "I have recently heard my younger brother talk about you. You beat up all your classmates, extorted them in public, and every time you get 60 yuan stones. Every time my younger brother talks about it, he is envious of how easy it is for you to earn money. Also, you unexpectedly got a mudskin toad and a liquor worm in stone gambling. Your luck is really enviable." "Right, my younger brother is Jiang Ye, you should have met him long ago." "So it is him." Fong Yuan nodded, and admitted, "Indeed, every time I buy moon orchid petals, it is from Jiang Ye's shop." "Ha ha ha, if that is the case, then we are acquaintances." "Forget it. Jiang He will take responsibility for this matter." Jiang He said this, patting his chest with his hand, putting on a look of righteousness. He was taking advantage of the situation. How could he really report this matter? After reporting it, the clan's evaluation of him would still drop. He might as well sell a favor to Fong Yuan, and as for the death of Old Man Wang's family, he could just report it as a wild beast attack. Who told this Old Man Wang to be so unconventional, moving out of the village and building a wooden house here to live in solitude? Jiang He was not afraid of this matter being exposed. They were just a few mortal slaves, and their lives were as cheap as grass. If they died, then so be it. Even if the clan found out he was hiding it, they would not care about such a small matter. "It is just that, Junior, you have not left the academy yet, and do not have my Gu master clothes. Otherwise, when that Wang heir saw this clothes, he would know your identity as a Gu master, and why would he offend you? Junior, you are a smart person, don't you think so?" "He he." Jiang He said again. Fong Yuan's gaze flashed. Jiang He's words were subtle, but in fact he was warning himself, don't run out of the academy to wander around, and in the future, it would be best not to kill people and cause trouble in the area he was in charge of. "Then thank you, Senior, for your advice." Fong Yuan cupped his fist and bowed, saying goodbye to Jiang He and directly left. Chapter 72. In the dark night sky, the moon hung high up like a silver plate, shedding moonlight like water. In the summer wind, the dense forest lightly stretched out its thick green leaves, and the waterfall flowed, but it could not cover up the noise of sandalwood crickets. Fong Yuan stepped on the lush green grass, quietly approaching a wild boar. This wild boar was burying its head, huffing and puffing as it dug into the green mud on the ground, looking for worms in the grass and mud. Wild boars were omnivorous animals. Not only did they eat worms, they also stole bird eggs, and were good at preying on wild rabbits, mice, and even venomous creatures like snakes and scorpions. Fong Yuan slowly approached this wild boar from behind. Under the bright moonlight, the wild boar's gray and black fur could be clearly seen. Its body was strong and sturdy, its limbs thick and short. The mane on its back was long and stiff, and its ears also had sparse fur, standing upright like needles. It was on all fours, and each foot had 4 toes, but only the middle 2 were on the ground. Its tail was thin and short, occasionally swinging it to chase away the surrounding flying mosquitoes. Suddenly, it stopped digging into the soil to eat and raised its head. At the same time, its pair of erect, pointy ears quickly trembled a few times. Although Fong Yuan stopped in time, this wild boar still discovered him and quickly turned around, letting out a warning growl. Fong Yuan was not surprised. Wild animals were not like domestic animals, they were all very alert. Especially wild boars, their sense of smell was very sensitive, and they could often find well-hidden nests. Even if this wild boar did not hear anything, when Fong Yuan was within 100 meters, it would be able to smell Fong Yuan's scent, and similarly sense Fong Yuan's presence. Although Fong Yuan now had 5 goo worms on him, the spring-autumn cicada, liquor worm, moonlight goo, little light goo, and white boar goo, his equipment was not reasonable or complete. If he had a Chilok goo that could conceal his scent, and a silent steps goo that could conceal his footsteps, he would be able to silently get within 10 steps of the wild boar. However, with the addition of these 2 goo worms, Fong Yuan would have to raise 7 goo worms. The consumption of yuan stone would be too great, and it would be difficult to support. Ordinary goo masters could only feed 4 to 5 goo worms of the same rank. Thus, goo masters often did not move alone, but formed groups of 5, with at least 3 people. Within the team, there would be someone in charge of scouting, someone in charge of advancing, someone in charge of attacking, someone in charge of healing, and someone in charge of defending. Fong Yuan did not stop and continued to approach the wild boar. The wild boar growled, a lock of white mane visibly standing up on its neck, a symbol of its agitation. Finally, when Fong Yuan approached and broke the bottom line of the wild boar's heart, the wild boar's front legs dug the ground 3 times, then it opened its strong 4 legs, lowered its head, and rushed towards Fong Yuan. Its upper canine teeth were exposed, flipping upwards, forming 2 snow-white fangs. Under the moonlight, the fangs shone with a cold light, piercing towards Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan did not have any defensive goo worms. If he was pierced by these fangs, his stomach would be pierced, and even his intestines would be pierced. At that time, even if he did not die, he would be heavily injured. Moonlight goo. Fong Yuan's face was calm, and with a thought, the moonlight goo residing in his right palm immediately absorbed primeval essence, emitting a faint blue moonlight that reflected the moonlight in the night sky. The wild boar rushed over, and Fong Yuan's right palm met it head-on. With a swoosh, the moonblade flew out, hitting the wild boar's face, and immediately blood splattered. The wild boar howled in pain, and turned its anger into motivation, charging even faster. In the blink of an eye, it was only a few steps away from Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan nimbly leaped to the side, rolling on the ground and flipping sideways. The wild boar rushed straight past him, and with a bang, it directly hit a small tree behind Fong Yuan. The small tree was only as thick as an adult's arm. After being hit by the wild boar, it immediately suffered a devastating blow, and the entire tree trunk broke apart, growing into 2 sections. Fong Yuan stood up, quickly approaching the wild boar, and at the same time, his right hand continuously swung the moonblade. The faint blue moonblade drew a straight line in the air, shooting towards the wild boar. On the wild boar's black and gray fur, several thin and long wounds immediately appeared. The wounds were very deep, and scarlet blood continuously flowed out. Fong Yuan used his high-grade primeval essence to activate the moonblade, and could instantly cut through the hardest bones of the human body. But on this wild boar, it could only cause flesh wounds, and could not harm the bones. A small wild boar was already so tough, and the harsh living environment of this world was evident. The wild boar growled, and once again rushed towards Fong Yuan. As it ran, the bloody wounds on its body continuously tore open, and the boiling hot blood flowed out like it was free. Fong Yuan used the same trick again, and with another flip, he dodged its attack. Although the wild boar was tough, and had a fierce momentum, it had a weakness, and that was its weak ability to change directions. The faster it was, the harder it was to change directions. This way, almost every attack would be in a straight line. As long as the Goo Master was brave and careful, it was not hard to dodge. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Every time the wild boar rushed over, Fong Yuan would swing his hand a few moonblades. This added new wounds on top of its old ones, and the angrier it got, the more blood it lost. After a few times, its movements slowed down, and its roars revealed a sense of weakness. Little light goo. This time, Fong Yuan not only activated the moonlight goo, but also mobilized his primeval essence, injecting it into the little light goo. After the moonlight goo was refined, it stayed in Fong Yuan's right palm, turning into a light blue crescent pattern. After the little light goo was refined, it also stayed in his right palm, forming a milky white pentagram pattern. At this time, dark green primeval essence was injected into the two goo at the same time. The moonlight goo emitted eerie blue moonlight, while the little light goo emitted a milky white light. The milky white light blended into the moonlight, and the originally small moonlight immediately doubled in size. Go! Fong Yuan slashed with his right hand, and an enlarged moonblade flew out. The moonblade created by the moonlight goo alone was only the size of a palm. But with the help of the little light goo, this moonblade doubled in size, and its attack power also doubled. Swoosh! The moonblade hit the wild boar's neck, and instantly sank into its black-gray fur. Then it flew out 3 to 4 meters from the other end, and quickly dissipated in the air. Poochie, the wild boar, stood on the spot, and froze for a moment. Then, blood gushed out like a rapid scarlet fountain. It fell to the ground, half of its head cut off, and was washed away by the gushing blood. Only a small piece of skin and flesh remained. A thick stench of blood assaulted his nostrils. Fong Yuan did not dare to delay, and pointed at the wild boar on the ground. The white boar goo that was residing in his aperture immediately turned into a milky white light, and shot into the wild boar's body. Fong Yuan stood on the spot, his face filled with nervousness and vigilance. Although the beast's skin map indicated that this area was relatively safe, but there were always accidents in nature. What if a fierce beast was attracted by the stench of blood? After a while, the white boar goo flew back shakily. The wild boar had already lost more than half its original weight, and only its gray fur was left, as well as its innards. As for the wild boar's meat, most of it was eaten by the white boar goo. But the strange thing was, even though the white boar goo ate pork that was 1,000 times bigger than itself, its body size did not change at all. Not even a drop of blood was on it, and it was still in that milky white ladybug form. After eating this, I'll come back 5 days later to slaughter the boar. Fong Yuan kept the white boar goo, but did not leave immediately. Instead, he took out a knife, and cut off the 2 tusks of the wild boar. On the wild boar's body, there were 3 things that were worth a bit of money. The first was the pork, the second was the fur, and the third was the tusks. But now, the wild boar's meat was almost all eaten up by the white boar goo. The fur was also full of cuts from the moonblade, and even if it was taken off, there was not much meaning. Only this pair of tusks had some value. It could be used as food for some goo worms that ate teeth, or as an item for some goo worms to advance. Fong Yuan hid this pair of tusks in the secret cave in the rock crevice, and returned to the academy dormitory. He did not sleep immediately, but sat cross-legged on the bed, and started to cultivate. In the aperture, the primeval sea rose and fell, the tides rising and falling. Fong Yuan was now a middle-stage goo master, and after using the liquor worm to refine it, he obtained upper-stage primeval essence. Thus, ordinary people of the same age would have middle-stage pale green primeval essence, but Fong Yuan's primeval essence was upper-stage dark green. But after killing a wild boar, Fong Yuan's primeval essence was left with 23%. A rank 1 goo master's battle strength was not very strong. Or it could be said that nature's environment was too harsh. Although the moonblade could break bones, but to kill a normal wild boar, Fong Yuan had to use 20% of his upper-stage primeval essence. White boar goo. He closed his eyes, and his mind entered the aperture. In the aperture, a dark green primeval essence rushed upwards, and poured into the white boar goo's body. The white boar goo immediately let out a dazzling white light, and the white light shone on Fong Yuan's body. If seen from the outside, Fong Yuan's body was emitting a faint white light from the inside out. Every inch of Fong Yuan's skin, every muscle, was bathed in this white light. A numb and itchy feeling surged in Fong Yuan's heart. The white light transformed Fong Yuan's muscles, allowing the strength to enter his body bit by bit, and from then on, it would stay there, never to be lost. But after a while, this numb feeling turned into pain. This kind of pain, at first it was numb like being electrocuted, and then it turned into an excruciating pain, as if every muscle was cut by a knife. Fang Yuan hurriedly stopped the white boar goo. Going too far is as bad as not going far enough. The white boar goo could not be overused, and could only be used for 15 minutes a day. After this time, it would cause pain, and it would become more and more intense. If he forcefully used it now, he might even die from the pain. Chapter 73. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was already the middle of June. In the summer night, the golden moon hung high in the sky, illuminating the green mountains. The wind blew, and the leaves and moonlight floated together. The cicadas chirped and frogs drummed together. Occasionally, there would be a wolf howl, coming from afar and echoing on the green mountains. At a riverbank, the stream washed out a white smooth rock. Beside the riverbank, a battle was going on. A wild boar was covered in deep wounds. It kicked with its forelegs and charged at Fang Yuan again. Blood spurted from its wounds, leaving a bright red mark. Fang Yuan did not panic at all as he fought. This wild boar was already seriously injured and on the verge of death, but it was precisely this state that made wild beasts the most dangerous. They would burst forth with the last light of their lives, becoming even crazier and more difficult to deal with. If one was not careful, they would tumble and have their intestines crushed by their fangs. Fang Yuan's expression was calm, and his dark eyes flashed with a cold light under the moonlight. He had 500 years of experience. On one hand, he was immersed in the battle, and on the other hand, a part of his mind was out of the battle, constantly vigilant of his surroundings. There were several times when he was hunting wild boars, and other creatures came to disturb him. Once, it was a wild boar, a few times it was a wild wolf, and even a stray tiger. As time passed, the wild boar's attack finally slowed down. Fang Yuan's eyes lit up. He suddenly took a few steps and suddenly approached the wild boar. Then, he lowered his body and lifted the wild boar. Ha! Fang Yuan shouted, his face flushed red. He used his hands to lift the wild boar high up. The wild boar struggled weakly. Fang Yuan's body swayed, and he used all his strength to throw the wild boar. With a muffled bang, the wild boar was smashed into a huge rock on the riverbank. It howled miserably, accompanied by the crisp sound of ribs breaking. It fell from the huge rock, and hot blood gushed out from its ears, nose, and mouth. It struggled a few more times, and finally stopped breathing. The surroundings returned to calm. The river gurgled, carrying the scarlet pig's blood into the distance. With my current strength, I can already carry a pig. Let's try the boulder in the tunnel tonight. Fang Yuan stood in the same spot, panting heavily. There was a hint of excitement in his eyes. These days, he had been using the white boar goo to reflect his body and increase his strength. He could clearly feel that his strength was getting stronger and stronger. In the past, he could only use the crescent blade to fight the wild boar. But now, he could even carry the wild boar. His strength had grown by leaps and bounds. Of course, the white boar goo would not increase Fang Yuan's strength limitlessly, its limit was the strength of one boar. At this limit, he could no longer use the white boar goo to increase his strength. I can carry a wild boar now, but that doesn't mean I can wrestle with a pig. It was just like how a strong man could carry another strong man, but there might not be a difference in strength between the two men. My strength can still continue to grow. After feeding all the boar meat to the white boar goo, Fang Yuan used his knife to remove the boar's teeth. Finally, he cut up the already damaged skin of the wild boar before going to the secret cave in the rock crack. As for the boar's corpse, he did not need to deal with it. In the summer night, wild beasts roamed about frequently. Not long later, some wild beasts would smell the blood and rush over to clear the area for Fang Yuan. Taking a step back, even if someone found out, it was not a problem. The wounds on the boar's body were processed by Fang Yuan with his knife, and there were no traces of the crescent blade attack. Returning to the secret cave shrouded in scarlet light, Fang Yuan threw the two wild boar teeth to a corner. The wild boar teeth collided with each other, creating a crisp sound. In this corner, there was already a small pile of wild boar teeth. These were the results of Fang Yuan's recent hunting. Fang Yuan went straight into the tunnel, once again arriving at the bottom of the tunnel. Walking in the tunnel, the sound of his footsteps echoed in the tunnel. His vision was filled with a dim red light. Nothing had changed, the huge rock was still there, quietly lying in front of him. As for the hole where he dug out the earth treasury flower, it had already been filled up by Fang Yuan. Drink. Fang Yuan came to the front of the huge rock, raising both his hands and pushing with all his might. However, his face swelled up, and he used all his strength, but the huge rock did not move an inch. Right now, if I use all my strength, I can barely lift a wild boar. But this huge rock is at least the weight of 5 or 6 wild boars. It's not strange that I can't push it. The flower wine monk's inheritance of strength is not that easy. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed, calculating in his heart. He was not discouraged, and went out of the tunnel, returning to the secret room above. Taking out the bamboo tube leaning against the wall, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the floor, opened the lid of the bamboo tube, and poured out the animal skin map and bamboo paper. He opened up the animal skin map, and began to memorize it. From time to time, he would use his finger to draw shallow marks on the ground, to help him memorize. From the day he obtained this map, he had been doing this. Fang Yuan did not have a storage gu, and could not carry the animal skin map with him. It would be very inconvenient to carry a bamboo tube on his back in battle. Thus, Fang Yuan put in a lot of effort, preparing to memorize the animal skin map in his mind. Although some things are troublesome, it is best to do it. In a person's life, those who are afraid of trouble and do not actively solve it will often end up in a troublesome situation. This logic, Fang Yuan understood in his previous life. When I was young, my memory was really good. Right now, I have already memorized most of the map in my mind. If I was old, I would probably forget it while memorizing it. Of course, if I had a bookworm, I would feed it this animal skin map, and from then on, as long as I do not lose the bookworm, I would always remember this map clearly. Fang Yuan had the liquor worm and the white boar gu, and began to covet the bookworm. The bookworm's value was similar to the liquor worm and the white boar gu. They were all rare rank 1 gu worms, and had a high market price. Moreover, they were always out of stock. In his previous life, Fang Yuan did not get the liquor worm or the white boar gu, but he unexpectedly got a bookworm. This bookworm continued to advance, and accompanied him for a whole 60 years. Forget it, bookworms have always been rare, and I won't be able to get one in a short period of time. Actually, after my rebirth, my current situation is many times better than the same period in my previous life. At this time in my previous life, I was still at rank 1 initial stage, while others like Fangzheng, Qicheng, and Mabe had already reached upper stage, leaving me far behind. Fang Yuan was not the kind of person to waste time on an insignificant problem, and felt relieved after thinking about it. He was quite satisfied with his current progress. He was at middle stage, and so were the others. With C-grade talent, it was not easy to keep these A-grade and B-grade talents at the same age. Among them, the liquor worm played a huge role. Other than that, it was Fang Yuan's rich experience in cultivation that aided them. There was also another reason, which was him. He robbed and extorted all his classmates, and under the guidance of their elders, these people worked hard to train their martial arts. Thus, unknowingly, it took away their energy, and reduced the time they had to nurture their aperture walls. This caused their cultivation in this life to be slightly weaker than in Fang Yuan's previous life. But even so, they were not far from upper stage. The early stage of a gu master's cultivation was relatively easy, and results could be seen in a short period of time. Especially Guyue Fangzheng, Guyue Mo Chen, and Guyue Cheng, their cultivation was already showing signs of surpassing Fang Yuan. As they continued to cultivate, these three, be it their talent, or the strong support behind them, had already started to show an obvious advantage. Fang Yuan used the liquor worm to create a difficult lead, but now it was almost non-existent. Of course, this was also because he had been hunting recently, using the white boar goo to increase his strength, and diverting a lot of his energy and time. According to this estimation, not long after, someone will advance to upper stage first. The first upper stage person will get 30 yuan stones as a reward. But I don't intend to fight for this reward. Fang Yuan had already made his decision. If he temporarily abandoned the white boar goo, and focused on advancing to upper stage, he might have a chance of winning. But this was not what Fang Yuan wanted. 30 yuan stones might be good, but he did not lack yuan stones. The main reason was that he needed to keep a low profile, and hide himself. Only by reducing the attention of others, could he safely inherit the flower wine monk's strength inheritance. This was his main goal. The Academy's various rewards are just to motivate the students to train harder, and is also a part of the clan system. It's not wise to be entangled in such petty gains. Fang Yuan retracted his thoughts, and looked at the beast skin map again. The beast skin map had two sides, the front side recorded the day, and the back side recorded the night situation. On it, all sorts of colored lines crisscrossed. These lines, whether they were straight lines or curved lines, all had a special meaning. Only Old Man Wang knew, but he was already dead. But even if he was alive, and forced to explain, he might not be able to speak the truth. These days, Fang Yuan relied on his own knowledge and experience, and compared it to the bamboo paper, and almost succeeded in deciphering everything. The red cross should represent danger, a forbidden area. This area with the red cross is faintly surrounded by wild boars, it should be a king boar. With my current strength, meeting a king boar would mean death. Humph. Fang Yuan thought of Old Man Wang, and could not help but snort coldly. The red cross in this area was not on the bamboo paper. If Fang Yuan really believed this bamboo paper, he would probably die under the fangs of King Boar one day. This Old Man Wang was really shrewd. He wanted to avenge his son, but did not do it himself, and wanted to borrow the strength of King Boar. In this way, if he killed Fang Yuan, he could still stay out of it. But what does the red circle in these three places represent? Fang Yuan was puzzled. This was the last point of doubt on the beast skin map. The three red circles were marked in three very remote places, and at the same time, they were very far away from each other, and there were not many beasts in the surroundings. It was considered a relatively safe place in the wilderness. The red cross represents the forbidden area, so what does the red circle represent? Fang Yuan fell into deep thought again. Usually, red is the most eye-catching. Old Man Wang marked these three places with red circles, which means that these three places are very important to him. It is a pity that these three places are too far away, or else I would know it myself. Chapter 74. The summer was scorching, the mountain winds were warm, and Qingmao Mountain was steaming hot. In the blink of an eye, it was already the end of June. Guyue Fangzheng. In the academy, the elder called out his name. Guyue Fangzheng walked out from his seat, and came in front of the academy elder. Under the envious gazes of his peers, Fangzheng received a heavy bag of yuan stones. Fangzheng, you are the first to advance to upper stage, this is your reward. You did well, continue to work hard. The academy elder smiled happily, and patted Fangzheng's shoulder. Fangzheng grunted, his face full of excitement. With excitement, he received the bag of money and walked back to his seat. I finally did it. First to advance to upper stage, brother, did you see that? I finally won against you for once. His eyes were shining, and his gaze swept towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was still lying on the table, sleeping soundly. Last night, he hunted a wild boar, and after returning to the dormitory, he used the white boar goo to illuminate his body, and absorbed the natural primeval essence from the yuan stone, and used the liquor worm to refine it. Finally, he used his upper stage primeval essence to nourish his aperture walls. He worked all the way until dawn. He hurriedly ate his breakfast, and once class started, he fell asleep on the table. He was too tired, and a Gu master's cultivation could not replace sleep. Humph, even if you don't admit it, pretending to be asleep is the truth. Brother, I have finally surpassed you. This is the first time, and there will be a second time, and a third time. Fangjing clenched his fists. This success meant a lot to him. He finally tore a hole in the heavy haze that Fang Yuan had shrouded his heart for a long time, and revealed a ray of light. Although this ray of light was small and thin, it gave Fangjing unlimited hope and encouragement. Humph, I can't believe I lost to Fangjing. Guyue Mabe sat on his seat with his arms crossed, feeling a little unsatisfied. Is this the advantage of grade A? Damn it. Guyue Cheng's face was gloomy. As he cultivated, he deeply felt the benefits of having an excellent aptitude. Even though he had his grandfather, Guyue, to support him, and he had tried his best, he was still left behind by Fangjing. If I had a liquor worm and grandfather's help, I might be able to defeat Fangjing. The detestable Fang brothers. Younger brother is an A grade, so he's a notch above us. Although her brother was a C class, he had a liquor bug. Why are the two of them taking all the good things in this world? Guyue felt very indignant. This time, Fangjing is the first to break through to the advanced level. That's right, who asked him to have an A-grade aptitude? Yeah, even Mabe, Qicheng and Fang Yuan lost to Fangjing. Fangjing is now the only one who can take the lead. Fang Yuan only has a liquor worm, but he's too disappointing. He's so dispirited all day, even sleeping in class. He might as well give me his liquor worm. The surrounding students discussed, expressing their unwillingness, helplessness, and envy. The academy elder called out names one by one, and students continuously walked up to receive their yuan stone allowance before returning to their seats. Everyone, quiet down. After the allowance was given out, the academy elder patted the table. In an instant, the entire academy quietened down. In a flash, all of you have already mastered your second Gu worm, and even broke through to the advanced level. In the past half a year, all of you have studied hard, and now that you have a certain level of foundation, it's time for you to temper yourselves in the wild. A real battle isn't a battle between grass puppets and wooden puppets. Next is the notice for the mid-year assessment. 3 days later, the mid-year assessment will be held, and all students must participate. The content of the assessment is to hunt a wild boar. The number of wild boar tusks collected will be recorded, and the more tusks collected, the better the result. After the assessment, each wild boar tusk can be exchanged for 10 yuan stone. Also, teams are allowed to hunt. Once the academy elder said this, the entire academy was in an uproar. It's finally time for the mid-year assessment. Every batch of students will study in the academy for a year, and there will be a mid-year assessment and an end-of-year assessment. Looking at the time, it should be the mid-year assessment soon. The content of every batch's assessment is different. To think that this year's mid-year assessment is to hunt wild boar tusks. What should we do? My talent is only D grade, and my vital Gu is not an offensive Gu like the Moonlight Gu. How can I hunt wild boars? Didn't you hear it just now? The elder said that teams are allowed to hunt. Those of us with poor talent or lacking Gu can help each other and work together. When the time comes, we'll just split the boar's tusks among us. Each wild boar tusk can be exchanged for 10 yuan stone, and this is the academy's incentive for us to hunt more wild boars. According to the market price, 1 yuan stone can be exchanged for 20 wild boar tusks. The students all had different expressions, some were happy, some were worried, some were ready to go, and some were calling friends. Even Fang Yuan was slightly moved. It's changed. I clearly remember that in my previous life, the mid-year assessment was to collect wild honey. Who would have thought that it would be changed to hunt wild boar tusks? Is this the butterfly effect? A butterfly flapped its wings, and it could cause a storm on the other side of the ocean. Small variables, through layers upon layers of influence, could finally brew into a huge change. Since his rebirth, Fang Yuan had made many changes, and his current situation was different from his previous life. In his previous life, he had already been left far behind by Fang Zheng and the rest, but in this life, he stubbornly stood in the first echelon of students. In his previous life, he did not kill Jia Jinsheng, and did not even see Jia Jinsheng's face. But in this life, not only did he kill Jia Jinsheng, he even dug out a deeper secret of the flower wine monk's inheritance. These changes were like a butterfly flapping its wings, and indirectly began to affect the surroundings. The change in the contents of the mid-year examination was only the first obvious sign. If I continue to influence things like this, will the history that is about to happen change beyond recognition? If that happens, the advantage of my rebirth will be greatly weakened. Fang Yuan looked calm on the surface, but he sighed in his heart. A sense of helplessness and urgency shrouded his heart, but he quickly adjusted and recovered. No matter what, since it has already happened, there is no way to stop it. I need to actively change myself. Even if everything becomes unrecognizable in the end, I won't slow down the pace of my growth because of these things. In my previous life, I faced an unknown future. Don't tell me that I lack courage in this life. Even if the world is full of thorns, I will still cut through them and open a path of blood. Every fang can be exchanged for 10 yuan stone. This price is really high. Should I sell the pile of wild boar fangs in the secret cave? If I take out the wild boar fang, will it attract suspicion? No, maybe according to the current political situation of the Guiyue family, if I publicly throw out these fang, I might be able to gain something from the fire. Fang Yuan shook his head. This was too risky. If he really threw out these wild beast fangs, what would he get? 100+ yuan stone. Wait, yuan stone is not important. Maybe I can use this chance to build up my image. As Fang Yuan thought of this, his eyes flashed. What he needed was to silently make a fortune and keep a low profile. If the secret of the flower wine monk's inheritance was discovered, he might not even be able to keep his life. But his current position was a little awkward. He was the opposite of all his classmates, and was outside of the system. In the hearts of the higher-ups, he was a rebellious, dissatisfied, and cold-minded C-grade youth. This was not a good impression. It was equivalent to being labeled as a disloyal person. But the family needed loyalty. In reality, any organization needed loyalty. No matter which world, loyalty was one of the values that was promoted with great fanfare. Loyalty to the family, loyalty to the country, loyalty to the leader, loyalty to love, loyalty to friendship, etc. As Fang Yuan's cultivation increased, the higher-ups would pay more attention to him, and at the same time, when necessary, the family would take strong measures against Fang Yuan. When that time comes, Fang Yuan would really be in a passive position. Fang Yuan did not like to be in a passive position. He liked to have the initiative firmly in his hands. Because of the previous series of events, Fang Yuan could only move around and borrow their strength to create this impression. It was also a way to protect himself against the current situation. Now that there was no problem in protecting himself, Fang Yuan needed to become stronger. So, he needed to change this impression, to let the higher-ups think that he had already lowered his head and joined the family system. But this change could not be too sudden. It would make the higher-ups suspicious. More importantly, this joining system was just a facade. Fang Yuan could not really join. He would be controlled and restricted by others. He had too many secrets on him. He needed a lot of free space, so in reality, he was still a lone ranger. The mid-year examination was a good opportunity for him. Looks like I need to do some planning. I'll start with the robbery and blackmail later. Fang Yuan's gaze was firm. Everything was going according to his plan. Chapter 75. You said that although Fang Yuan defeated Fang Zheng, Qicheng and Ma Bei in his extortion of the students, he let them go and did not take their yuan stones. Hearing the guard's report, the academy elder showed a slightly surprised expression. I dare not lie to you, sir. That is indeed the case. The kneeling guard immediately replied. The academy elder did not deny it and waved his hand. I understand this matter. You may leave. Your subordinate will take his leave. As the guard left, the academy elder immediately fell into deep thought. Originally, he was concerned about this matter because he was worried that after Fang Jing received the 30 yuan stones as a reward, he would be extorted by Fang Yuan. If that was the case, then the Academy's yuan stones as a reward would have no meaning at all. They might as well give them all to Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan really did this, then the Academy would definitely not allow it. The Academy elder had already prepared to punish Fang Yuan severely. But what he did not expect was that not only did Fang Yuan not have any designs on the 30 yuan stones, he even let go of Ma Bei, Qi Cheng and Fang Zheng. Fang Yuan has hundreds of yuan stones on him. Maybe he does not care about the 30 yuan stones, this is understandable. But why did he give up on extorting Ma Bei, Qi Cheng and Fang Zheng? The Academy elder pondered, his furrowed brows slowly relaxing. He somewhat understood. Ma Bei, Qi Cheng and Fang Zheng could be said to represent the three major powers of the family. Fang Yuan letting go of these three people meant that he was taking the initiative to express his goodwill to the three major powers. This could also be understood as Fang Yuan's change of heart. It was a signal that he wanted to lower his head to the family. This is understandable. As he continued to train, even though Fang Yuan has the liquor worm, it was enough for him to clearly understand the inadequacy of his C-grade talent. After causing a ruckus a few times and venting out most of his dissatisfaction and unwillingness, I'm guessing he's feeling a lot of discouragement and depression now. It seems that the patriarch's words are reasonable. After all, Fang Yuan is only a 15-year-old boy. How can he challenge the family system? He has already begun to accept the modern world. When he finds his place, integrating into the family is inevitable. Thinking of this, the Academy elder heaved a sigh of relief, and his mood became joyful. 3 days passed in a flash. Soon, it was time for the mid-year exam. Quick, quick, quick! I've lured the wild boar here. A youth shouted anxiously as he ran. Both of his calves were wrapped in a circle of light green whirlwind. It was these two whirlwinds that allowed him to surpass the speed of an ordinary person at such a young age. However, the wild boar behind him was getting faster and faster, and the distance between them was getting closer and closer. The scorching sun pierced through the forest and shone on the wild boar's body, illuminating its two tusks. The wild boar is here, pull the rope tight. The four youths lying in ambush suddenly pulled up the thick hemp rope hidden in the bushes, instantly forming a horse tripping rope. The sprinting youth jumped over the tripping rope with a light leap and continued to run forward. However, the wild boar that followed him was heavily tripped and fell on the ground, sliding 5 to 6 meters away. Ouch! The four youths were also dragged by the rope and fell on the ground like the wild boar. Go! The youth who was sprinting ahead had already turned around and shouted. The few who fell on the ground crawled up in a flurry and surrounded the wild boar. Crack! A small sapling, under the wild boar's charge, directly broke its trunk and the tree crown fell to the ground. So close! Liu Cheng wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, feeling a lingering fear. Luckily I used the dragon pill cricket goo in time and jumped 3 meters to the left, otherwise I would have ended up like this small tree. Swoosh swoosh swoosh! The moonblades danced in the air and landed on the wild boar's body, causing thin wounds one after another. Guo Chen's expression was excited, his eyes shining, his mind completely immersed in this battle. Half an hour later, the wild boar lost too much blood and finally fell down. Guo Chen breathed roughly and also sat on the ground. His body was covered in mud or green grass, and he was also sweating profusely. Fighting with a live wild boar is really different from training with wooden puppets and grass puppets. I spent half an hour to kill a wild boar. I wonder how the others are doing. On a hidden hill, a temporary shed was built. The shed resisted the scorching sun, stubbornly casting a shady shadow. Under the shed, there were a few chairs, and the academy elder was sitting on the main seat. Sitting beside him were all the elders of the clan. There were also a few Gu masters standing behind them. In the forest around the shed, there were also some Gu masters hiding. At this time, there was a sudden commotion in the forest ahead. Whoosh! A Gu master's figure was like a shadow, breaking out of the forest and sprinting over, before kneeling outside the shed. "How's the situation?" the academy elder asked him. Reporting to Lord Elder, up until now, there are no casualties among the students. The Gu Master quickly replied. Not bad, not bad. The mid-year exam has already passed by the morning, and there are actually no injuries. This situation is rare in previous years. Looks like it's all thanks to the academy elder's teaching. The other clan elders heard this and nodded in satisfaction, praising him. The academy elder shook his head slightly. He knew the reason. This was all because of Fang Yuan's sudden appearance, extorting his classmates, causing this batch of students to train hard in their basic martial arts, thus leading to the current situation. He looked at the Gu Master kneeling on the ground and continued to ask, "So up until now, who's the one with the better results?" The Gu Master immediately replied, reporting to Lord, "Up until now, Gu Yue, Fang Yuan, Fang Zheng, Ma Bei and Qiqing are the top 4. Among them, Qiqing has already killed 3 wild boars, Fang Zheng and Ma Bei have killed 5, and Fang Yuan has the most, with 8 already." "Oh? I didn't expect this Fang Yuan to be in the lead for now." Throughout the years, A and B grade students have actually been suppressed by a C grade. This situation is extremely rare. Doesn't he have the liquor worm, which means he has upper stage green copper primeval essence? Being able to have such results is understandable. I believe that after this, Fang Zheng, Ma Bei and Qiqing will definitely surpass him. Although he has the liquor worm, his primeval essence recovery speed is far from the A and B grade students' match. The other clan elders started to discuss. "You may leave." The academy elder waved his hand at the Gu Master kneeling on the ground, instruct the others to do their defensive work. Especially the safety of Fang Zheng, Qiqing and Ma Bei, they need to pay close attention. "Yes, Lord." The Gu Master retreated. This kind of outdoor battle, for most of the students, was their first time. Thus there was a risk, but the clan had already made arrangements. Dozens of rank 2 Gu Masters were hidden in the forest, monitoring the safety of the entire assessment. At the same time, a few rank 3 clan elders were guarding here, ready to deal with any sudden situations. The fiery sun slowly set from the highest point in the sky, nearing the northwestern mountains. The sunset glow was like pieces of burning clouds. This was the last warmth of the sun. The afterglow shone on the forest, and another wild boar fell to the ground. 23, Fang Yuan calculated in his heart, then he squatted down and skillfully peeled off a pair of tusks. He carried a bag on his back, and the bag was filled with many wild boar tusks. At the same time, he had another bag, containing the tusks he had gotten from killing boars in secret. These tusks were originally stored in the secret cave in the rock crevice, but Fang Yuan had secretly taken them out 2 nights ago, stored them in a bag, and buried them in a hidden place. I am familiar with the terrain and distribution of the wild boars. At the same time, I have high-stage primeval essence to activate the Moonlight Goo, along with the Little Light Goo. The other's efficiency in hunting boars is definitely not as high as mine. Just with this bag on my back, I can definitely get first place. I wonder what kind of expression the others will have when I take out another bag later. Hee. Fang Yuan looked up at the sky. It was time to take out the other bag. At this thought, a map suddenly appeared in his mind. These days, he had already memorized the beast skin map. Fang Yuan was very clear of his current location. As long as he turned left and followed a mountain stream for 15 minutes, he would reach the place where he buried the bag. But just as he was about to move, he suddenly hesitated. From my current location, the nearest red circle is only 500 to 600 meters away. This is a rare opportunity. Should I go there and take a look? Once this thought appeared, it could not be stopped. Since he had already won, Fang Yuan still had a lot of time. That beast skin map has 3 red circles. These 3 places are very important to Old Man Wang. It is also the only map mark that I can't guess, so I don't know what it means. Let's go take a look. Fang Yuan naturally knew that there would be Gu Masters secretly monitoring the assessment, but he needed such a witness. Immediately, he pretended to continue hunting wild boars, and walked into the depths of the forest. 15 minutes later, he reached the red circle mark on the map. A treehouse was hidden in the luxuriant leaves of a giant tree. If one did not look carefully, they would not be able to detect it. This is the temporary residence of Old Man Wang when he hunts. Fong Yuan frowned, a suspicion rising in his heart. He climbed into the treehouse. When he saw the scene in the treehouse, his expression changed. Chapter 76. The space in the treehouse was not big, but there were many things inside. It was extremely messy at first glance. On the floor in the middle of the room, there was a thick, dark yellow blanket. Against the wall in the room, there was an iron stove for burning firewood. There was even a copper kettle on top of the stove. There was black ash in the stove, and beside it was a small pile of unburned firewood. Although it was summer, the nights in the mountains were still cold and gloomy. Although the iron stove was small, it could keep the entire treehouse warm when it was lit. There were 2 windows in the treehouse. 2 or 3 hemp ropes were tied around the outer edge of one window, across the treehouse, and then fixed to the outer edge of the other window. There were a few tattered clothes on the hemp ropes. The clothes were patched and obviously belonged to an adult. There was still some moisture on them, indicating that they had not been completely dried. The afterglow of the setting sun shone through the window into the treehouse. The interior of the treehouse was dim, and the handles of the axes and hunting knives at the corner of the walls were wrapped in animal skins. There were even dark red blood stains on the blades. On the other wall, there was a piece of bamboo paper, and a dagger was stuck in the middle. There was a young man's face drawn on the bamboo paper. It was Fong Yuan's face. All of this indicated that recently, a person had come to this hidden treehouse and lived in seclusion. This person's goal was obvious. It was Fong Yuan, who was drawn on the bamboo paper. The dagger stuck in the paper vividly expressed his sinister intentions. Fong Yuan, the person in question, could not help but be moved by such a scene. What does this person want? Why is he targeting me? No, maybe it's not me, but Fong Zheng. Fong Yuan's mind was in turmoil. Fong Zheng was an A-grade talent. He was the only A-grade talent in the past 3 years in the Guyue clan. He was the hope of the Guyue clan. If he could be trained, he would be the next generation's flag. But training always required a process. During this process, there would be natural disasters and disasters. Let's not talk about natural disasters for now. As everyone knew, Qingmao Mountain did not only have the Guyue village, but also the Bai village and the Xiong village. These 2 forces would definitely not be happy to see the traditional overlord, the Guyue clan, successfully nurture an A-grade heavenly expert. Therefore, assassinations were a common occurrence. In this world, there were very few geniuses, and those who could grow up smoothly were few and far between. A great aptitude Gu masters were not unheard of. 3 years ago, the Guyue clan had appeared. In earlier eras, they had appeared many times. But among the 3 great villages of Qingmao Mountain, in all these years, only one A-grade heaven had been nurtured. That was by Ningbing of Bai village, who had already reached rank 3. This phenomenon alone was enough to explain many things. Is this person from the Bai clan or the Xiong clan? Are we going to start killing Guyue Fongjing now? Fong Yuan frowned as he stared at the portrait on the wooden wall. But why would this treehouse be marked on Old Man Wang's beast skin map? Could it be that Old Man Wang is a spy secretly developed by other forces? No, this person is targeting me. Fong Yuan's eyes shone with a sharp light. At this moment, he recalled many scenes. The first time, beside the trap, he heard the conversation of the 4 young hunters. A hunter said, "Brother Wang Er, you are already 19 this year, you should get married and have kids." Wang Er said, as a man, how can I be greedy for such a little beauty? One day, I will walk out of this Qingmao mountain and roam the world, seeing the world. I am worthy of my manly body. The second time was after he made his move. Wang Er was abnormally calm. He drew his bow and aimed at Fong Yuan. The other 3 were already begging for mercy. The third time was Fang Yuan's question. Let me ask you, is there anyone else in Old Man Wang's family? A hunter answered. Hunter Wang originally had a wife, but more than 10 years ago, she was killed by a wild wolf that invaded the village. Before his wife died, she gave birth to 2 boys and a girl for Old Man Wang. But the eldest son, Wang De, died 3 years ago while hunting in the mountains. There is no one else in the Wang family. I remember now. Old Man Wang actually had a wife, Wang Da's wife. But after Wang De disappeared, his wife also died of love. That year, the village even specially sent down a chastity memorial arch. But I heard that Wang Da's wife wanted to remarry, but was forced to death by Old Man Wang. You killed Old Man Wang, you are getting rid of the tyrant and bringing peace to the people, it is for the good of the people. Another person hurriedly added, that's right, that's right. Actually, Lord, we have long disliked this Old Man Wang. What's so great about him, isn't he just better at hunting than us? We are all mortals, but he makes it seem like he is very special, moving out of the village and staying here. As the younger generation, we sometimes want to ask him for advice, but he directly chased us away, and did not allow us to appear near the wooden house again. Old Man Wang's family moved out of the village, living alone. Eldest son, Wang Er, died 3 years ago while hunting in the mountains. Wang Da's wife wanted to remarry, but was forced to death by Old Man Wang, and received a chastity memorial arch. Old Man Wang chased away all the young people who asked him for advice on hunting. Old Man Wang wholeheartedly hid the beast skin map, and on the bamboo paper that he gave to Fang Yuan, there was no sign of these 3 red circles. Wang Er was young, but he was very calm in front of Gu masters. At the same time, he did not marry, and had ambitions beyond mortals. The key point was that the red circle on the beast skin map was a hidden habitat. There were obvious signs of human activity here. At the same time, this person had strong ill intentions towards Fang Yuan or Fangzheng. If these clues were separated, it would not be easy for others to detect them. But once they were linked together, there was something fishy. The more Fang Yuan thought, the more he felt that the layers of fog shrouding his eyes were getting thinner and thinner. The afterglow of the setting sun shone through the window, shining on his face, so thick that it was like a smear of blood. The surroundings seemed to have sunk into a deathly silence. Was there someone spying on him from behind? Suddenly, Fang Yuan's eyes brightened, his vision seemed to penetrate through time, and he saw the truth. Wang De did not die. At this moment, his eyes shone brightly. Not only did he not die, he even got lucky and became a demonic Gu master. It was not that mortals did not have the talent to cultivate, but the clan system had always tightly controlled the cultivation methods of Gu masters. But in this world, there were no absolutes. There were cases of mortals becoming Gu masters, like encountering the Hope Gu in the wild, and opening their aperture. Or inheriting a certain strength inheritance, or receiving the private teachings of a certain clan member, etc. But such Gu masters were never accepted by the clan, and could at most become the hired thugs of the clan. Thus, they, who were unwilling, became lone Gu masters. The cultivation conditions were incomparably tough, and as time passed, to fight for resources, they had to kill and rob, thus entering the demonic path. Because of some kind of opportunity, most likely from a Gu master's corpse, he obtained a fortune, and Wang De became a Gu master 3 years ago. In order to deceive people, he released fake news of his death, but in reality, no one had seen his corpse. After Old Man Wang's family knew of this, they moved out of the village, taking the risk of being attacked by wild beasts and living alone, all to continue hiding this truth. But there were some disagreements. Wang Da's wife did not agree, maybe she wanted to report it to the Guyue village. The Wang family could only kill this wife, and purposely released some fake news. Things like wanting to remarry, or forcing her to die, they firmly covered the truth under these rumors. Every once in a while, Wang De would return home to live. Old Man Wang would chase away those youngsters who came to ask for advice. After Wang Er and his brother Wang De interacted, his fear towards Gu masters gradually disappeared, and he naturally wanted to become a Gu master himself, and have the ambition to roam the world. Because he was worried that Wang Da's whereabouts would be exposed, Wang Er did not rashly marry at such an old age. Wang De could not always live at home, so old man Wang drew 3 red circles on the beast skin map. These 3 places should be such secret residences. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows, so Wang De took turns to live in these residences, living in the cracks between the forces of the 3 villages. The meaning of these 3 red circles was finally clear. Red usually represented eye-catching and important. To old man Wang, this was his eldest son's residence. So when Fong Yuan wanted old man Wang to draw the map, he did not draw these 3 red circles on the bamboo paper, to protect his eldest son. At the same time, he also drew fewer red crosses, wanting to take revenge for killing him. Maybe every year at a fixed time, Wang De would return home to live for a period of time. When he came back, he saw his family dead. After secretly asking around, he found out about me, so he used a dagger to nail my portrait on the wall, to take revenge. Based on his previous life's experience, Fong Yuan was almost sure that this was the truth. If other forces wanted to assassinate Fong Zheng, they could be more secretive. There was no need to develop a mortal spy like Old Man Wang. After all, Old Man Wang lived at the foot of the mountain, and not in the Guyue village. To think that I provoked a demonic assassin for a beast skin map. This world is really strange. Fong Yuan could not help but laugh coldly. He killed Wang Er first, then Old Man Wang and Wang Jiamei, to directly get the beast skin map. Old Man Wang was the #1 hunter in the surrounding villages. His beast skin map was definitely valuable. At that time, he thought, it's just 3 mortal lives, what's the big deal, I'll just kill them casually. In this world, everyone has the right to live, and anyone can die. But now, a demonic Gu master popped out. Regarding this, Fong Yuan did not have the slightest bit of regret, but instead felt lucky. If he had been merciful, Wang Er, Old Man Wang and Wang Jiamei would have been huge obstacles to get the Wang family's beast skin map. To protect Wang Da's secret, they would definitely not take out the real thing. Wang Er's battle strength could already kill an ordinary rank 1 upper stage Gu master. Old Man Wang was old but ruthless. In a real battle, he was even more of a threat than Wang Er. Even if he got the real thing, Old Man Wang would tell Wang De the details, and Wang De would immediately know Fong Yuan's exact information. No matter how he dealt with it, he was in the dark, and Fong Yuan was out in the open. The initiative was firmly in his hands. Luckily, I killed right from the start. No matter what, I have always been in control of the situation. This way, even if I can't get the real thing, I won't lose anything, and can still rob other hunters. Moreover, I killed Old Man Wang and that girl so that this Wang De would waste time to gather information about me. Needless to say, the 2 young hunters who survived must have been killed by him. Fong Yuan's heart was clear. There were only a few people who knew, and Wang De would not make a move on Jiang He. Once Jiang He died, the clan would send people to investigate. And if the 2 hunters went missing on the mountain, it would be easy to manipulate. Jiang He would not expose this matter for the clan's evaluation of him, and would instead cover for Wang De. Chapter 77. In the treehouse, Fong Yuan's thoughts were in turmoil. With the wisdom accumulated from his previous life, Fong Yuan sensed Wang Da's existence. Then what was Wang Da's strength like? Fong Yuan had never seen this Wang De before, but just based on the things in front of him, it was enough for him to analyze a lot of information. Courage is built on the foundation of strength. He collected my information and still wants to take revenge on me. With such confidence, it seems his cultivation is above rank 1. For the past 3 years, he's been wandering around these 3 places marked with red circles. It's been difficult for him to survive in the gaps between the 3 mountain strongholds. Almost every day, he has to face the danger of being discovered and surrounded. This means that he doesn't have the ability to venture out alone. And roaming the world alone requires a Gu master's cultivation to be at least rank 3. This way, my initial estimate is that his cultivation is rank 2. Fong Yuan's eyes shone with a cold light. Let's see, he went missing 3 years ago and is now rank 2. His aptitude should be C to B grade, and the primeval essence in his aperture should be around 40 to 70%. These 3 years, he was able to survive in the cracks. At the same time, he was able to stay in the house under Jiang He's eyes, so he must have some goo worms that can conceal his tracks. In a battle between goo masters, the most important thing was information. Although Fang Yuan did not have any detection-type goo worms, with his experience and wisdom, he could roughly analyze Wang Da's cultivation and goo worms. Soon, he drew the outline of a rank 2 demonic goo master, harboring the hatred of having his family killed, and hiding somewhere to kill him. I can kill others, others can naturally kill me. This is nothing. Fang Yuan could not help but laugh. In this world, everyone has the right to live, and everyone has the chance to die. Those who kill, will be killed. Since you killed, you have to be prepared to be killed as well. If you are killed like this, then so be it. There is no big deal, and there will be no regrets. This is the path you choose. Fang Yuan had a deep understanding of this. This was the enlightenment of the demonic path. If Wang Da wants to kill me, then this mid-year exam is definitely a great opportunity. Usually, the students live in the village. With his rank 2 cultivation, it's impossible for him to sneak into the village. That would be courting death. He might have analyzed the possibility that I would come out to hunt. But Qingmao Mountain was so big, it was too difficult for him to hide his tracks and search for me alone. He's most likely to make a move now. He is a rank 2 goo master, and one that has been struggling to survive for the past 3 years, living a precarious life, tempering himself into a demonic goo master. With my current combat strength, I'm definitely not a match for him. But that doesn't mean I don't have a chance to live. Run! Fang Yuan instantly decided on this direction. There was nothing to be ashamed of in order to survive. Since he couldn't fight, he would escape. It was simply impossible for a goo master to make a breakthrough in battle. It was possible to challenge higher ranks, but that was built on the foundation that the goo master had a special goo worm. Fang Yuan had many goo worms, but the spring-autumn cicada was in deep slumber and could not be used. Liquor worm, white boar goo, little light goo, moonlight goo, they were not trump cards to challenge higher ranks. Fighting to the death despite knowing he couldn't win, that was the stupidity of being hot-blooded. Even if he won, it would just be fate's favor. Fang Yuan was cautious all his life. Even if he had a trump card, as long as the chances of winning were small, he would choose to avoid fighting. He liked to control the situation, using all sorts of methods to maximize his chances of winning. He loved to fight battles that he would definitely win. Only when he had no other choice would he take the risk and fight. Thus, what he often did was to bully the weak, plunder resources, and get stronger. When he was strong enough to surpass his original enemy, he would come back to take revenge, which was to continue bullying the weak. There was nothing shameful about this. Those who, in order to prove their bravery, took the initiative to challenge, risking their lives to fight a strong enemy, were the real idiots. But this value was always promoted. This was because any organization needed the continuous sacrifice of individuals to protect the interests of the organization's higher-ups. Just think about it, survival was the prerequisite for all activities. To survive, to realize the ideals in one's heart, that was a person's greatest courage. To die for an ideal, that was a fool. To drag out an ignoble existence for an ideal, that was a true warrior. On Earth, Han Xian was humiliated under someone's crotch, Cao Cao was hunted down until his beard and robes were cut, King Go Jian, in order to survive, gave his enemies shit to show his loyalty, so, screw glory, reputation and face. No matter which world's organization, they would promote this value. The more sacrifices were needed, the more they would promote this. For example, the army. Then where should I go to reduce the chances of encountering Wang Da to the minimum? A map appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. Wang Da already knows I have the beast skin map, he should be hiding in the forest now, looking for me according to the distribution of wild boars on the map. I can't go to these places, I can only go in the opposite direction, only then can I fight for a chance of survival. Thinking of this, a slightly crazy escape route vaguely formed in Fang Yuan's mind. In the forest at dusk, the shadows of the trees overlapped, the wild grass was lush. A pair of scarlet eyes, hidden in the deep shadows. The hatred and anger in his eyes could not even be washed away by the torrential river, it could not be extinguished. Fang Yuan, I've finally found you. Wang De gritted his teeth, chewing on this name in his heart. Under his gaze, not far away, a skinny, pale-faced young man was rushing through the forest. The enemy was right in front of him, but Wang De did not make a move, instead his gaze moved towards several other locations. At these locations, there was a Gu Master and Vigilator hidden. To prevent cheating and to first treat casualties, there were tens of rank 2 Gu Masters scattered around the area. There were also a few rank 3 clan elders, guarding the mountain slope far away. Wang De carefully moved through this forest, he had already collected a lot of relevant information. If I want to kill Fang Yuan, I must first eliminate these 3 Gu Masters. Otherwise, once I show myself, I will be attacked. Maybe I can kill Fang Yuan at the first moment, but I will also be surrounded and killed by the Gu Masters who come later. I am rank 2 middle stage, I still have 50% primeval essence in my body. To strike first and kill these 3 Gu Masters, it is very difficult. I need to strike consecutively in a short period of time. Otherwise, once they find out about their comrade's death, their vigilance will increase, and my whereabouts will be exposed. Shadow Follower Gu. Wang De slowly closed his eyes, chanting in his heart. Soon after, his body quickly turned into a lump of thick darkness, moving through the shadows of the trees. Everything was silent. In a dense bush, a rank 2 Gu Master from the Guyue clan squatted down, yawning in boredom. So boring, accompanying these juniors, it's like a babysitter. This Gu Master muttered, not noticing that a shadow had already shrouded him. A pair of bony hands slowly stretched out from the darkness. This pair of hands was extremely pale, the joints wide, 10 sharp nails protruding out, the nails were dyed with a layer of dark purple, emitting a slight fishy smell. What is this smell? The Guyue clan Gu Master twitched his nose, subconsciously frowning. He was just about to check, but it was already too late. Wang De was like a poisonous snake pouncing on its prey, striking out like lightning. One hand covering the Gu Master's nose. The other hand pierced through the Gu Master's back. The dark purple nails were as sharp as blades, his 5 fingers easily entered the Gu Master's body, blocking his heart. The poison on the nails, in an instant, corroded the heart. And through the blood, it spread throughout the Gu Master's body. The Gu Master's body tensed, and he no longer breathed. Although they were both rank 2 Gu Masters, with a sneak attack, the battle ended just as it started. I used a total of 10% primeval essence, there is still 40% left. Wang De paid attention to his aperture, and did not stop, turning into a lump of darkness again. A moment later, the second Gu Master hiding behind the rocks also suffered from Wang Da's vicious attacks. His pupils shrunk to pin size, and he fell to the ground. The poison wreaked havoc in his body, and soon his whole body turned purple, as 2 streams of dark purple blood flowed out of his nose. 30% primeval essence left. Wang De muttered, his body turning into a lump of darkness again. Who is it? The third Gu Master was hiding on a tree branch, he sensed something was wrong at the crucial moment, and when Wang De attacked, he turned around, his 2 hands firmly blocking Wang Da's 2 poisonous hands. Damn it! Wang De laughed sinisterly, his 10 fingernails growing crazily, reaching 5 centimeters in an instant, stabbing into the Gu Master's forearm, piercing through his skin. The blood flowing out of his forearm quickly turned dark purple. This is love-life separation. The third Gu Master saw this, and was immediately shocked. The poisonous purple gas had already infected his face. He knew he did not have any poison-resistant Gu worms, and would definitely die this time. His expression suddenly changed, and he shouted, "Then let's die together." He opened his mouth, and suddenly stuck out his tongue. There was a crescent moon mark on his tongue, it was the Moonlight Gu. A moonblade flashed out, hitting Wang Da's left shoulder, and then shot out from his back. Blood splattered everywhere. Wang De grunted, his body swaying a few times, But the Goo Master's eyes had already turned white, and there was no more breath. That's right, this is love-life separation. Wang De stood up shakily on a sturdy branch, smiling bitterly. Love-life separation, known as the #1 poison among rank 2 goo worms. To refine it, you need a rank 1 survival grass, a widow spider, a red needle scorpion, and a lover's heart. In order to refine this goo worm, Wang De killed his beloved wife with his own hands, and dug out her heart. Everything is for survival, I can only choose strength, this is the resolution of the demonic path. Wang Da's eyes were red, and he stared at the young man in the distance. I gave up on love, leaving only familial love, but you took it away. Fang Yuan. He growled in a low voice, I will make you regret everything you have done. Chapter 78. Kill. Wang De let out a low roar and suddenly flew down from the treetop. Just as he was about to reach his enemy, 3 moonblades suddenly flew over, blocking his path. Why is there a 4th Goo Master? Wang Da's heart sank, forcefully twisting his body in midair, narrowly dodging 2 of the moonblades. The last one, he could not avoid, hit his left leg. Bam! Wang De fell to the ground, looking down at his left leg. There was a deep and long wound on his left leg, already bleeding profusely. Damn it! Wang De gritted his teeth, his heart moved, phantom tracking goo. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a mass of dense black shadow, his speed exploding as he silently retreated. At this time, a goo worm flew out, and at the same time, an old voice could be heard, flash goo, explode. The goo worms suddenly exploded, forming a dazzling white light. The white light made people unable to look at it directly, suddenly appearing, illuminating the dark forest. Ah! Wang De let out a miserable cry, the black shadow that his body had turned into had nowhere to hide under the white light, immediately returning him to his original state. Although the flash goo was only rank 1, it was also a consumable goo. But it countered Wang Da's phantom tracking goo. Once the black shadow was eliminated by the white light, the rank 2 phantom tracking goo had to recuperate for 3 hours before it could be used again. Everything in nature is balanced, everything has a weakness. Although the phantom tracking goo's stealth ability was strong, it also had a huge weakness. After Wang De was countered, his heart sank to the bottom. This 4th Goo Master was clearly more experienced, using some unknown goo worm to conceal himself, he was truly a formidable opponent. More importantly, Wang Er could not use the phantom tracking goo for the time being, he had no way out. I am Goo, so, lad, if you surrender now, my clan might spare your life. A white-haired silver-bearded rank 2 Goo Master appeared in Wang Da's vision. Spare my life, I will kill you first. Wang Da knew that if he was delayed, there would be more Goo Masters coming after him. He had to quickly get rid of this 4th Goo Master. I only have 20% of my true essence left. Whether it's for revenge or to save my life, I have to kill this old man first. Wang De roused his spirits and pounced towards old Guyue. Guyue snorted coldly. His hair and fine hairs instantly grew wildly and entangled with each other. In the blink of an eye, they formed a set of needle-like snow-white armor. When Wang De saw this, his expression changed. This experienced Goo Master was like a hedgehog, causing Wang De to have a feeling of not knowing where to start. His rank 2 #1 poison goo, love separation, was extremely poisonous and could cause blood to freeze, but it did not have strong offensive capabilities and could only be used for sneak attacks. Wang De only had 2 goo worms, love separation and the shadow follower goo. If he had a defensive goo worm, he would not have been hit by the moonblade. If I can't deal with you, I will kill Fang Yuan first. Wang De was not stupid. After 3 years of living, he was cunning and ruthless. He sprinted, attempting to go around old Guyue and attack the murderer of his family. Don't even think about it. Old Guyue activated his true essence, and his needle-like hair clothes suddenly extended out 2 spikes that spun like a spiral. In an instant, they extended 5 to 6 meters and shot towards Wang De. Wang De lowered his body and brushed past the 2 snow-white spikes by a hair's breadth. On his hands, his 10 fingernails were as long as half his palm. They were purple to the point of turning black, and a smoke-like faint purple poison gas lingered around them. Die! Wangda had already gone crazy from the battle. He laughed sinisterly as he quickly got closer to his target. In his eyes, Fang Yuan's face was filled with shock and fear. Bloodthirsty killing intent had already filled Wang Da's mind. He seemed to be able to hear Fang Yuan's indignant breathing as he pierced his skin. Don't even think about it. Just as he was about to succeed, a figure suddenly appeared and blocked Wang Da's path. A 5th-rank 2 Gu master was rushing over from afar. It's love separation. This was a middle-aged man. Facing Wang Da's crazy charge, his expression was firm and unwavering. Rock Skin Gu. The middle-aged man's primeval essence surged, and dense red steel primeval essence rose like smoke. His exposed arms instantly turned from yellow to gray. At the same time, his arms inflated like balloons, turning into a pair of thick stone arms. Both sides got closer and closer. Wang Da's expression was crazed and distorted, while the middle-aged Gu master's expression was solemn as he stretched out his arms and grabbed towards Wang Da. You want to catch me so slowly? Wang Da could not help but show a mocking expression. The middle-aged Gu master's arms were already covered with a thick layer of rock skin. Even Wang Da's nails could not penetrate it. But this pair of stone arms was too heavy, and its speed was too slow. Wang Da felt he could easily dodge it. Is that so? Jade Wind Wheel. The middle-aged Gu master gave a low shout, and suddenly, a pair of jade-green whirlwinds, like 2 armbands, appeared around his stone arm. The stone arm's speed immediately increased. How can this be? Ugh! Wang Da's face was filled with shock as he was swept away by the stone arms. The middle-aged Gu master had rich battle experience. If he had used the Wasp Gu and Jade Wind Wheel from the start, Wang Da would not have fallen so easily. Wang Da was swept away by the heavy stone arms, and fell to the ground, feeling dizzy. His chest, which was hit, felt heavy. Puff! He struggled to get up, and could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. I only have 5% primeval essence left, I'm going to die. He checked his aperture, and laughed bitterly. Seeing Fang Yuan not far away, his face showed a crazed determination. Even at death's door, I will drag you down with me. Ah! He ignored his injuries, and charged forward. Stop him. The middle-aged Gu master was anxious. He was a pure close combat Gu master, and did not have a long-range Gu worm. He was too far away. The old Gu master had already rushed over, his white hair condensing into finger-sized spiral needles. The needles flew like snakes, extending 5 to 6 meters, catching up from behind and piercing Wang Da's body. But Wang Da did not care, and continued to charge forward. Die! He shouted arrogantly, his 10 fingers already growing to half a meter long. The middle-aged Gu master rushed over, and seeing this, his expression changed. He could not stop him in time. Just as Wang Da was about to succeed, a blue jade light burst out from the opposite side. Jade Skin Gu. Under the stimulation of life and death, Fangjing screamed hysterically. In an instant, his entire body's skin had turned into a layer of solid jade skin. Wang Da's 10 fingers were like blades, stabbing towards him. Although Love Bili did not have strong offensive abilities, the Jade Skin Gu was after all a rank 1 Gu, and could not block Wang Da's fingernails. Roar! The old Gu master saw that Fangjing was about to die, and shouted anxiously. His eyes opened wide, and more snow-white needles shot out, piercing through Wang Da's body. Then the needles were like snakes, first piercing through Wang Da's back to his chest, then coiling around his neck, arms, and legs. Boiling hot blood gushed out from Wang Da's body. In an instant, his white hair was dyed red. His whole body was covered in white hair, like a wild boar that fell into a trap and was stabbed by a bamboo spear. His momentum was halted, and he could not move forward. A strong sense of dizziness assaulted him, and Wang Da laughed bitterly, knowing that death was coming. He could not accept this. His vision became blurry, and at the moment of death, the most profound impression in his memory surfaced once again. Wan Air. He could not help but call out his wife's name. A knife appeared in his hand, and pierced through his wife's body. Why? His wife looked at Wang De. Shock and confusion appeared on her beautiful face, as she stared at Wang Da's eyes. Wang Da's eyes were red, and his whole body was trembling. He squeezed out 3 words from his teeth, "I'm sorry." His wife smiled, her smile was filled with love, and not a bit of hatred. "I understand," she said. She wanted to stretch out her right hand, and before she died, she wanted to touch Wang Da's face for the last time. But halfway through, her hand fell down. Killing his wife and stealing her heart, refining love separation, and from then on, he had the strength to step onto the demonic path. Regret? Since then, Wang De asked himself countless times. Regret. Regret was worse than death. So he swore to himself that he would protect the only family he had left. But, if I could do it all over again, I would still do it. Unbridled tears gushed out from Wang Da's red eyes. Fangjing stared with his eyes wide open. His whole body was shining with jade light. From the start to the end, he was in deep confusion and bewilderment. An unfamiliar Gu master was crazily rushing towards him, as if he was going to cut him into 1,000 pieces. But Fangjing did not know him at all. The dense aura of death caused Fangjing to be unable to move, his mind was blank, and he could only activate the jade skin Gu subconsciously. Wang Da's fingers pierced through the jade skin, penetrating 1 centimeter, and then stopped moving. He died. When he died, his face was covered in tears. Finally, it's over. Fangjing breathed roughly, his eyes lost their focus, and looked very empty. Then, a strong dizziness hit him. Plop. He also fell to the ground. Love separation, the #1 poison of rank 2, although it did not pierce through the jade skin, the poison had already entered the body. Chapter 79. A wild boar the size of an elephant was resting in the mud. It had its eyes closed, half kneeling and half lying down. Its tusks were clean and shiny like blades. The light of dusk shone on its dark black fur. Its huge belly was white, rising and falling with each breath it took, emitting a humming sound. King Boar. Fang Yuan was a few hundred meters away from it, but he still carefully walked downwind. Although I can kill wild boars now, against this King Boar, I can only run. Even a rank 2 Gu master can't kill it. If I can't figure out the Gu worms on its body, I might fail miserably. Kings of beasts like these usually had Gu worms on their bodies. On the wild boar king's body, there were usually boar Gu. Pink boar Gu and flower boar Gu were the majority. Other than boar Gu, there would also be beast skin Gu or thorn caterpillar Gu. In this world, there were all sorts of Gu worms. Some Gu worms lived on strong wild beasts and had a symbiotic relationship with the wild beast. When the wild beast was attacked, the Gu worms on its body would sense the danger and help the wild beast fight against the strong enemy. This king boar was huge, and its strength far surpassed normal boars. Fang Yuan was not its match, not to mention it had 1 or more mysterious Gu worms on its body. However, Fang Yuan's reason for coming here was not to kill this king boar. Instead, he was trying his best to avoid Wang Da's revenge. Wang Da knew that Fang Yuan had the beast skin map, and Fang Yuan stood on his side and beat him at his own game. He didn't go anywhere else, but headed towards the location marked by the red cross on the king boar. Although king boar was dangerous, it was still a wild beast and didn't have the intelligence of a human. Old man Wang, as a mortal, could find this place and retreat safely. Why couldn't Fang Yuan do the same? Going against the flow might seem risky, but there was a chance of survival. As they got further and further away, King Boar was left behind by Fang Yuan. If it was on a map, his route would be a big circle, bypassing the red cross, forming a full arc, and finally arriving at the hillside where several clan elders were overseeing. There, he would conduct the mid-year assessment on the spot. An hour later, a young man with grass all over his body, his coarse clothes cut by the thorns, and his feet covered in mud, trudged to this hillside with a bag on his back. This battered and exhausted youth was precisely Fong Yuan. I'm finally back safe and sound. Here, with an elder overseeing things, their safety was greatly guaranteed. But I can't be careless. Fong Yuan secretly heaved a sigh of relief as he slowly walked up the hill. There was a simple shed on the hillside, and dozens of students were gathered near the shed. The guards of the academy were counting the number of pig teeth in the students' bags. Of the several clan elders who were originally guarding this place, only the academy elder was left. The others were nowhere to be found. Why is there something wrong with the atmosphere? Fong Yuan frowned slightly, his sharp senses telling him that something big had happened. As he neared the shed, he could hear the discussions of the students around him. Did you hear? There was an assassination just now, and a few rank 2 Gu masters died in an instant. Really? It's true. I came early and saw Gu Fangzheng being carried away by a few clan elders, leaving in a hurry. Gu Fangzheng is too unlucky to encounter such a thing during the assessment. Hee, you don't understand. The enemy's target is Gu Fangzheng, he is an A-grade talent. I wonder if he will die. Even if he doesn't die, he will be skinned alive. Maybe after he is injured, his aptitude will drop. Fong Yuan's footsteps not only slowed down, his heart was like a clear mirror, immediately deducing the general truth of the matter. Wang De wanted to kill me, to take revenge for his family. But after I found the treehouse, I immediately changed my route and rushed towards King Boar. Wang De did not expect this, and missed me, but unexpectedly found Fangzheng. His source of information was those few hunters, and he did not know that I have a twin brother. He thought Fangzheng was me, and wanted to kill him, but was stopped by the surrounding Gu masters. Now the question is Wang De dead? Fong Yuan frowned. Wang De successfully escaped, Wang De was captured, or Wang De was killed. These 3 scenarios would affect his plans and arrangements. After thinking for a while, Fong Yuan decided to act according to the original plan. The academy elder's expression was ugly. Fangzheng was actually assassinated. Without any clues, he would never have guessed that Fangzheng was helping Fong Yuan block the calamity, and instead linked it to the Bai and Xiong clans. Fangzheng was the only A-grade genius in Guyue village in the past 3 years. The Bai and Xiong clans naturally would not sit by and watch him grow. Sending Gu masters to carry out assassinations, nipping him in the bud, this was very normal. Even the Guyue village was doing this. Secretly sending Gu masters to assassinate the other 2 clans' genius students. The assassin was killed on the spot. I wonder how Fangzheng's injuries are. The academy elder was worried. At this time, the guard handed over a piece of paper. The academy elder took the paper, and absent-mindedly read, in this year's examination, the results are as follows. Guyue City, 16 wild boar teeth, Guyue Mabe, 14 wild boar teeth. Only then did the surrounding students' attention get drawn over. The results were clear at a glance. The D-grade students, although working together, could only get 3 to 4 wild boar teeth. Most of the students in the 3rd and 2nd grades had 8 or 9 pills. More than 10 boar teeth was an excellent result. The best was Guyue City, with 16. Next was Guyue Mabe. As for Fangzheng, he had 10. Guyue Mabe's face was full of pride. He was lucky this time, encountering 2 wild boars fighting, thus benefiting from it. Guyue Mabe, on the other hand, was very indignant. He actually let Guyue City suppress him. The academy elder continued to announce, next, I announce, the first in this examination is, wait. Fong Yuan stepped out from the crowd. Fong Yuan, you're late. The examination has already ended an hour ago. According to the rules, the number of wild boar teeth you got will be reduced by 4 as punishment. Guyue City immediately shouted. Fong Yuan ignored him. He opened the bag on his back, then grabbed the bottom of the bag and hung it upside down in front of everyone. Hua! Dozens of shining white wild boar teeth quickly piled up beside his feet. This! Chicheng's mouth was wide open. Mabe and the others all stared with their eyes wide open. How can there be so many? This is too much. The academy elder looked at Fang Yuan, his expression carrying a hint of surprise. Fang Yuan, did you hunt all of these? Fang Yuan cupped his fists and answered, I only hunted about 10 myself. But I accidentally found a bag, probably hidden by a hunter. There were many wild boar teeth inside. I thought for a while, the mid-year examination is for us to try our best to gather as many wild boar teeth as possible in one day. There's no written rule that we must kill wild boars, so I brought them here. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place was in an uproar. How can you do this? This luck is too good. This is too fake. Could he have missed the question and then cheated? The academy elder stared closely at Fang Yuan. After staring for a while, he announced, in this examination, Fang Yuan is first. The atmosphere in the patriarch's pavilion was quite heavy. Guo sat on the main seat, while the rest of the elders sat in 2 rows, suppressing their anger. Guo Ji, you are our clan's #1 healing Gu master, let me ask you, how is Fangzheng's situation? Clan leader Guo asked one of the clan elders. Guo Ji was an old woman with a stooped back and a face full of wrinkles like tree bark. She coughed twice and slowly said, reporting to Patriarch, the current situation has been stabilized. Fangzheng's life was not in danger, but he was still unconscious. His aptitude did not decline because of this. It's good that it did not decline. Guo let out a long breath and asked the punishment hall elder on the left, did you find out about the assassin? The punishment hall elder was not as experienced as Guo Ji. He immediately stood up from his seat and lowered his head, found out. 35 years old, male, identity unknown. Suspected to be a demonic Gu master, possessing 2 Gu worms. One is a shadow bug, the other is a love parting. Guo nodded, looks like he is an assassin. Love separation, the #1 poison in rank 2. It is not strange that he could kill 3 of our Gu masters. Clan leader, do we still need to investigate this? If it is not the Bai clan, then it is the Xiong clan. Guo Lian shouted, his eyes looking like they were about to spit fire. Shadow worm, love separation, this does not seem like a spy that the Bai clan and Xiong clan secretly nurtured. Maybe it is a foreign demonic Gu master who wanted to attach himself to the clan. After receiving instructions to express his loyalty, he came to assassinate Fangzheng. No matter what, the other 2 villages will definitely not be able to get away with this matter. Guo Chen said coldly. These 2 elders in power, although they did not get along normally, once an external enemy appeared, they would put aside their differences and work closely together. Guo nodded, he thought so too. Wang De had disappeared for 3 whole years without any news. In the hearts of the villagers, he was long dead, thus his identity was a mystery. Guo's higher-ups did not know about this. Normally, they would not care about the death of a serf. Everyone's gazes were focused on the Bai clan and Xiong clan. At this time, the academy elder walked in. Lord Clan Leader. He had a worried expression. Just as he opened his mouth, Guo answered, Academy Elder, don't worry. Fangzheng is fine, his aptitude is still a grade. The academy elder's expression immediately relaxed. Oh right, are the other students safe? How are their results in this examination, what is Fangzheng's rank? Guo asked casually. The academy elder answered truthfully. When he said that Fang Yuan had accidentally picked up a bag of wild boar teeth and got first place, Guo's gaze flashed. The hall was silent. All the clan elders seemed to have sensed something and quietly observed their surroundings. The originally tense and resentful atmosphere also became subtle. Chapter 80. In the hall, clan leader Guo was expressionless, his eyes deep as he sat at the head of the table. The remaining dozen or so elders were all sitting upright with their heads lowered. They only used the corner of their eyes to vaguely glance left and right, trying to discern some clues from the expressions of the people around them. The atmosphere became strange. Fang Yuan being able to get first place, there must be a deeper meaning behind it. He actually said he found a bag with a wild boar's tusk on the way. This is too fake. This bag can only be prepared by someone in secret, it is impossible for Fang Yuan to do it alone. That is to say, someone is secretly helping Fang Yuan. This year's mid-year examination is different from the past. Because we need to mobilize tens of rank 2 Gu masters to monitor and observe, the contents of this examination are not only known by the Academy Elder, but also many other clan elders. To prepare this bag in advance, only the clan elders present, or even the clan leader. The clan elders were all experienced, having been in the political arena for many years, they immediately thought of many things. Fangjing was an A-grade talent. If he was nurtured to rank 4, what would that be? That would be the next clan leader. Fang Yuan was Fangjing's brother, although he was only a C-grade talent, just this bit of blood relationship was worth investing in. To clan leader Gyue Bo, if he secretly helped Fang Yuan and brought him into his system, it would be a good bond for Fangjing in the future. To the clan elders, Fangjing was the only A-grade talent in recent years, and had already been brought into the clan leader's faction. If he was really nurtured, the clan leader's faction would become even stronger. If the clan elders took Fang Yuan in for their own use, using this blood relationship, he would be an extremely useful chess piece to deal with Fangjing in the future. So, the tens of people sitting in this hall all had the motive to help Fang Yuan. But who could it be? Gyue pondered, I did not recruit Fang Yuan, who could be helping him in secret? Was it that old fellow Mo Chen? That was possible. Although Fang Yuan had killed his family's servants, they were nothing. Even if they were all dead, he wouldn't feel any heartache. It was more likely that the patriarch would take in Gyue Fangjing and then pull Gyue and Fang Yuan over. This way, he would have more control over Fangjing. It's just that, the usual practice is to recruit them at the end of the year. To make a move in the middle of the year, this is breaking the rules. It's not a violation of the rules, but it's indeed a violation of the law. Who thinks so highly of Fang Yuan? Who thinks more highly of him than me? Gyue and Mo Chen were also thinking. As a matter of fact, after Fang Yuan killed Gao Wan and dismembered his corpse as a gift, he had a whole new level of respect for Fang Yuan, and even had some thoughts of recruiting him. However, this kind of recruitment usually happened at the end of the year, when the students graduated from the academy. The fact that Fang Yuan had been recruited ahead of time caught Gyue and Mo Chen off guard. Gyue Bo's gaze was mainly focused on the faces of the two authoritative elders, Gyue Mo Chen and Gyue Lian. This clan leader thought more deeply and more deeply. Fang Yuan had brazenly told a lie and won first place. This behavior had a sense of unscrupulousness, and it was also a signal to the outside world. It was to let them see that Fang Yuan was under my protection. I had taken him in ahead of time, so you'd better not touch him. Who could this person be? In the Gyue family, the political structure was a tripartite balance of power. Aside from the patriarch, there was Gyue Lian representing the Qi bloodline, and Gyue Mo Chen representing the Mo bloodline. Gyue Bo was well aware that he hadn't done anything to recruit Fang Yuan. Then the biggest suspects were Gyue Lian and Gyue Mo Chen. These two old fellows' acting skills are getting better and better. Just by looking at their expressions, I really can't tell. Could it be that it wasn't them, but some other small power? Gyue Bo observed and guessed without leaving a trace. He didn't know that the other elders were the same as him, observing, suspecting, and trying to figure it out. The academy elder was also guessing, but he had always maintained a neutral position, dissociating himself from the political struggle, so his thoughts were much simpler. So Fang Yuan was recruited by one of the elders. No wonder he let Fangjing, Ma Bei, and Qiqing go when he was extorting. I guess the person who recruited him was either the patriarch, Qi Lian, or Mo Chen. This is a good thing. This means that he has already recognized reality, and has begun to integrate into the family. No matter what, he is still a part of the family. In the future, he will completely integrate into the family, and will be willing to dedicate his life to the family. After a moment of silence, Gyue Bo couldn't see any clues, so he opened his mouth. It is impolite not to reciprocate, the other party actually started to target Fangjing. Our Guyue family is not easy to bully, we must return the favor. Dark Hall Elder, plan this matter first, then report to me. Understood, Lord Patriarch. The Dark Hall Elder immediately nodded his head in agreement. As for Guyue Fangjing, I am worried that his spirit will be affected by this unforeseen event. He is a great aptitude to our family, there is no need to say more. From today onwards, I will tutor him alone. Guyue Bo said again. No elder raised any objections. Actually, many people knew that the Patriarch had secretly given Guyue Fangjing special treatment. Bringing this matter up now, even though it went against the principle of fairness, but the reason was sufficient, and the elders couldn't stop him. As for Guyue Fangyuan, Guyue Bo purposely dragged out his words. At that moment, all the elders perked up their ears. Could it be that the Patriarch secretly helped Fangyuan? Guyue Bo looked around, he was also observing the expressions of the surrounding elders. But he was destined to be disappointed. Thus, he could only continue. It was not easy for him to obtain first place with C-grade aptitude. I will personally reward him with 30 pieces of primeval stones. Academy Elder, pass a message to him, tell him to work hard. Yes, Lord Patriarch. The Academy Elder bowed and accepted the order. 30 primordial stones, what is the meaning of this insignificant reward? The clan elders all frowned. No matter who secretly recruited Fang Yuan, these 30 yuan stone are my goodwill. After all, other than Guyue, there is still the Bai clan and Xiong clan. Guyue Bo sighed in his heart. Fangjing's assassination was due to an external enemy. Fang Yuan's cheating was due to internal strife. To deal with external enemies, one naturally had to use forceful methods. To deal with internal strife, Patriarch Guyue Bo was mainly conciliatory, in order to avoid too much internal strife, which would cause the overall strength of the family to decline. Alright, this matter will be settled like this for now. Everyone, step down and focus on your work. The prosperity of the family is inseparable from everyone's performance. Guyue Bo waved his hand. Yes, Lord Patriarch. Then we will take our leave. The elders left one by one, and after a few breaths, only Guyue Bo was left in the hall. He sighed deeply, using his fingers to massage his temples. As the Patriarch, he was the person with the highest authority in the Guyue clan. But it was not easy for him, he had to coordinate the interests of many parties. He could not do as he pleased. The power in the clan was intertwined, passed down from generation to generation, and had a long history, with many restrictions. Externally, he had to face the arrogant Xiong clan, and the rising Bai clan. Internally, he had to deal with the complicated political struggles in the clan. Although he was middle-aged, his hair had already turned white. These years as the Patriarch, although I have sufficient resources, my cultivation progress has been slow, and my mind has been burdened by the clan's affairs. Sometimes, I really want to be a lone ranger, free and relaxed. Without any burden, my steps would naturally be light, and maybe I can walk even further on the path of cultivation. Guyue Bo sighed in his heart. Once you enter the clan's system, you will have responsibilities, and with responsibilities, it will not be easy, and you will not be able to cultivate wholeheartedly. But conversely, if you don't enter the clan's system, the clan will not provide you with resources. Without resources, a lone Gu master's cultivation will also have a hard time. This formed a contradiction, a vicious circle. It was this vicious circle that shackled the future of many, burying many people's talents and talents. Wang De died. 3 days later, Fang Yuan got the news. At the same time, he heard from Jiang He that the 2 young hunters had indeed gone missing when they went hunting in the mountains. As for the hunter whose right hand was cut off by Fang Yuan, he committed suicide at home due to depression. When Jiang He said this, he looked at Fang Yuan with a profound gaze. He saw Wang Da's corpse later, and naturally recognized his identity. But he did not dare to say Wang Da's true identity. He was a Gu master stationed in the village, and had responsibilities. As long as one entered the system, regardless of position, they would have responsibilities. Wang De had been a demonic Gu master for more than 3 years, but as a Gu master stationed in the village, he did not investigate. If it was really investigated, it would be a big stain on his resume, and his future in the clan would be ruined. He also tried his best to suppress the strange deaths of the 3 young hunters. Fang Yuan, we are all acquaintances now. From now on, if you buy anything from my cousin Jiang Yi's shop, you will get a 50% discount. At one time, Jiang He said to Fang Yuan. The others were all dead, and only he and Fang Yuan knew the truth of this matter. But if this matter was exposed, it would not have much impact on Fang Yuan. Because he only killed 3 serfs, even if he killed 30, the clan would not pursue it. At most, it would be a symbolic punishment like a dozen yuan stone. Jiang He took the initiative to bribe, and Fang Yuan naturally did not refuse. To Fang Yuan, this matter was full of surprises and thrills from beginning to end, but the good thing was the result was good. After this matter, Fang Yuan, who had no foundation in the clan, gained half an ally, and a non-existent backer. It was this mysterious backer that gave Fang Yuan a second layer of protection. When he gradually became no longer weak, this protection would play a key role, at least able to support his cultivation until rank 2, and not attract too much pressure. Now, he could clearly feel the academy elders' attitude towards him softening. More than 10 days passed in a flash. After Guyue Fangzheng and Guyue Mabe, Fang Yuan and Qicheng successfully advanced to rank 1 upper stage at almost the same time. Although the robbery and extortion still continued, he no longer robbed Fangzheng, Mabe, and Qicheng's yuan stone. He became more and more low-key, and his strength also grew at a speed several times faster than in his previous life. Chapter 81. Time flew by like a white steed, summer passed and autumn came. In the tunnel, Fang Yuan once again stood in front of the boulder blocking the way. Because the weather was getting colder, he wore a simple long-sleeved shirt. But his body was no longer as skinny as it was a few months ago. His chest, arms, legs, and abdomen all had obvious muscle groups. These muscles were not protruding like the boulder, but had a streamlined shape. Together with Fang Yuan's growing body, and his white skin, it gave off a youthful and energetic feeling. Since 3 days ago, the white boar goo can no longer increase my strength. That means, I already have the strength of a boar, and have reached the flower wine monk's goal. Today, I will push this boulder again. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed, his right leg stepped forward, his left leg behind, forming a bow step. He placed both of his hands on the surface of the boulder, took a deep breath, and exerted force. The boulder, under the push of his hands, slowly moved, then slowly moved, and finally rolled forward. The path blocked by the boulder was a slanted tunnel. The flower wine monk had processed the boulder into a spherical shape, and was most suitable for rolling. This was probably his intention, to let the successor push the boulder, and roll it up. 10 steps, 20 steps, 30 steps. Fang Yuan pushed forward step by step, silently calculating in his heart, last week, I pushed 45 steps, and my stamina was exhausted, so I had to give up. This time, I wonder how far I can push it. 40 steps, 45 steps, after a while, Fang Yuan broke the original record. But he was also extremely tired. 46 steps, 47 steps, Fang Yuan could clearly feel, at this step, his stamina was almost depleted. 48, 49 steps, he gathered his remaining strength, and advanced another 2 steps. Finally, he could not walk anymore, his whole body was drenched in sweat. Using his shoulders and legs to support himself against the boulder, he took a few deep breaths. Should I give up? Fang Yuan could not help but think. This was a slanted tunnel, and on the way back, he would expend a lot of stamina. After all, the round stone still had to roll down, and during this process, he still had to support it. If he directly let go and ran, the round stone would roll faster and faster. He didn't want to be crushed into a pile of meat paste by the round stone in time. But after thinking about it, Fang Yuan felt a little unwilling, so he pushed a few more steps. The 50th step. He suddenly felt the pressure from the boulder lessen. It turned out that the boulder had rolled up a flight of stairs. Fong Yuan pushed a few more steps and went around the boulder. He found himself in a secret room. This secret chamber was about the same size as the secret cave in the stone crack. Fong Yuan temporarily named it the second chamber. There was nothing in the secret chamber, and the walls were made of a strange red soil that emitted a dim red light. On the other side of the secret room was a crude gray stone door. It should be the work of the flower wine monk in a hurry. Fong Yuan rested for a while and did not immediately push open the stone door. Instead, he made a new discovery. He noticed that the ground in front of the stone door was wet. Could it be? A thought appeared in Fong Yuan's mind. He squatted down and stretched out his hands, pushing aside the soft and wet soil. The second earth treasury flower. Fong Yuan laughed heartily and carefully pushed aside the petals, taking out the goo worm that was soaking in the golden nectar. Activating his primeval essence, it was instantly refined. This was a jade skin goo. It looked like a bug, flat and wide, with a small head. Its light green body was oval in shape, emitting a layer of jade light. After I got the white boar goo, I was still thinking about where to get another jade skin goo. That way, I can fuse it into the white jade goo. To think that the flower wine monk had already prepared one for me. Fong Yuan's thoughts moved quickly, thinking about the effects of this jade skin goo. This was already Fong Yuan's sixth goo worm. Although he had 5 goo worms before, none of them could be used for defense. With the jade skin goo, he could finally fill the gap in his defense. Sometimes, defense often meant offense. This was not hard to understand. Take Fong Yuan for example, he used the white boar goo to raise his strength to the strength of a boar. Logically speaking, this kind of strength could allow him to smash soft rocks with one punch, but Fong Yuan had never done so before. Because he knew that his defense was not strong enough. If he punched, the rocks would shatter, but his fist would also be a bloody mess. Now that he had the jade skin goo's defense, he could fully display his strength. Of course, there were good and bad sides to the influence. The jade skin goo's value was high, and its defense was one of the best among the rank 1 goo worms. But it was not easy to feed. Every 10 days, it had to eat 2 tails of jade. Jade was more expensive in the market, so let's not talk about it. The main problem was the source. Fongzheng also had a jade skin goo, but he had the support of the clan leader, who provided him with jade. If Fong Yuan wanted to obtain jade, he could only buy it, but it was too easy to give himself away. Originally, to feed the white boar goo, I needed to kill wild boars regularly, and that was already troublesome. Now that I have this jade skin goo, am I supposed to go mining everywhere? Fong Yuan laughed bitterly, as a new problem appeared in front of him. Keeping the jade skin goo and keeping it in his aperture, Fong Yuan slowly pushed open the stone door. The stone door was heavy, and if Fong Yuan did not have the white boar goo to increase his strength, he would not have been able to push it open. But now, with Fong Yuan's 2 hands pushing, the stone door slowly opened. The scene outside the door appeared in front of Fong Yuan, and his field of vision suddenly expanded. This was no longer a narrow tunnel or a secret cave, but a spacious underground stone forest. Fong Yuan roughly estimated, and with just a rough estimate, he knew that this underground stone forest had an area of at least 30 mu. On Earth, a standard football field was only 11 mu. I should be inside Qingmao Mountain, and this space should be naturally formed. Fong Yuan looked at the surrounding stone walls. The stone walls of this space were all above 16 meters, and the ceiling was naturally a stone wall. From the ceiling, huge dark red stone pillars hung down. Every stone pillar emitted a faint red light, and so did the surrounding stone walls. Just like the tunnel and the secret cave, although the light in this space was dim, it was enough for Fong Yuan to see some things clearly. Fong Yuan looked around, and saw that the stone pillars were like inverted trees, with no branches, and only a lonely trunk was left. The surface of the stone pillars was not smooth, and was filled with small black holes. Countless stone pillars of different sizes hung down, forming an inverted stone forest within the mountain. Nature was such an uncanny workmanship. Fong Yuan was knowledgeable, and was not surprised. He only stared at the black holes on the stone pillars, and his brows furrowed. He somewhat understood the flower wine monk's intention in setting up the jade skin goo. If I'm not wrong. Fong Yuan flipped his right hand, and shot out a moonblade. The eerie blue moonblade drew a straight line in the air, and accurately shot into one of the black holes on the stone pillar. From the black hole came a sharp and angry cry. With a swoosh, a gray monkey flew out of the hole, and suddenly pounced towards Fong Yuan. Chi chi chi! Fong Yuan shot out 3 moonblades in a row. The monkey could not borrow strength in the air, but its tail was extremely agile, and as it swung, it actually caused its body to somersault in the air. After dodging 2 moonblades, it was finally hit by the 3rd moonblade. With a plop, it fell to the ground, dead. It died, but did not shed a single drop of blood. The gray body suddenly turned to stone, and in an instant, it turned from a body of flesh and blood into a stone monkey statue. The statue's posture, the expression on its face, was exactly the same as the monkey's before it died, lifelike. After 2 breaths, the stone monkey's surface made a cracking sound, and cracks rapidly spread from inside to outside of its body. Then, with a crack, it broke into small pieces of stone. It really is an underground beast horde, Jade Stone Monkey. Fong Yuan walked closer and squatted down, pushing aside the rubble, and took out 2 jade green round beads. These 2 round beads were the eyes of the Jade Stone Monkey. After this strange creature died, its body would turn into gray rubble, and only its eyes would turn into 2 jade round beads. Every jade bead was extremely heavy, weighing at least 1 tael. This meant that as long as he killed the Jade Stone Monkey, the jade skin goo's food problem would be solved. But I not only need to feed the jade skin goo, I also need to continue inheriting the flower wine monk's legacy. The next clue to the flower wine monk's legacy should be somewhere in this stone forest. Fong Yuan frowned. This was troublesome. He tried to take a few steps forward, his gaze focused on the stone pillar. On the 7th step, on the stone pillar closest to him, in the densely packed stone holes, pairs of green eyes gradually lit up. Immediately, a drop of cold sweat flowed down from Fong Yuan's forehead. He quickly retracted his foot, and the countless green eyes in the small black hole dimmed again. Obviously, each pair of eyes represented a Jade Stone Monkey. The Jade Stone Monkeys were extremely agile, and Fong Yuan had to use 4 moonblades to kill one. On each stone pillar, there were at least 100 Jade Stone Monkeys. And in the entire stone forest, who knew how many of these monkeys there were? With Fong Yuan's current strength, if he were to be surrounded by 4 monkeys, he would die with a grievance. If the defense of the jade skin goo was included, Fong Yuan alone could at most deal with 12 Jade Stone Monkeys. But luckily, these monkeys usually slept in the black hole, and when they were hungry or thirsty, they would gnaw on the stones around them. The stone pillar was their home, and also their food. Unless one was within 10 meters of them, or provoked them, they would not come out. In the words of Earth, they were a group of house monkeys. Chapter 82. The autumn wind rustled, and red leaves fell. The weeds were yellow, and red or orange wild fruits hung on the branches. Humph! The black wild boar's hair stood up, its forehooves stampeding on the ground. The ground on the mountain was covered in a thick layer of fallen leaves. The wild boar charged over, bringing with it a gust of wind, and the fallen leaves danced behind it. Fong Yuan stood there quietly, looking at the wild boar getting closer, his face cold. Kill! He suddenly took a big step forward, and then his legs took turns to move, not dodging, but charging towards the wild boar. The wild boar's 2 snow-white tusks pierced through the air, emitting killing intent. Fong Yuan dodged the tusks, and slammed his shoulder into the wild boar's head. Just as they were about to collide, a light green jade light flashed on Fong Yuan's shoulder. Jade skin goo! Bam! With a muffled sound, the 2 fiercely collided. Fong Yuan took 3 steps back, while the wild boar took 1 step back. Honestly speaking, between the two sides, Fang Yuan was slightly stronger. But Fang Yuan's two legs could not support the wild boar's four hooves, and at the same time, the wild boar's center of gravity was much lower and more stable than Fang Yuan's. But the wild boar's head was hit by Fang Yuan, and although it was still standing, its fat body was already shaking. Fang Yuan shouted, and charged forward again, his left hand pressing on the wild boar's tusks, and his right fist raised high. The light green jade light formed a thin membrane, covering the surface of his fist. Bam! The fist smashed down, and the wild boar immediately cried out in pain, struggling with all its might. The muscles on Fang Yuan's left arm bulged, and the veins popped out, like earthworms coiling around his arm, tightly restraining the wild boar. At the same time, his right fist continued to be raised high, and then smashed down heavily. Bam bam bam. Every time his fist hit the wild boar's head, the jade light on his fist would explode once. The wild boar was smashed by the fist until it was dizzy, and its struggling became weaker and weaker. Final blow. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with electricity. He stretched his upper body and straightened his right arm, raising it to the highest point. Then, he bent his right elbow and smashed it down. The green jade light stuck closely to Fang Yuan's right elbow. Following Fang Yuan's movements, it drew a green shadow in the air. Bang! Fang Yuan knelt on one knee and smashed the wild boar's skull with his elbow. The wild boar did not even have the time to let out a final scream before it suddenly stopped. A pig's head was completely deformed. The broken white skull pierced through the black skin and was exposed. Fresh blood and brain matter flowed out slowly, dyeing the layers of withered leaves in a brilliant scarlet color. A bleak autumn wind blew over. It rolled up a few fallen leaves and blew away the steam from the pig's blood. Life should be as splendid as the summer flowers. Death should be as beautiful as autumn leaves, Fang Yuan murmured, appreciating the scene. The living were strong and brilliant, while the dead were cold and silent. Between life and death, there was such a strong contrast, showing the cruelty of nature and the brilliance of life. No matter which world, the victor is splendid and brilliant, while the loser is cold and desolate. The difference between victory and defeat, to me, is the difference between life and death. Because walking on the demonic path, once one fails, it usually means death. Fang Yuan leaned against the boar's corpse and sat cross-legged on the ground. He let out the white boar goo and let it eat the boar, before sending a portion of his consciousness into his aperture. The dark green bronze primeval sea in his aperture was rising and falling, waves rising and falling. When the primeval sea was at the great circle, it occupied 44% of the aperture's volume. In the intense battle earlier, Fang Yuan had used the jade skin goo many times to increase his defense, causing his primeval essence to be consumed. Now, he only had 36% of his primeval essence left. Calculating, he had only used 80% of his primeval essence, not even 10%. But because this was rank 1 peak stage dark green primeval essence, the consumption was huge. Rank 1 initial stage was jade green primeval essence. Rank 1 middle stage was pale green primeval essence. Rank 1 upper stage was dark green primeval essence. Rank 1 peak stage was dark green primeval essence. Concentrated was the essence. Activating the moonlight goo once required 10% of the jade green primeval essence, but when converted to pale green primeval essence, it only required 5%. The dark green primeval essence was reduced by half, and so was the dark green primeval essence. That is to say, 10% dark green primeval essence was equivalent to 20% dark green, 40% pale green, and 80% jade green. Using the jade skin goo consumed 80% of the dark green primeval essence, and when converted to rank 1 initial stage jade green primeval essence, it was 64%. If Fang Yuan was still at initial stage, his aperture would only have 44% primeval essence, and after using half of it, the primeval sea in his aperture would be completely used up. The higher the goo master's cultivation, the stronger their battle strength, and this is reflected in their primeval essence. The higher the rank, the darker the color of the primeval essence, and the more durable it is. But my dark green primeval essence was refined by the liquor worm on the basis of upper stage primeval essence. Unlike Fangjing, who has already advanced to rank 1 peak stage. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's gaze flashed. Time passed quickly, and it was already late autumn. It had been more than 2 months since Wang Da's assassination. Fangjing was poisoned, and had been unconscious for 7 days and 7 nights. When he woke up, it was as if he had changed into a different person. He became extremely hardworking, and his cultivation was extremely arduous. Some people say, every tribulation in life is a fortune akin to gold. Regardless of whether this was true or not, Fangjing had indeed learned a lot from this tribulation. He was like an unpolished jade, and after being polished, the beautiful jade inside was revealed. He was the first student to advance to upper stage, and not long ago, he was the first to advance to rank 1 peak stage, once again leaving his peers behind. The radiance of a great aptitude began to shine from his body. I am not far from the peak, at most 10 days to half a month. Speaking of which, I have never stopped nurturing my aperture, but C grade aptitude cannot be compared to A or B grade aptitude. At the same time, there is another reason. Fang Yuan thought of this, and his mouth opened, letting out a silent bitter laugh. Every once in a while, he would hunt jade-eye stone monkeys, and feed them to the jade skin goo. At the same time, he would continue to search in the stone forest, in order to find clues to the flower wine monk's next power inheritance. The terrain of the stone forest was rather complicated, and huge rocks hung vertically from the ceiling. If Fang Yuan was not careful, he would get too close to a stone pillar, and attract the attack of the jade-eye stone monkeys. There were many times when Fang Yuan was chased by tens of jade-eye stone monkeys. The most dangerous time was when he was retreating, he stepped into the warning line of another stone pillar, and attracted the pursuit of 2 groups of over 100 stone monkeys. Luckily, these jade-eye stone monkeys had a shut-in nature, and every time they chased, they would not chase too far. After chasing for a distance, they would often return home, and continue to shut in. Even so, there were many times when Fang Yuan was on the brink of death. At crucial times, the jade skin goo played a very good defensive role. Such explorations required Fang Yuan to invest large amounts of time and energy, and this was the main reason why his cultivation progress was so slow. But even so, it's much better than my previous life. Also, exploring the stone forest is not without results. At least I know that there are no problems with the surrounding stone walls. My initial guess is that the next clue to the power inheritance should be somewhere in the stone forest. As Fang Yuan was deep in thought, a black shadow stepped over the dead branches, approaching. This was a wandering old wolf. It had a brown fur coat and was limping. One of its eyes was disabled, and its remaining left eye emitted a cruel and alert green light. It stared closely at Fang Yuan, its nose twitching. Wolves were like dogs, and had a keen sense of smell. It should have been attracted by the smell of pig blood. Wolves were usually pack animals, but there were also wandering crippled wolves like this. There was competition within the wolf pack, and to maintain the vitality of the entire pack, they would get rid of the crippled old wolves with low battle strength. Fang Yuan quickly stood up, quietly looking at this old wolf. In the past, when he killed a wild boar, he would have little primeval essence left, and his battle strength would decrease greatly. When encountering wild beasts, he would choose to avoid them. But these few months, his battle strength had increased rapidly, and with the jade skin goo, it was more than enough to deal with a crippled wolf. The entire mountain was covered in red leaves. The setting sun shone down. One man and one wolf were 50 steps apart, quietly looking at each other. In the wolf's eyes, a green light shone, revealing a cruel and cunning intent. As for Fang Yuan's eyes, they were deep and dark, emitting a cold intent. The white boar goo came out. It had eaten its fill, and flew back into Fang Yuan's aperture in satisfaction. The old wolf looked at the wild boar on the ground, only bones and skin were left, the meat was almost eaten up by the white boar goo. The green light in the wolf's eyes shrunk, and it took a few steps back, before turning around and entering the forest. To be able to survive until now, this old wolf naturally had a certain level of intelligence. It sharply sensed Fang Yuan's terror and cautiously chose to retreat. It came suddenly, and left in a hurry. There was no noise from the wild boar's charge, no noise from the tiger's growl. The battle with Fang Yuan started and ended in silence. Under the theme of life and death, who knows how many wonders nature has nurtured? Fang Yuan stood on the spot, not giving chase. There was nothing on this old wolf that was worth his time. Howl! But at the next moment, the old wolf's miserable howl was heard. The wolf howl suddenly erupted, and instantly stopped. As such, there was a thick aura of death. Crack, crack. From the forest, there was the sound of twigs being stepped on. The sound was unrestrained, getting closer and closer. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. To be able to get rid of that crafty old wolf in an instant. His gaze became colder. Chapter 83. The footsteps got closer, and soon the dark green bushes at the edge of the slope were forcefully separated. A tall man stepped onto the slope and appeared in Fang Yuan's vision. He had a head full of short black hair, each strand of hair was straight and strong. He was bare-chested, and his skin was crimson red. He was nearly 2 meters tall, and in the late autumn chill, he gave people the feeling that he was a moving furnace. It was as if every breath he took could raise the surrounding temperature. On his waist hung a group of wild beasts' corpses. There was a fox, a wild rabbit, a pheasant, and the old wolf that had just left. Seeing Fang Yuan, he was slightly stunned, and immediately took big steps, brushing past Fang Yuan's shoulder. Guiyue Shan. Looking at the back of the huge man, Fang Yuan thought of a name. This person was the representative of the Qi faction, rank 2 upper stage cultivation. Speaking of which, his experience was similar to Fang Yuan's. This person was also gifted. When he was young, he was already very strong. When he was 10, he accidentally killed an adult servant. When he was 12, he could pick up a heavy stone mill and play with it like a frisbee. At that time, he was looked upon favorably by the clan, and was thought to be an A-grade talent. But after the awakening ceremony, he was tested to be only a B-grade talent. He was originally arrogant and condescending, but after this incident, his temperament changed, and he became much calmer. Although he was only a B-grade, in his year, he was the number 1 student. After a year of schooling, he left the academy and worked hard, and soon he stood out. After a few years, he had become an elite among the rank 2 Gu masters in the clan. Happiness could not teach people the truth of life, only pain could. In the clan, youngsters attend the awakening ceremony at 15 and enter the academy. They graduate from the academy at 16 and form a 5-man team to complete the clan's missions. At the same time, they have the right to inherit the clan's assets and split the clan. From the age of 16, their cultivation continues to improve, and the difficulty of the missions continue to rise, and their status continues to rise. Some were dead, and some were alive. Some are crippled, their cultivation drops, and they struggle at death's door. Some go through hardships and become rank 3 Gu masters, promoted to clan elder, and become a higher up. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered as he thought of many things. The further a Gu master cultivates, the harder it gets, the harder it is to advance. Adding on the harsh living conditions, there were very few who could advance to the 3rd rank. Speaking of which, it's almost winter. I have been in the academy for almost a full year. Every batch of students had 2 major assessments. The first was the mid-year assessment, and the content was different for every batch. The second segment was the year-end exam. The content remained the same, it was all arena battles. After the arena battle, I won't be able to stay in the academy's dormitory anymore. I have to move out. Where would he live after moving out? It was impossible for Fang Yuan to live with his uncle and aunt. They were more than happy to do so. In this world, 16 was the age of adulthood, the age of initiation. In addition, Fang Yuan had too many secrets, so he had to live alone. In my previous life, when I graduated from the academy, I had just completed the middle stage of the first transition. In this life, the situation would be much better. By then, he would definitely be at the peak of the first transition. But to be able to achieve so much with C-grade talent, it wasn't without a price. In the process, I used up a large amount of yuan stone. Fang Yuan frowned. He didn't have much yuan stone left. Due to his limited talent, the amount of yuan stone he used for cultivation was much more than Fangjing, Qicheng and Mabe. He raised 6 gu worms by himself. Other than that, refining the liquor worm, nurturing the aperture, activating the white boar gu to increase its strength, etc., all required primeval essence. After the primeval essence was used up, just the recovery speed of a C-grade talent would not be able to satisfy his needs. He could only use yuan stone to absorb the natural primeval essence within to replenish it. Luckily, he had the spring-autumn cicada, and had obtained gu from the earth treasury flower twice. Thus, refining gu worms did not require a large amount of yuan stone. This made him feel slightly better. But after this, he would have to rent a house and buy some household items after he graduated from the academy. After the peak, he would have to charge for rank 2. This process would use up a large amount of yuan stone. After rank 2, he would have to fuse gu worms, and every fusion would require a large sum of money. Just these alone, his increasingly strained financial situation would not be able to support it. Furthermore, even if he could get through this, he would have to continue feeding gu worms and continue to cultivate. During the mid-year examinations, if he had not used the wild boar tusks to exchange for a large amount of yuan stone, relieving a large portion of his stress, he would not have been able to hold on. If not, he would not have been able to hold on. Yuan stone, the flower wine monk's inheritance did not provide yuan stone, what a pity. The yuan stone that he extorted from his classmates is the main source of support. But after the students graduate from the academy's allowance will stop, so I cannot continue extorting. But the first place in the year-end examinations seems to be able to get 150 yuan stone as a reward. Fang Yuan pondered in his heart. If he could get first place, with the 150 yuan stone, his huge financial pressure would be slightly alleviated. Time passed quickly, autumn passed and winter came. In the academy's battle arena, the 3 arenas had already been constructed. Beside the arenas, near the bamboo walls of the arena, there was a shed with a long table and reclining chairs. The academy elder, clan leader and a few other clan elders were all sitting under the shed. It was snowing lightly. 57 students stood upright in the arena. Their noses were red from the cold, and as they breathed out hot air. The academy elder said loudly, "In the blink of an eye, a year has passed. In this year, you have all received training in the academy, and already possess the basic qualities of a gu master. Tomorrow is the year-end arena examination, it will test the results of your studies. At that time, not only will the clan leader and a few elders be present, there will also be your seniors and your seniors observing from the side, picking out those who perform well and accepting them into different groups. Tomorrow, your performance will greatly affect your future. The first place in the examination, not only will you get 150 yuan stone as a reward, you will also have the priority to choose your gu worm. Now, you will begin your final cultivation examination in the academy." After saying this, the academy elder nodded towards the gu master standing at the side. The middle-aged female gu master received the signal, and read out the first name on the list, Guyue Jinzhu. A young girl walked out of the crowd with a nervous expression, walking in front of the gu master. The gu master stretched out her hand, touching the girl's abdomen, closing her eyes to feel for a while, before opening them and announcing, "Guyue Jinzhu, rank 1 middle stage. Next, Guyue Peng." One by one, the youths went up for the examination, and walked down, returning to the group. Their expressions were different, some disappointed, some happy. The worst result was naturally rank 1 initial stage. Without exception, they were all D-grade talents. Most of their cultivation was rank 1 middle stage, and among these people, only a few had D-grade talent, while most of them had C-grade talent. Guyue City. The middle-aged female gu master called out. Among all the people of the same age, the shortest Guyue City puffed out his chest and walked out. After a round of examination, the middle-aged female Gu master opened her eyes. Gu City, Rank 1 Peak Stage. From the start of the examination, this was the first Rank 1 Peak Stage Gu master. The clan elders present could not help but nod lightly. An elder recognized him, saying softly, "This is Gu Lian's grandson, B-grade talent, no wonder." Outside the shed, the youths were also whispering to each other. Qiqing is Rank 1 Peak Stage, I wonder if Ma Bei is. The two of them are sworn enemies. To be able to rise to the peak, they are all B or A grade. Psi, Us D and C grade are poor, there is no point in being envious. Humph. Guyue Ma Bei snorted coldly, looking at Qiqing's smug look, he felt unhappy. Guyue Fangjing secretly clenched his fists, his lips pursed, as if he was holding in his anger. Guyue Ma Bei. Soon, the examining Gu master called out. Mo Bei, who had a horse-like face, walked out quickly. Guyue Ma Bei, Rank 1 Peak Stage. With such a voice, he walked back, not wanting to be outdone as he glanced at Guyue City. The examination continued, and the snow in the air became smaller, until it finally stopped. The air was cold and fresh. Guyue Fang Yuan. The middle-aged female Gu master called out. Fang Yuan was expressionless, walking up. After a while, the female Gu master opened her eyes, looking at Fang Yuan in surprise, saying loudly, Guyue Fang Yuan, Rank 1 Peak Stage. Rank 1 Peak Stage, did we hear wrongly? Fang Yuan actually cultivated to this level? The youths were shocked. Sigh, he got lucky, having the liquor worm to nourish his aperture. Although it is only C grade, compared to B grade and A grade, he is not at a disadvantage. Some of the youths said jealously. This was especially true for some of the teenagers with C grade aptitude. They comforted themselves with a sour tone, it's nothing. The liquor worm cannot refine Rank 2 primeval essence, Fang Yuan will not have this advantage in the future. Although it is the peak stage, it is still C grade talent, nothing to worry about. Ma Bei and Qiqing looked at Fang Yuan, then quickly shifted their gazes, looking at Fangjing who was still standing in the group. In their hearts, the A-grade talent Fangjing was the true competitor. Brother, you really surprised me. But now, watch carefully. Fangjing's eyes shone brightly as he watched Fang Yuan walk down step by step, revealing an expression of great anticipation. Guyue Fangjing. The female Gu master's voice came slowly. That a grade talent? For a moment, the clan elders all focused their gazes on Fangjing. Fangjing walked out from the crowd, he could feel the pressure from these gazes, making him slightly nervous. But when he saw clan leader Guyue Bo smiling at him, the nervousness in his heart melted. He walked to the middle-aged female Gu master. The female Gu master closed her eyes, then suddenly opened them, shouting in a surprised tone, Guyue Fangjing, cultivation, Rank 2 initial stage. Boom! The youths immediately exploded into a wave of noise. What, he actually reached Rank 2? As expected of an A-grade talent. Amazing, now Ma Bei, Qiqing and Fang Yuan are all left behind by him. This Fangjing. For a moment, Ma Bei and Qiqing looked at Fangjing in shock. He, it's even higher than my previous life. Fang Yuan lowered his eyelids and laughed. He was not too surprised, he had noticed Fangjing's expression earlier and could vaguely guess the result. A great talent in the end. Our clan's hope. It's all thanks to Lord Clan Leader's nurturing. The clan elders praised. For a moment, Fangjing became the focus of everyone's attention. Half a year ago, Guyue Bo gave him a jade skin gu, making him the first person to advance to Rank 2. He did it. Lord Clan Leader, I did not let you down, I did it. From today onwards, I will do even more, gaining more recognition from the clan elders, gaining more recognition from the people around me. Brother, I have already left you behind, you are no longer a shadow in my heart. I, Guyue Fangjing, am no longer the Guyue Fangjing of the past. Fangjing shouted excitedly in his heart, his eyes shining with a dazzling radiance. This radiance is called confidence. Chapter 84. The sky was clear after the snow. Early in the morning, GU masters entered the academy one after another. The annual year-end exam is starting again. Think about it, the scene of me leaving the academy more than 10 years ago is still fresh in my mind. A middle-aged GU master, his long green hair hanging down his back, stood in front of the academy and sighed. "Boss, go in quickly, you love to be sentimental." A young female GU master beside him, her lips red like blood, her hands in the pockets of her pants, a blade of grass in her mouth, rolled her eyes. Yao Hong, don't worry. It doesn't matter if you go in sooner or later. Anyway, the clan leader has already taken care of us, and our new members for this year have already been decided. The green-haired GU master laughed. That a great genius called Fangzheng? The female GU master called Guyue Yao Hong scoffed and said unhappily, "The clan leader wants our group to be babysitters. But this babysitter mission is not easy to complete." The green-haired GU master sighed, "Forget it, let's go in first." As time passed, more and more GU masters walked into the academy and stood still in the battle stage. These GU masters were male and female, some were young, some were middle-aged, and there were even quite a number of elders. After a year of learning in the academy, the GU masters would come out and form small groups to complete the clan's missions. These GU masters who came to the battle stage were the representatives of each group, here to observe the students' performance, and if they liked them, they would be accepted into their own group. To the group, this was to absorb new blood and expand. As for the new members who joined the group, under the guidance of the older members, they could quickly adapt to the new environment and complete the clan's missions more efficiently, at the same time reducing casualties. The sun gradually rose, and the students entered one after another. "So many people today!" the youngsters exclaimed. "Look, that's Lord Qing Shu. Our Guyue village's #1 rank 2 GU master, Lord Qing Shu's temper is famous for being gentle." Someone pointed at the green-haired male GU master and exclaimed. "Qi Shan Sr. is here too. That's the Mo family's Miss Mo Yen." Qing Shu, Qi Shan and Mo Yen were the shining stars of the GU masters, and the students were familiar with them. "Sigh, I can't get into the group of those 3 seniors. I only have D-grade aptitude, and my natal GU is only a warm silk spider. I can only do logistics in the future." A young man sighed and asked his friend beside him, "What about you?" "Oh, I've already contacted them through my connections. He's my uncle's cousin's sister's godson." While the students were observing these GU masters, Qing Shu, Qi Shan, Mo Yen and the others were also observing these students. There are actually 2 Guyue Fangzheng." Yao Hong couldn't help exclaiming in surprise when she saw Fang Yuan and Fangzheng in the crowd. The green-haired male GU master Guyue Qing Shu sighed helplessly, "Didn't you read the information I gave you yesterday?" Fangzheng had a twin brother who looked very similar. However, his brother is only a C-grade talent. "So that's how it is." "Oh, I seem to have heard of him. He's the Fang Yuan who wrote poems in his early years? Then should we take him in?" Yao Hong suddenly slapped her forehead, speaking whatever came to her mind. Qing Shu shook his head slightly. "The clan leader specially instructed us not to recruit him. It seems like he wants to observe something. Moreover, the relationship between these 2 brothers isn't harmonious. Even if we have the intention to recruit him, I think Fang Yuan won't join." Yao Hong didn't mind, curling her lips. "Among all the groups, we are publicly recognized as the #1. Joining us means a bright future. As long as it's a student, they will be moved." How could he not be willing? Qing Shu laughed lightly. "That's because you don't understand him. You should take a look at the information I gave you first." At this time, the clan leader Guyue Bo, the authoritative clan elder Guyue Lian, Guyue Mo Chen and the others entered in a line. They walked to the shed and sat down. This year, not only did the clan leader come, even Qi Lian and Mo Chen, the 2 elders, are here. Seeing this, be it the students or the GU masters, they were all excited. There had never been such a situation in the previous years. That's not strange, Qi Lian and Mo Chen's grandsons are in this year. Fang Zheng is the successor that the clan leader is grooming, the seed of hope to fight against that by Ning Bing. The clan leader naturally has to observe him carefully. Clamorous discussions came from the crowd. Little brother, you have to perform well. Mo Yen looked at Mo Bei in the crowd, muttering in her heart. Her group had the most people and was the largest. Right now, she was surrounded by a circle of Gu masters, showing off her imposing manner. As for her archenemy, Gu Qi Shan from the Qi faction, he was standing alone. His body was tall and mighty, taller than his surroundings, like a red pagoda standing there, like a crane in a flock of chickens. After secretly sizing up Qicheng, he retracted his gaze. After a short speech from the clan leader, the year-end exam began. Battles were happening on the 3 stages at the same time. At once, there were shouts, the sound of moonblades flying, the sounds of fists and legs hitting each other, and the discussions of the Gu masters below the stage all converged into one. This year's fist and leg standards are quite high. Soon, Yao Hong saw the difference. He, this is all thanks to Fang Yuan. Guyue Qing Shu laughed. What do you mean? Yao Hong did not understand. Qing Shu explained it to him. Yao Hong could not help but click her tongue in wonder. Fang Yuan, this lad, he has quite the guts, he is somewhat lawless. He even dares to bully his own little brother, interesting. She looked at Fang Yuan and Fang Zheng in the crowd, pondering in her heart, between these two, who is the elder brother, who is the younger brother? Next battle, Guyue Jin Zhu versus Guyue Mabe. On a stage, the hosting Gu master shouted. Guyue Mabe jumped up, while Guyue Jin Zhu walked up the stage with a solemn expression. Both sides bowed, and without saying much, they started fighting. In an instant, blue moon blades danced in the air. Both sides continued to shoot, and at the same time, moved and dodged. Although Jin Zhu was a girl, her fundamentals were quite solid, and in a short period of time, she was evenly matched with Mabe. But as time passed, her stamina gradually ran out, and she fell into a disadvantage. Finally, she was drenched in sweat and had no strength left, so she could only admit defeat. On the other hand, Mabe's face was not red, and he was not even panting. A Gu worm that increases endurance, it might be the yellow camel longhorn beetle Gu. Below the stage, Fang Yuan observed, and immediately saw through Guyue Mabe's actual situation. Fang Yuan had 6 Gu worms in his possession, but this was an exception. In the hands of people of the same age, everyone would usually only have 2 Gu worms. Not only because of the financial pressure to feed the Gu worms, but also because the usage of Gu worms required constant practice and accumulated rich experience. Biting off more than one could chew, the students had just started their Gu master cultivation, and 2 Gu worms were enough for them to practice and grasp. Only Fang Yuan was an exception. Because of his rich experience from his previous life, he could quickly grasp every Gu worm in his hands, and use them in a methodical manner. The test continued. Damn it, he's jumping like a rabbit. On another stage, a youngster angrily shouted, Guyue Cheng, are you a man, do you dare to fight hand-to-hand with me? TSK, only an idiot would fight hand-to-hand with you. On the stage, Guyue Cheng laughed in disdain. He relied on the scarlet pill cricket Gu, and jumped here and there with great agility. And his opponent only had a flower boar Gu, although it could temporarily increase the strength of a boar, it was useless. The astute Qicheng did not even want to fight close combat with him. In the end, his chest was hit by Qicheng's moonblade, and he lost too much blood, losing the match. The healing Gu masters below the stage immediately rushed up to treat his injuries. As time passed, many students were mercilessly eliminated, and at the same time, many youngsters began to show their talents. Qicheng, Mabe, Fang Yuan, Fang Zheng, at noon. The students with D-grade aptitude had all been eliminated. Their talents were limited, and they chose logistics-type Gu worms. These Gu worms were suitable for production, transportation and so on. But if they were used in battle, the help they could provide to the Gu master was too low. Junior, your vital Gu is a vitality grass, right? Our group needs a healing goo master. Senior, I want to join your group, my vital goo is the moonlight goo. Sorry, our group does not lack offensive goo masters. Every group had already started to accept newcomers, and the students were also choosing their groups. The battles on the stage were not very entertaining. After a few matches, there were not many highlights, and there was nothing to write home about. Because many people chose the moonlight goo, normally, when two sides fought, they would first use moonblades to shoot. Usually, the one who used up all their primeval essence would lose. If both sides ran out of primeval essence, then they would fight with their fists and legs. In the end, there would always be one person who fell. Be it the students, goo masters, or the clan elders, they were all slightly interested, and some were about to doze off. By evening, there were only a few students left on the stage. It's finally over. Some goo masters yawned, barely keeping their spirits up. At this moment, a goo master shouted, "Next match, Guyue Fangzheng against Guyue Mo Chen." Chapter 85. Fangzheng and Mo Chen both walked onto the stage. Fangzheng, don't think that I will lose just because you are rank 2. Today, I will challenge someone of a higher rank. The Mabe clenched his teeth, his expression solemn as he encouraged himself in his heart. Facing a rank 2 Fangzheng, he indeed felt a sense of pressure. Come! Fangzheng shouted and suddenly rushed forward. The Mabe's heart skipped a beat. This Fangzheng did not play by the rules. Usually, they would shoot first, then punch and kick. This time, he actually rushed forward as soon as he made his move. Did he want to fight with punches and kicks? Isn't he afraid of being injured by my moonblade during the fight? The Mabe was very doubtful. Of course, he was not worried for Fangzheng, but he knew that if he fought with Fangzheng in close combat, at such a close distance, if Fangzheng shot a moonblade, he would not be able to dodge it. The Mabe hurriedly retreated, attempting to increase the distance between them. At the same time, he flipped his wrist and slashed out a moonblade. Fangzheng did not panic in the face of danger. He rolled on the ground, dodging the moonblade, and continued to rush forward. At the same time, a ball of moonlight appeared in his hand. The Mabe looked at the moonlight condensed in his hand. He could not help but feel nervous, retreating again and again. Although he had trained hard in basic punches and had trained in moonblade, he was still slightly inferior to Fangzheng, who had always been personally trained by the clan leader. The Mabe could not adapt to this kind of fighting style, and immediately fell into a disadvantage. Things are getting interesting over there. The battle on the stage had attracted quite a few people. To be so close, this Fangzheng is quite daring. Yao Hong could now distinguish between Fang Yuan and Fangzheng. Fang Yuan's expression was cold, emitting a mature and gloomy aura. Fangzheng's expression was firm, radiating sunlight. It should be thanks to the clan leader's training. In a fight between ordinary students, the distance between the two is usually 10 meters. Beyond this distance, the moonblade would dissipate. If it's less than this distance, the students won't be able to react in time. Guyue and Qingshu's eyes flashed. Fangzheng's current combat range has been reduced to 6 meters. He was also very familiar with dodging the crescent blades. It seems that not only does the clan leader value Fangzheng, Fangzheng has also put in a lot of effort and suffered a lot. Little brother. Mo Yen watched as Mabe was forced into a disadvantageous position by Fangzheng. Her face was filled with worry and anxiety. She really wanted to go up and help and beat up Fangzheng. Qi Shan's face was expressionless. He just watched without saying a word. Fangzheng got close to the Mabe, and after reducing the distance to 6 meters, he no longer got close. Instead, he used the moonlight goo to exchange shots. The Mabe reacted hurriedly and was flustered. There were a few times when he was almost hit by the moon blade. On the other hand, Fangzheng was confident. Even if he could not dodge in time, he still had the Jade Skin Goo as his trump card. As long as he maintained the Jade Green Light, he could defend against the moon blade. Seeing the Mabe being suppressed by him, Fangzheng could not help but recall the past. Under the moonlight, the clan leader taught him the dodging movement step by step, imparting his experience without holding anything back. Lord Clan Leader, I will not let you down. Fang Zheng's eyes shone brightly. The more he fought, the more courageous he became. Fang Zheng, you have talent, and you are hardworking and diligent. To have such results, it is all because of your sweat and tears. This is the result of your hard work. That's it, Fang Zheng, this is the spirit. Go, show your brilliance. Under the shed, the clan leader's heart rippled. On the surface, he sat there, watching quietly with a smile on his face. Although the Mabe struggled with all his might and resisted tenaciously, after 15 minutes, his body was already filled with countless wounds. The blood that gushed out dyed his clothes red. The Gu master in charge saw this and announced, "This round, Guyue Fangjing wins." "I haven't lost yet." The Mabe shouted stubbornly. His body was bathed in blood, and he was swaying. But after struggling for a while, he was forcefully taken away by the Gu masters on the stage for treatment. This level of battle is already at the level of a year after graduation. A great genius is a genius after all. I heard he was personally taught by Lord Clan Leader, how can he not be strong? Seeing this result, the Gu masters below the stage let out waves of praise. Guyue Fangjing panted as he walked down the stage. 3 Gu masters surrounded him and healed him, at the same time providing yuan stones for him to quickly recover his primeval essence. After resting for a while, Fangjing recovered to his peak condition and went up the stage again. This round, he was going against Guyue Cheng. Qiqing looked at Fangjing and laughed dryly, "Very good. Fangjing, you defeated that Mabe kid, now I will defeat you, killing 2 birds with 1 stone." He seemed to be very confident. Fangjing pursed his lips, not saying a word as he continued to charge forward. Dragon Pill Cricket Gu. Qiqing willed, and a layer of orange-red light appeared on his legs. He lightly jumped and instantly retreated 10 meters away. The distance that Fangjing had just closed in was immediately widened. He. Qiqing laughed proudly, "Fangjing, you don't have a Gu worm to increase your speed, and with just your 2 legs, you can't catch up to me. Although this stage is not big, it is enough for me to move around. Your tactics are useful against Mabe, but against me, it is useless. Is it like this?" Fangjing stopped his steps and stood on the spot, staring at Qiqing with a burning gaze. A smile appeared on his face, and his eyes showed determination as he said loudly, "Just dodge like this. Every time you use the Dragon Pill Cricket Gu, you will expend a certain amount of primeval essence. You only have rank 1 peak stage green copper primeval essence, but I already have rank 2 red steel primeval essence, 3 times more durable than you. Your aptitude is not as good as mine, and when you run out of primeval essence in the end, you will definitely lose." "You!" Qiqing could not help but be moved. He only saw his advantage, but did not see his weakness. Now, he had to admit that Fangjing's words were reasonable, and his fighting spirit immediately suffered a heavy blow. What? Fangjing advanced to rank 2. The surrounding Gu masters were in an uproar. The results of the cultivation test had just been obtained yesterday, and were only spread within a small circle. Most of them did not know about this. A great genius is still a grade after all, amazing. This Fangjing, he might really be our clan's star of hope. By clan's genius by Ning Bing is really too strong. If Fangjing can grow up, he might be able to contend against Bai Ning Bing. This lad is a little interesting. Cultivating to rank 2 in the academy, and having such solid foundational skills, this situation is really rare. No wonder the clan leader poured so much effort into him. Yao Hong muttered. Qing Shu also sighed, the clan leader's nurturing is only a part of it. Don't look down on this lad. Ever since he survived the assassination, he became very hardworking, and cultivated very hard. He is a good seedling, talented and very dependable. If he can really grow up, sigh, I feel that my burden is getting heavier. He. Clan leader Guyue Bo could not help but chuckle. He had once analyzed Qiqing's weakness to Fangjing. Now that he saw that Fang Zheng could put it to use, Guyue Bo felt extremely gratified. Looks like Fang Zheng should be this year's number one. Beside the clan leader, Guyue Mo Chen said. Guyue Lian snorted coldly, staring at the stage. Of course he hoped that his grandson could defeat Fang Zheng. That way, he would gain face for the Qi clan. But things did not go according to plan. On the stage, Qicheng's fighting spirit suffered a setback, and after fighting with Fang Zheng, he could not display his original strength, making many mistakes. In the end, Crimson Castle was caught by Fang Zheng's mistake and swept off the stage. Guyue Fang Zheng wins. The Gu master shouted. Guyue Lian's face was ashen. At once, Fang Zheng was the center of attention. He was in the limelight. Fang Zheng defeated Ma Bei and Qicheng consecutively. He has both brains and courage. Looks like this time's number one is definitely him. Someone praised. Makes sense, I also have high hopes for him. Unfortunately, he cannot join our group. Groups were selecting students, and students were also selecting groups. An outstanding seed like Fang Zheng had already been selected. Fang Zheng is the clan leader's faction, while Ma Bei and Qicheng are the future leaders of the Mo and Qi factions respectively. Looks like from today onwards, Guyue clan will be the clan leader's faction, suppressing the two great elders. Someone had a deeper vision. On the other two stages, the battles continued. Fang Zheng walked down the stage early, listening to the praises of the people around him. He was overwhelmed with emotions, feeling like he had been reborn. It was different. It was different from before. His heart was filled with the excitement of being acknowledged, the excitement of being appreciated, and the happiness of being affirmed. Gusts of winter wind blew, and in the cold wind, he felt the warmth of spring. Final battle, Guyue Fang Zheng against Guyue Fang Yuan. A moment later, a Gu master hosting the stage shouted. Chapter 86. The final battle, Guyue Fang Zheng against Guyue Fang Yuan. Oh, interesting. To think that in the end, it would be a battle between brothers. Fang Zheng. Seeing this, the smile on the clan leader's face disappeared. The biggest shadow in your heart is your brother Fang Yuan. Defeat him, you have Red Steel Primeval Essence and also the Jade Skin Gu, having both offense and defense, you have a huge advantage. Shatter this shadow, and you will be reborn. Finally, it was time for the decisive battle. The two brothers stood on the same stage, looking at each other from afar. The setting sun was like blood, the light of the setting sun was like a luxurious carpet covering the stage. Extremely similar faces. The younger brother's battle intent was burning, while the older brother's gaze was deep. Brother. Fang Zheng clenched his fists, staring at Fang Yuan, his tone firm, admit defeat. I am already rank 2, my red steel primeval essence is more than 80%, while your green copper primeval essence is only 44%. You have no chance. Fang Yuan looked at his brother indifferently, you know my primeval essence very well. But don't say such nonsense. If primeval essence can determine victory and defeat, then what's the point of fighting? Fang Zheng was stunned, but soon after, the fighting intent in his eyes burned fiercely. In fact, in the depths of his heart, he did not want Fang Yuan to admit defeat. But Fang Yuan was his elder brother after all, so he had to say this out of both sentiment and reason. If he did not say it, it would be too heartless. Since brother insists, then I can only make my move. Before he finished speaking, Fang Zheng charged towards Fang Yuan. This move again. Below the stage, Ma Bei could not help but grit his teeth at this scene. He made up his mind to train himself fiercely when he returns, and return this humiliation to Fang Zheng tenfold in the future. Fang Yuan is finished, he doesn't have my dragon pill cricket goo. Qicheng crossed his arms and sneered, gloating at Fang Yuan's misfortune. Fang Zheng sprinted forward, instantly closing the distance between him and Fang Yuan. A ball of moonlight lit up in his hand. Fang Yuan's expression was as still as steel. He watched Fang Zheng approach him quickly, but he stood still. His right palm also slowly rippled with water like blue moonlight. Suddenly, Fang Yuan stomped hard on the ground and took a few steps forward. Instead of retreating, he charged towards Fang Zheng. This! Fang Zheng did not expect Fang Yuan's attack. He could not help but panic and hurriedly shot out a crescent blade. Fang Yuan rushed over, twisted his body, and the crescent blade brushed past his shoulder. His face was cold, he did not roar, nor was he ferocious, but in his silence, he was brewing an absolute and cold aura. Fang Zheng subconsciously retreated. His limit was 6 meters, but now Fang Yuan was less than 5 meters away from him. Now it was his turn to increase the distance. Chi chi chi. As Fang Zheng retreated, he flipped his right palm continuously, sending out crescent blades in an attempt to force Fang Yuan back. Fang Yuan's steps were quick and compact, his body extremely agile. Every time he moved, he avoided the crescent blades by a hair's breadth. This Fang Yuan, he is even more daring. Yao Hong exclaimed. Such a battle, he really doesn't care about life and death. Qing Shu was also speechless. Another battle maniac. Mo Yen gritted her teeth, looking at Qi Shan, who was not far away. Qi Shan was still expressionless, but his eyes were flickering. The commotion in the crowd stopped, everyone focused on the battle on the stage. The crescent blades brushed past Fang Yuan's body, reflecting a blue light on Fang Yuan's face. His indifferent expression never changed. Every time he dodged a dangerous and calm attack, his combat talent was clearly displayed. Outside the stage, the clan leader and clan elders all showed a solemn expression. Qicheng and Mabe, on the other hand, had their mouths wide open, watching in shock as Fang Yuan dodged the crescent blades in an unimaginable manner. How did he do it? Countless students had a big question mark in their hearts. With 500 years of battle experience, how could Fang Zheng, who had been taught by a rank 4 Gu master for a year, compare to Fang Yuan, who had 500 years of battle experience? In Fang Yuan's eyes, Fang Zheng was as shallow as a clear stream. No matter how the stream flowed, where it flowed, or how it turned between the steep mountain rocks, he could clearly see through to the bottom of the water. Every attack of the crescent blades did not happen suddenly, it required a process. Fang Zheng had to turn his wrist, this was the best sign. In Fang Yuan's eyes, every shake of Fang Zheng's shoulder, every turn of his wrist, every step he took, gave him a lot of information. Every time Fang Zheng attacked, retreated, dodged, Fang Yuan could see through it in an instant. He could even guess what Fang Zheng was thinking. Fang Zheng's mind was already in a daze. The shadow that Fang Yuan had cast over his heart for over a decade rapidly spread into darkness, dragging him into the abyss. His flustered emotions made him forget about the jade skin goo. Fang Yuan's forceful advance made him nervous, making him breathless, making him unable to think of anything else. This was the difference in experience, this was the difference in foundation. In Fang Yuan's mind, his foundation was more important than the spring-autumn cicada, it was his greatest reliance. He did not need to rely on the clan leader, elders, relatives, friends, or goo worms. He had always relied on himself. In this world, he was the only one who could be relied on. Companions, comrades in arms, it was just an excuse for the weak to hide their incompetence and hope for others to save them. Finally, he was close to Fang Zheng. Bam! Fang Yuan's fist shot out stealthily, hitting Fang Zheng's abdomen. Fang Zheng immediately bent over, the strength of the fist almost made him vomit. He quickly used his arms to protect his head, lowering his body and taking a big step back. At this critical moment, his solid foundation was displayed. Where did he go? Fang Zheng's eyes widened, his eyes moving rapidly, searching for Fang Yuan's figure between the gaps of his arms. Behind me. The moment this thought appeared, Fang Zheng felt a fierce blow on his waist. He lost his balance and fell to the ground. But Fang Zheng had undergone tough training, following this momentum, he somersaulted on the ground, and at the same time flipped his palm backwards, shooting out a moon blade. This movement was the battle experience that the clan leader had imparted to him. If it was a normal person, they would be following closely behind Fang Zheng, unable to react in time and would be hit by this moon blade. Even if it did not hit, they would be forced to retreat. But who was Fang Yuan? Even Guyue Bo could not compete with him in terms of experience. Fang Yuan moved slowly, he did not chase after him. Instead, he circled around and got closer to Fangjing. The moonblade pierced through the air as expected. Fangjing thought that he had put some distance between them. He stood up and was about to regroup when he heard a whooshing sound. That's the wind from the fist. At that moment, Fangjing had the time to think. Then, he was hit by Fang Yuan's fist on his ear. Bam! Fangjing felt his vision go black, a strong wave of dizziness made him lose his balance, and he fell to the ground. He lay on the ground for 2 breaths before he recovered. When his vision became clear, Fangjing saw Fang Yuan's 2 feet standing in front of him. He immediately understood how ugly his situation was. He lay on the ground like a dog, while Fang Yuan stood high up, looking down at him. Damn it! Fangjing was furious, and wanted to get up. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Fang Yuan raised his right foot and stomped down. Bam! Fangjing's head was stomped on by Fang Yuan. It was like a stone ball hitting the ring, making a loud sound. Damn it! Fangjing was furious, and wanted to get up again. Fang Yuan looked at him coldly, and stomped again. Bam! Fangjing's head hit the ring violently. His scalp was bruised, and blood flowed continuously. Damn it! Damn it! Fangjing gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. The rage in his chest almost burned his entire body. He raised his head again, and wanted to get up. Bam! Fang Yuan stomped for the 3rd time. This time, he stepped on his head, and did not let go. A huge force pressed down, and Fangjing's face was pressed hard against the ring. Fangjing's face was almost deformed. He panted heavily, but he could not struggle. He felt like there was a huge rock pressing on his head. No matter how he struggled, the rock would not budge. Right, how could I forget, there's still the moonlight goo. In this desperate situation, Fangjing suddenly thought of the moonlight goo. The moonlight in his right palm suddenly shone brightly. But how could Fang Yuan not notice it? With a soft sound, he shot out a moonblade, and hit Fangjing's right palm. Ah! Fangjing suddenly let out a miserable howl. The pain made his body tremble violently as if he was electrocuted. His palm was almost pierced by Fang Yuan, and his pale bones were exposed. The moonlight goo in his palm also suffered a heavy blow, and was on the verge of death. Chapter 87. Looks like the 2 of them aren't on good terms, Yao Hong muttered. This Fang Yuan is too cruel. How could he treat his own brother like this? Many people frowned in displeasure. Fang Yuan is too cruel. He extorted our Yuan stone for a whole year. Now he's treating his own brother like this. The students gritted their teeth. Fang Yuan's cruelty had ignited their hatred for a common enemy. Fangjing, stand up. Stand up. Defeat Fang Yuan, one of the students shouted. Defeat Fang Yuan, defeat Fang Yuan. Instantly, countless youths began to respond. This Fang Yuan is indeed a detestable fellow. Mo Yen snorted coldly, somewhat gloating. Fangjing, you can do it. Stand up. Defeat the devil, Fang Yuan. Fangjing, stand up. We're with you. Fangjing, you can do it. You can do it. The crowd was excited. Their cheers reached Fangjing's ears. Whoosh! 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 Fangjing panted heavily. These voices reached his heart and gave him an invisible strength. Scenes of the past replayed in his mind. On the streets, the clansmen were pointing and gossiping. That's Fang Yuan. He's a future genius. Don't underestimate him. Who's behind him? Oh, he should be Fang Yuan's younger brother. I don't know his name. Uncle and aunt smiled. Fang Yuan, the entire village is now discussing your latest poem. Very good. Uncle and aunt are proud of you. Fang Yuan waved his hand. His expression was calm. It's just an improvisation. Uncle and aunt nodded and said to Fang Zheng, learn from your brother. If you're half as good as him, we won't have to worry. Under the moonlit night, deep in the courtyard, Patriarch Guo looked at Fang Zheng and said gently, Fang Zheng, you must have confidence. You have to discover yourself and believe in yourself. But, Lord Patriarch, Guo patted his shoulder and encouraged him, the shadow in your heart can't be removed by others. You can only rely on yourself. I look forward to that day. The night before the year-end assessment. Shen Shui stood under the light and looked at Fang Zheng affectionately, Gongzi, I believe that you will win first place. I have always believed in this. Good luck. It was the time of departure in the morning. His uncle and aunt stood at the door to send him off. Fang Zheng, after the year-end assessment, you'll be able to leave the academy. We are very pleased to see you grow. Go, let everyone see the excellence of Class A. Also, under the setting sun, in a dark corner, a female classmate was sobbing. The allowance is only 3 yuan stone every time. Fang Yuan took one away, and I only have 2 left. I can't afford to feed my moonlight goo anymore. Fang Zheng's heart softened. This is my yuan stone, I'll lend it to you. The female classmate took the yuan stone and said with tears in her eyes, Fang Zheng, you're the best. Please defeat your brother so that he can no longer do evil to the academy. Fang Zheng was silent. Unbeknownst to him, a group of classmates had appeared in front of him. Fang Zheng, you have Class A talent. You can definitely do it. Fang Yuan is too hateful. He keeps bullying us. You're our only hope. Fang Zheng, from today onwards, we'll follow you. We'll support you. Everyone. Fang Zheng looked around and saw pairs of eager eyes. He was so touched that he couldn't speak. Everyone has been waiting for me. My classmates, uncle and aunt, Shen Shui, and the clan leader. Everyone is waiting for me, looking at me, supporting me. How can I lose? How can I fall here? How can I? Thump, 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 thump. His heartbeat was like a drum beating in his chest. Fang Zheng's eyes were shining. I can't fall here. I want to break the shadow, I want to stand up. Fang Zheng clenched his fists tightly. The pain left him at this moment. He felt like there was a lion in his chest, waking up from its slumber and opening its mouth to roar. Hot blood was boiling in his body. Stand up, stand up. Break the shadow, break the darkness. Ah! Fang Zheng opened his mouth and shouted. His body began to emit an emerald green crystalline light. What is that? The crowd was silent. It's the jade skin goo. Someone shouted. Boom! The students erupted into cheers that soared to the heavens. Fang Zheng, do your best. Fang Zheng, we support you. Finally, there was only one chant left, stand up, stand up. Everyone. I can hear your cheers. Fang Zheng pressed his fist against the ground, his teeth almost breaking from gritting so hard. Fang Yuan's pressure did not seem to be that strong, he slowly and firmly stood up step by step. The cheers became louder. My blood is boiling. We are going to make a comeback. The Gu masters, upon hearing such shouts and screams, started to be moved. Yes, Fang Zheng, this is it. Stand up, throw away the past, throw away the shadow. The you who stands up, will be a new you. The clan leader's eyes shone brightly, cheering for Fang Zheng in his heart. It's the jade skin goo. Fang Yuan's eyelids drooped. He retracted his leg and watched as Fang Zheng stood up. The jade skin goo's light shone on his face, turning it green. Fang Zheng had been hiding his trump card, the jade skin goo, and did not publicize it, so no one knew about it. Fang Zheng stood up. The cheers were like a flood, exploding. He stood up. The clan leader's eyes shone, and he could not help but stand up from his seat. At this moment, he saw the resolute rise of an A-grade genius. He saw the bright future of the Gyue clan. I stood up, brother, I will defeat you. Fang Zheng's eyes burned with the flames of fighting spirit. His entire body was enveloped in a crystalline green light as though he was wearing a layer of resplendent jade armor. Wow, this defense, even the Moonblade can't penetrate it. Looks like Fang Zheng is going to win. Yao Hong raised her eyebrows and whistled. Indeed. Even if Fang Yuan had the little light goo to amplify the Moonblade, it would at most cause Fang Zheng's primeval essence to be consumed twice as much as before. In terms of primeval essence consumption, Fang Yuan was not Fang Zheng's match. After this battle, Fang Zheng will rise. Qing Shu said with a faint smile. Fang Zheng actually has a jade skin goo, but he only remembered to use it now. Looks like Fang Yuan's strong attack stunned him. But now, victory is already waving at him. Mo Yen crossed her arms as she watched, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. Time seemed to stop at this moment. On the stage, the two brothers stood facing each other. The distance between them was so close, yet so far. Fang Zheng's face was determined, while Fang Yuan's expression was still cold. Little brother. He calmly looked at Fang Zheng, his lips curling into a cold smile. You still have a long way to go if you want to defeat me. He raised his right fist high up, his right arm stretching out, almost like a bow. Big brother, you're going to lose. Fang Zheng looked at Fang Yuan's raised fist, feeling amused. As long as I have enough primeval essence, even the little light goo's amplified moonblade cannot break this jade light defense, not to mention your fist. Unless you use the flower boar goo or the brute force longhorn beetle goo to increase your strength greatly. But even so, you still need a defensive goo worm. Fang Yuan did not speak, he used his fist to give the most direct answer. The next moment, his right fist whistled through the air, fiercely hitting Fang Zheng's cheek. Bam! With a loud bang, fresh blood splattered, and the jade light shattered into pieces. Like a broken mirror, it scattered in the air, and then suddenly disappeared. What? Fang Zheng suddenly suffered such a huge blow, he was stunned, his neck almost broken as he staggered backwards. Fang Yuan followed closely, taking a bow step. This time, he raised his left fist and pulled it downwards, before punching diagonally upwards. Bam! The other half of Fang Zheng's cheek also suffered a heavy blow, his head fiercely tilted backwards, blood and the shattered jade light flying everywhere. Bam, bam, bam. He took 3 steps back, his ears buzzing, and a dizziness 10 times stronger than before assaulted him. How could this be? His vision turned black, and he fell backwards, plop. Fang Zheng fell to the ground, the green light on his body dissipating as he fainted. The cheers and shouts stopped abruptly. The students' happy and excited expressions were still frozen on their faces, unable to change in time. The whole battle stage was dead silent. Fang Yuan's fists were bloody, even his pale finger bones could be seen. Drop after drop of bright red blood dripped onto the stage. Whoosh! A gust of cold winter wind blew, freezing all the hot blood. Fang Yuan's hair slightly trembled in the wind, he stood upright on the stage, as if the person with half-crippled fists was not him. His cold gaze was still calm as he slowly scanned the surroundings. Everyone was silent. In the shed, the clan leader was still standing, staring at him with a dumbfounded expression. Sorry to disappoint you. Fang Yuan said softly. Chapter 88. On the stage, Fang Zheng fainted on the ground, motionless. As for Fang Yuan, his face was still cold, standing in the middle of the stage. After a short moment of silence, the audience went into an uproar. How can this be? Someone hugged his head, showing an expression of disbelief. 2 punches to break the defense of the jade skin goo, this. Someone was dumbfounded. Too ruthless, even the jade light was destroyed by him. Does he not feel any pain? Many female goo masters sucked in a breath of cold air. Without using any defensive goo worms, he directly hit the jade light with his bare hands. This is true self-harm. Even the male Gu masters looked at Fang Yuan's heavily injured hands, their eyes twitching, shocked by Fang Yuan's ruthlessness. Being ruthless to others, easy. Being ruthless to yourself, difficult. Fang Yuan broke the defense of the Jade Skin Gu with his bare hands. Not only was he ruthless to his own brother, he was also ruthless to himself. I'll go take a look. The Academy elder could not sit still. Throwing these words, he jumped onto the stage himself. He first squatted down, checking on the fainted Fangzheng, and heaved a sigh of relief. Fangzheng was fine, just that his head was hit hard, and he was unconscious. It's hard to imagine, under the defense of the Jade Skin Gu, being hit so hard with bare hands. The Academy elder was secretly shocked. He raised his head, looking at Fang Yuan, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. Fang Yuan, let me treat you. The Academy elder stood up, taking a few big steps to Fang Yuan's side, grabbing Fang Yuan's forearm. Fang Yuan's hands were badly injured, not to mention the blood and flesh, even the white bones of his hands were exposed. Because of the heavy hit, there were even obvious cracks on the surface of his fingers. How much pain must this be? But Fang Yuan doesn't even frown. Even the Academy elder's heart shuddered upon seeing such injuries. His tone became somewhat complicated as he said to Fang Yuan, bear with it. The treatment will be very itchy and very painful. As he spoke, he spread open the 5 fingers of his right hand, emitting a burst of blue moonlight. The moonlight grew brighter and brighter, turning the Academy elder's right hand translucent. At first glance, the Academy elder's entire right hand seemed to have transformed into a piece of blue jade. The blood vessels and bones inside seemed to have turned into jade. The Academy elder gently covered Fang Yuan's injured fist with his right hand. It was like a piece of cold jade touching a bloody wound. Fang Yuan felt a heart-wrenching pain, but he gritted his teeth and didn't make a sound. The Academy elder's palm emitted a gentle moonlight, which nourished Fang Yuan's wounds. The cracks on the phalanx were healing rapidly. The torn skin and flesh were also rapidly regenerating and healing. Fang Yuan suddenly felt extremely itchy. He took a few heavy breaths. The Academy elder's face was calm. While he was treating Fang Yuan's wounds, he split a bit of his attention and followed Fang Yuan's arm into his aperture. In the aperture, the dark green bronze primeval essence was rippling. A liquor worm with a fat head and brain swam freely in the primordial sea. The 4 walls of the aperture were a single white crystal wall. This fully displayed Fang Yuan's rank 1 peak cultivation. The Academy elder did not withdraw his attention, but instead scanned through Fang Yuan's entire body. Finally, he found the moonlight goo and the little light goo on the skin of Fang Yuan's right palm. There are no other goo worms. Could it be that Fang Yuan really used his own strength to break the Jade Skin Goo's defense with his bare hands? This kind of strength has already surpassed an adult mortal's. He's only 15 years old, how can he have such great strength? The Academy elder's eyes shone with a hint of doubt. Sir Elder, thank you for your treatment. Fang Yuan pulled his palm out of the elder's hand and moved it around. Although there was still some pain, the wound had already healed. If it was on Earth, this kind of injury would require a year or 2 of recuperation, and there would even be serious side effects. This was the mystical part of this world. Now, Fang Yuan's hands had already healed. It was just that when he moved his hands and grabbed at the air, it was extremely weak. After 7 to 8 days, this weak side effect would also disappear. However, Fang Yuan was not grateful to the Academy elder. His injuries could also be treated by other healing Gu masters. He knew very well that the Academy elder's real motive was to take the opportunity to check his aperture. Fang Yuan had already expected this, and placed the white boar Gu and jade skin Gu in the second secret cave. As for the spring-autumn cicada, it was rank 6, and if it was focused on hiding, even the rank 4 Gyue bow might not be able to detect it. The Academy elder did not find anything, and his brows furrowed. Although he still had many suspicions in his heart, but in front of so many people, he could not ask directly. Fang Yuan, your performance was not bad. Work hard. Finally, the Academy elder patted Fang Yuan's shoulder and announced loudly, for this year's end-of-year examination, Fang Yuan gets first place. From the moment the Academy elders stepped onto the stage, the audience had been watching quietly. Now that they heard the elders' announcement, there was another wave of commotion. To think that in the end, it was actually Fang Yuan who had the last laugh. He's just a C grade, but he actually defeated the rank 2 Fang Zheng who had the jade skin goo. Did he cheat? Probably not. Just now, the Academy elder personally treated him, it was actually a test. Even he did not find any problems, so Fang Yuan should not have cheated. Fang Yuan's hands are heavily injured, that's to be expected. But for a 15-year-old youth to have such strength, it has already far surpassed an adult. Isn't this still suspicious? What's there to be suspicious about? In this world, there are always some freaks with extraordinary talent. If it's not strength, then it's intelligence. Actually, Fang Yuan's strength is not that terrifying. Think about that person. The Gu master who spoke used his eyes to look at Qi Shan who was standing proudly in the crowd. Immediately, someone realized, that's true. When Qi Shan was just a few years old, his strength was already greater than an adult's. Don't tell me that Fang Yuan is also such a freak. Can't be wrong. When Fang Yuan was a child, he had already composed poems. Those poems had spread throughout the entire village. At first, everyone thought that he was an A grade, but to think that he was only a C grade. But it seems that the heavens had other intentions, giving him some compensation in terms of strength. But he is still a C grade. If he was a B grade, he might be another Qi Shan. Actually it's not that big of a deal. Gu Master cultivation still focuses on talent. In the future, if he gets a black boar Gu, he can raise his strength to be even greater than him. So it's nothing much, he can only be arrogant for a while. Someone shrugged, his tone indifferent. Fang Yuan walked down the stage, his ears perked up as he listened to the crowd's discussion, laughing coldly in his heart. The liquor worm's origin, Fang Yuan had already created a perfect excuse. But once the jade skin goo was exposed, Fang Yuan would not be able to explain it. Thus, he had to hide it secretly and not use it in front of everyone. As for the crowd's thoughts and explanations, it was the direction that Fang Yuan wanted to guide the public's opinion. Taking a step back, even if the clan's higher-ups were suspicious, they would only suspect his mysterious backer. Half a year ago, I took the risk and used the wild boar's tusk to create a second layer of protection, and it has already started to take effect. Fang Yuan's eyes were as deep as the abyss. Clan leader Guyue did not sit down. He kept standing, his brows furrowed. The development of this matter was indeed beyond his expectations. He did not care about Fang Yuan obtaining first place. It was just a year-end exam's first place, he did not care about it at all. What he was worried about was Guyue Fangzheng. There was no doubt that today's blow was too heavy for Fangzheng. If Fangzheng was beaten by Fang Yuan to the point where he could not retaliate and lost the battle, it would be fine. But when he tried his best and his hopes rose, he was beaten down by Fang Yuan's 2 fists. This kind of psychological trauma was likely to affect his growth. Under my guidance and arrangement, Fangzheng was the first to advance to upper stage, then to peak stage, then to rank 2. He continued to accumulate success and built up his confidence. However, this confidence would probably be reduced to ashes after this battle. Sigh, all my hard work has gone up in smoke. Guyue Bo sighed in his heart. Naturally, he developed a faint sense of disgust towards Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan lost to Fangzheng, then everything would be perfect. But Fang Yuan actually won, this was really, a little hateful. Not only the clan leader, but the other clan elders' gazes were deep and complicated. Fang Yuan's strength is so great, is he a freak like Qi Shan? Speaking of which, Fang Yuan is a freak, being able to compose poems before the age of 10. As he continues to grow, it is not a big deal to have more strength. But there is also another possibility, and that is man-made. Fang Yuan has a mysterious backer behind him, maybe this backer helped him. Then who is this backer behind him? The elders' hearts were in turmoil, but they didn't show the slightest change on their faces. Clan leader Guebo was silent for a moment, then suddenly revealed a smile. Fang Yuan, you obtained first place with C-grade talent. This is an unprecedented feat. First place will be rewarded with 100 yuan stones, and you will also have priority in choosing Gu worms. Now, I will reward you again. You can choose any group to join. No matter what group it is, as long as you want it, just say it on the spot and you can join. Once he said this, the rank 2 Gu masters and students looked at Fang Yuan with envy. There were differences between groups, and joining an outstanding group meant a bright future. Guebo's reward was really generous. Although this reward was decided by me, I believe all the clan elders here will agree. Guebo's smile became wider, looking at the clan elders beside him. The clan elders led by Guo Lian, Guo Mo Chen, all had solemn expressions. At most, some frowned, but they did not stop him. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. Trouble is coming. Chapter 89. Fang Yuan could already see the deeper meaning behind this move. This was a small test from the clan leader. He scanned the martial arts field. The 3 best teams in the clan were all here. They were the Qingshu team representing the clan leader's faction, the Qi Shan team representing the Qi faction, and the Mo Yen team representing the Mo faction. If a normal student joined any of these 3 teams, it would mean that they had a strong backer and a bright future. But for Fang Yuan, it was the opposite. In the eyes of the higher-ups of the clan, he had already been labeled as a force. If he joined any of these 3 teams, he would be in big trouble. For example, if he joined the Qi Shan team, the Qi family would naturally know that he didn't recruit Fang Yuan. His first thought was, Fang Yuan was obviously someone else's chess piece. What was he trying to do by joining his team? His second thought was, the mysterious force that recruited Fang Yuan ahead of time had already broken the rules. Now that Fang Yuan joined his team, the elders would definitely think that he recruited Fang Yuan ahead of time. Then wouldn't he be the scapegoat? No, he had to detain Fang Yuan, monitor him, investigate him. He had to get concrete evidence and dig out the mysterious backer. But the truth was that Fang Yuan had no backer. If I join one of these 3 teams, it would be the same as offending one of the 3 biggest forces in the clan. Absolutely not. Sigh, I originally wanted to join Jiang He's team with a low profile. But behind Jiang He's team, there is the shadow of the elders from the torture chamber. Now that everyone is watching, it's extremely inappropriate for me to join rashly. Fang Yuan couldn't help but hesitate. Clan leader Guebo's smile deepened, and he continued, Fang Yuan, if you don't choose, then I will assign you. The clan elders beside him watched quietly, their expressions unmoving, like statues. Humph, you're starting to force me. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. He immediately guessed what Guebo was going to say next. He was either going to send Fang Yuan to the Qi Shan group or Mo Yen group. Guebo naturally knew that he did not recruit Fang Yuan. To him, this could not only eliminate his own suspicion, but also weaken his political opponents and expose the mysterious force. It could be said to be killing 3 birds with 1 stone. This move of diverting the trouble to someone else, it looked simple but it was actually very profound, showing Gu Yu's proficient political skills. No, I can't let Guebo give me orders. Looks like I can only choose a mixed team. Fang Yuan was about to speak. At that moment, a voice came from the crowd. Why don't you join our group? Our team is lacking a point of attack. Who was it? For a moment, everyone looked in the direction of the voice. The person who spoke was neither tall nor short. His dark yellow skin made him look sickly. A pair of triangular eyes shone brightly. It's the sickly snake, Guo Jiao San. Someone revealed his identity. Guo Jiao San. He's just a mixed team with no background. The clan leader and elders all revealed disappointed expressions. Jiao San. An undetectable dark light flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes. He had never met this Guyue Jiao San before, and he couldn't remember if this person existed. Why did Jiao San invite him to join? Was it simply because he got first place in the examination? How could that be? Only someone as childish as Fang Zheng would have such naive thoughts. However, since Jiao San had personally invited them, it was a breakthrough in the current situation. The higher-ups of the clan must be very disappointed. Fang Yuan couldn't help but smile as he thought of this. He lowered his eyelids to hide the light in his eyes. Then I'll join your group. Fang Yuan agreed, stopping Guyue Bo's words. Is this Fang Yuan stupid? He didn't join those excellent groups, but chose to join the sickly snakes group. There must be something wrong with his brain, Jiao San's personality, The students and Gu masters started discussing, looking at Fang Yuan like he was an idiot. The clan leader and elders' faces darkened. Today's probing was actually disrupted by a Guyue Jiao San. No, maybe this Jiao San was a pawn in the game. No matter what, they had to investigate this Guyue Jiao San. 3 days later. It had been snowing for a day, and now it was getting lighter. Pure white snowflakes danced in the air along with the wind. The entire Qingmao mountain was covered in a layer of white clothing. Many branches were bare, only the evergreen pine trees and green spear bamboos did not change their color, standing proudly in the snow. A group of 5 ran on the snowy ground. The leader was neither tall nor short, with a sickly yellow face. It was Guyue Jiao San. As he ran, he looked at the silent Fang Yuan, his face showing a warm smile. Fang Yuan, don't be nervous. Although this is your first time carrying out a family mission, the mission content is relatively simple. Just follow us and learn as you do. Okay. Fang Yuan replied lightly, his eyes looking straight ahead, his expression calm. It was already winter. As they ran on the snowy ground, the cold winter wind became even stronger. When he took a breath, it was like eating a mouthful of smoothie. His chest felt cold. Fang Yuan's face was already pale, and now under the reflection of the snow, he looked even paler. As he ran, small snowflakes fell on his short black hair, shoulders and eyebrows. What was different from before was that Fang Yuan had changed his clothes. This was a dark blue battle robe. He wore long sleeves and trousers. His calves were tied with bamboo, and his feet were made of bamboo. On his forehead was a sapphire blue headband, the end of the headband fluttering in the air as Fang Yuan ran. On his waist, there was a wide belt. The belt was navy blue, with a copper plate on the front. On the copper plate, there was a 1 carved, very obvious. This was a Gu master's attire, showing Fang Yuan's status as a rank 1 Gu master. The youngsters had to study in the academy for a year, before they had the right to wear such attire. This attire had a special meaning. Once worn, it meant that one had surpassed the mortal class, breaking away from the lowly and stepping into the noble class, standing in the upper class of the human society. Even though rank 1 Gu masters were at the bottom of the upper class, from now on, any mortal who saw Fang Yuan would have to avoid him and greet him respectfully. Guyue Jiao San's gaze shone. This attire on Fang Yuan, along with his indifferent expression, immediately gave off a cool and capable aura. As he ran, he continued to speak to Fang Yuan. When we carry out missions, we often have to move quickly. Running is the norm. Fang Yuan, are you used to it? Still okay. Fang Yuan was a man of few words, looking at this Guyue Jiao San from the corner of his eyes. Jiao San's warm smile made him think of the legends of Renzu. It was said that Renzu used the rules and regulations Gu, taking away his strength and intelligence, leaving behind 3 Gu worms, 1 suspicion, 1 trust and 1 attitude. Renzu grabbed the attitude Gu. According to the bet, the attitude Gu was subdued into Renzu's hands, telling him, "Human, you caught me, I can only blame it on my bad luck. From now on, I will be used by you. As long as you put me on, you will be able to use me." The attitude Gu's appearance was like a mask. Renzu put it on his face, but he could not put it on no matter how hard he tried. Even if he tied it with a rope, it would fall off. What is going on? Renzu was puzzled. The attitude Gu laughed. I know, human, so you don't have a heart. Attitude is the mask of the heart. Without a heart, how can you wear me? Renzu finally understood. He had already given his heart to hope. He no longer had a heart. A person without a heart cannot wear an attitude mask. In other words, a person with a heart, attitude is a mask. The warm attitude is only the mask that this Guyue Jiao San is wearing. What is his true motive? Fang Yuan pondered. This Jiao San, who was called the Sixth Snake, was observing Fang Yuan, while Fang Yuan was also secretly observing him. Chapter 90. In the snow, the five-man team was running. Guyue Jiao San looked at the sky and said, "It's getting late. This mission is to collect permafrost-rotten soil. Although it is simple, it takes a long time. We need to increase our speed. Everyone follow me and try not to fall behind. Fang Yuan, if you can't hold on, just tell us, it's alright. You are a newbie, we will take care of you." Guyue Jiao San's smile was very friendly. Fang Yuan nodded, not saying a word. The other three members exchanged glances. Actually, it was still early, and Jiao San's actions were unnecessary. In fact, he just wanted to show Fang Yuan his power. The three of them knew this, but did not expose him. In fact, this kind of show of power was common. When a newbie joined a group, the older members would more or less show some of their power to get rid of the newbie's arrogance, so that it would be easier to command and manage them in the future. "Let's go." Jiao San lightly shouted, taking a step forward and rushing out. Fang Yuan's gaze shone, and he and the other three increased their speed, following closely behind. The bamboo shoes stepped on the snow, leaving a series of deep footprints. The mountainous terrain was bumpy, and it was not easy to walk. Especially after being covered with a layer of snow, it was easy to slip and fall. At the same time, the snow was unpredictable. Who knew if there were sharp rocks or pits under the snow? If they stepped into a hunter's trap, they would be even more unlucky. Living in this world was tough, and traveling seemed easy, but in fact, it required a lot of knowledge. Many newbies suffered because of this. Only after a long period of training and suffering could a Gu master accumulate enough experience to avoid these obstacles. The cold winter wind assaulted his face as Fang Yuan sped along the snowy ground. Sometimes he jumped, sometimes he ran, sometimes he climbed, and sometimes he moved, following closely behind Jiao San. The entire Qingmao mountain was covered in a layer of snow, and many trees were bare, without a single leaf. Occasionally, squirrels or wild deer would be disturbed by this group of people, scurrying far away. Half an hour later, Jiao San suddenly stopped, having reached his destination. He turned around and looked at Fang Yuan with a smile, praising, "Not bad. Fang Yuan, you really deserve to be the top scholar of this year. You actually followed behind me and didn't fall behind." Fang Yuan smiled and said nothing. He was already familiar with this kind of display of strength. In fact, running through the snow had become a traditional program. Many teams used this to suppress the arrogance of the newcomers. The two of them stood there and waited for a while before the other three team members arrived. Who, they were panting heavily, their foreheads dripping with sweat, their faces flushed red. Two of them bent over and supported themselves with their hands, while the last one collapsed onto the snowy ground. Jiao San glared at the three of them and bellowed, "Stand up straight. Aren't you ashamed? Look at Fang Yuan, and then look at yourselves. After this mission is completed, all of you should go back and reflect on yourselves." The three of them quickly stood up straight, but their heads were lowered. They did not dare to raise their heads from Jiao San's scolding and did not dare to retort. However, the way they looked at Fang Yuan had changed. "That's weird, why is this Fang Yuan so experienced? I didn't even see him fall once. Sigh, our strength is only average, how can we compare to this monster? We didn't get to watch a good show, and instead became the sacrificial lambs. This guy. Alright, focus." Jiao San pointed to the front, "This small valley is our destination. There is a large amount of frozen soil that we can collect. We will split up here and collect the frozen soil. We will gather here in an hour. Kong Jing, distribute the tools. Just as Jiao Sen finished speaking, the male team member called Guyue Kong Jing stood up. He opened his palm, and a yellow light shot out from his aperture, hovering in the middle of his palm. The yellow light dissipated, revealing the true appearance of a golden back frog. This golden frog was chubby, and its snow-white belly was extremely big. When it swelled up, its entire body looked like a round ball. The frog's mouth and eyes were pushed up to the top of its head, compressed together. Fong Yuan's gaze shone, immediately recognizing this goo worm. This was a rank 2 goo worm, big belly frog. Soon after, traces of red steel primeval essence flowed out from Kong Jing's hand, and was absorbed by the big belly frog. Gua! The big-bellied frog let out a loud cry. It opened its mouth and spat out a miniature shovel. The iron shovel flew in the air, quickly becoming bigger, and in a blink of an eye, it landed on the ground, becoming half a person tall. Gua gua gua, it called out a few times, spitting out a tool each time. Finally, on the snowy ground in front of everyone, there were 5 iron shovels and 5 wooden boxes. The wooden boxes were tied with 2 hemp ropes. Goo masters had a huge burden when feeding their goo worms, thus their numbers were limited. In the early stages, it was hard for goo masters to face complex environments alone, and there were all sorts of troubles, thus they often moved in small groups. In a small group, there would be someone scouting, someone attacking, someone defending, someone healing, and someone in charge of logistics. This male goo master, Kong Jing, was obviously a logistics goo master. The big belly frog he had was a typical logistics goo worm, with a large space in its stomach, used for storage. Of course, every goo worm had its strengths and weaknesses. The big belly frog's weakness, besides the limited storage space, was that every time it spat out something, it would make a sound. This was really annoying. Especially when the goo master was hiding in the battlefield, if it was not handled properly, they would expose their location. Also, the big belly frog could not store goo worms, and was not immune to poison, so poisonous items could not be stored. After distributing the tools, the 5 of them each had an iron shovel and a wooden box. Let's go. Jiao Sen waved his hand, leading the way into the valley. Fong Yuan carried the iron shovel, carrying the wooden box, and chose another direction. He's a newbie after all, going in excitedly. Hee hee. How can permafrost soil be so easy to collect? If we don't distinguish it carefully, we might just collect normal permafrost soil, wasting all our efforts. In fact, it is very hard to distinguish it. The color of permafrost soil is not much different from normal permafrost soil. Especially under the cover of snow, newbies can only rely on luck to dig it out. The 3 members looked at Fong Yuan's back, laughing coldly in their hearts. However, an hour later, when they saw Fong Yuan return with a box full of permafrost soil, they were dumbfounded. Including Jiao San, their wooden boxes were at most half filled with permafrost soil. Seeing Fong Yuan's wooden box, they were too embarrassed to show their results. It's all permafrost soil. A member inspected it carefully, and was even more shocked. Fong Yuan, how did you collect so much permafrost soil? A female member could not hold back her curiosity and suspicion. Fong Yuan raised his eyebrows, the snow light shining on his eyes, making them look clear and penetrating. He smiled lightly, the academy elder mentioned it before. Permafrost soil is a common resource that is produced after the snow and ice froze the swamp. It has a tinge of purple in the black, and the smell is actually very smelly, but because of the snow and ice, it cannot be smelled. It is the food of the smelly fart fat worm, and it is also very fertile. It is often mixed in the soil, and used to grow wheat, vegetables and fruits. The family gave this mission, it should be used to fertilize the moon orchids in the underground cave. His words caused the 4 of them to freeze in place. These theories will naturally be taught in the academy. However, it was quite difficult to link theory with reality. Did this Fong Yuan personally collect permafrost soil before? The three members looked at each other. Guyue Jiao San's eyes flashed, and he smiled. Fang Yuan, you did well. He praised, but the warm smile on his face was now a little stiff. Jiao San turned his head, and continued to speak to everyone. This way, our mission should be completed. Everyone, pass the shovels and wooden boxes to Kong Jing, let's go back. By the time they returned to the village, it was already afternoon. The five of them came out of the Internal Affairs Hall, and Jiao San distributed the 6 yuan stones. He got 2 for himself, and the rest got 1 each. Seeing how easily the yuan stone was obtained, some of the members had smiles on their faces. Fang Yuan silently kept the yuan stone, and did not make a sound. He only thought in his heart, when a newcomer joins a team, the family will increase the rewards, as a form of support for the newcomer. The reward for collecting permafrost soil is at most 2 yuan stones. Because of me, it is twice as much. According to logic, they should be taking care of me. If running through the snow is a show of strength, and collecting permafrost soil alone is making things difficult for me, then giving out yuan stones like this is suppression. It was just 1 or 2 yuan stones. Fang Yuan did not care about it. He was just curious. He and Guyue Jiao San had never met each other before. Why would he suppress him? Could it be? A light flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. Chapter 91. The five stood at the side of the street. Guyue Jiao San smiled warmly, saying to Fang Yuan, "Brother Fang Yuan, your performance really impressed us. It seems we made the right decision to invite you. You just graduated from the academy, so there are some things you don't understand. Let me introduce to you. First, clan missions. Every Gu master completes at least 1 every month. The more completed, the more perfect the mission, the higher the evaluation. Second, missions are issued by the Internal Affairs Hall or the External Affairs Hall. Gu masters can only choose 1 at a time, and once accepted, they have to complete it. Third, under special circumstances, the Gu master can choose to give up on the mission. But the evaluation will be greatly lowered. At the same time, rank 1 Gu masters do not have the right to give up, only rank 2 Gu masters have this right. But they can only give up 1 mission every year. Fourth, the clan evaluation is very important. It concerns your future in the clan. The higher the evaluation, the brighter and brighter your future. Fang Yuan listened and nodded. He was very familiar with these things. Guyue Jiao San was not wrong, nor misleading, but there were many other important things that he did not say. Alright, we have just completed the permafrost decaying soil mission. Next, I have accepted a mission to capture wild deer. The danger is low, it is very suitable for Fang Yuan to practice. Jiao San said to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart, but said, "Thank you for your help, group leader." Guyue Kong Jing immediately said, "Brother Fang Yuan, you should thank group leader. Simple missions, although easy to complete, have low rewards. Group leader did this to take care of you." The other 2 female Gu masters also added, that's right, little brother Fang Yuan, words of gratitude are not as good as actual actions. How about we treat group leader to a meal? Brother Fang Yuan, you just left the academy, and the society is very complicated. Relationships are very important. If you have anything you don't understand, just ask us during the meal. Guyue Jiao San laughed and waved his hand. Don't make things difficult for Fang Yuan. He just graduated from the academy, so he doesn't have much yuan stone on hand. He's very short of money. Impossible. Let's not talk about anything else. Just the first place in the year-end assessment alone should be rewarded with 100 yuan stone, right? A female Gu master purposely called out, then showed a slightly jealous expression. Speaking of which, I am really envious. 100 yuan stone is a huge sum to us. Team leader, you're wrong about our brother Fang Yuan. How could he be so petty? Brother Fang Yuan, am I right? Guyue Kong Jing laughed heartily and seemed to be very happy. The other female Gu master got close to Fang Yuan and said in a friendly manner, "Little brother Fang Yuan, let me tell you this out of goodwill. You don't have to curry favor with us, but you have to curry favor with the team leader. Do you know, a portion of our group's evaluations are written by the team leader? If he says it's outstanding, then it's outstanding. If he says it's bad, then it's bad. Not bad, not bad. Evaluation is very important to us GU masters. If we are evaluated to be outstanding, we will be noticed by the clan's higher-ups. In the future, when we have more experience, we can save many years of hard work. Kong Jing immediately added. Throughout the entire process, Guyue Jiao San was smiling as he watched. Finally, he waved his hand, his expression benevolent and his smile amiable. Sai, don't talk nonsense. My evaluations are all fair and objective, I won't be easily bribed by you guys. But, Fong Yuan, don't worry, you are a newbie. Since you have joined our group, I will take care of your evaluation accordingly. If it was a normal youngster, he would have been bewitched and moved by these people's words. They were bullying newbies who did not know the rules, and were naive and childish. But Fong Yuan's eyes were clear and calm. The team leader participates in the evaluation of the group, this was a fact. This was the clan's system, delegating power to the team leader, giving him the authority to manage each group. But it would not be as serious as these people said. The evaluation of the clan, the team leader's evaluation was only a small part, the rest were matters of the clan's internal affairs hall. Taking a step back, even if the team leader's evaluation of the group was very influential, so what? Fong Yuan did not care about this evaluation at all. He had already made up his mind to quickly raise his cultivation to rank 3 and leave this place. He had never thought of wasting 100 years in this clan, and working hard for the clan for the rest of his life. In the eyes of these short-sighted GU masters, evaluation was the most important thing. But to Fong Yuan, the so-called evaluation was nothing. So these GU masters' threatening words were completely useless against Fong Yuan. I know what you've said. I still have some matters to attend to, I will leave first. Fong Yuan was silent for a while before saying. At once, these 4 GU masters showed a shocked expression. What does this mean? Did you not hear what we said just now? A female GU master stared with her eyes wide open, screaming in her heart. Is there really no problem with your comprehension? Guyue Kong Jing at this moment really wanted to grab Fong Yuan's collar and interrogate him. Jiao San's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Fong Yuan's indifference made their echoing of each other look like a farce. It made their plan become a joke. Looking at Fong Yuan's back view as he turned to leave, the anger in his heart was indescribable. Fong Yuan, don't be in such a hurry to leave, don't listen to their nonsense. Jiao San forcefully swallowed his anger, forcing a smile as he quickly walked up and blocked Fong Yuan. You are going to rent a house, right? We will accompany you. I have some connections, I am quite familiar with renting a house. I am indeed going to rent a house, the academy hostel is uninhabitable. What advice does group leader have? Fong Yuan raised his eyebrows, his expression calm. I know a few houses, they are cheap, and the location is good. Jiao San laughed enthusiastically, leading the way. This house of mine, 15 yuan stone a month, no bargaining. Pfft, 8 yuan stone and you want to rent my house? Dream on. You have to pay a deposit, 1 for 3. That's what everyone else does. My house has good feng shui, and it is secluded at night. The key is the clan leader's pavilion, you know how good the location is. The price is really not expensive, just 25 yuan stone a month. Until the sky darkened, Fong Yuan still had not decided which house to rent. Little brother Fong Yuan, you are too stingy. The village is only so big, the market price is like this. I say, we should rent the house near the clan leader's pavilion, the second floor is spacious and the scenery is good. Little brother Fong Yuan, don't be too thrifty, it's only 25 yuan stone. The prize you have is enough for you to stay for a full 4 months. The 2 female GU masters persuaded with ill intentions. Fong Yuan shook his head, I don't have much yuan stone, I can't waste it like this. Then let's rent the basement, it's cheaper. Guyue Kong Jing's eyes flashed with coldness, suggesting. Fong Yuan snorted in his heart, this Kong Jing is so vicious. The mountain was already very humid, and now that it was winter, living in the basement without ventilation, it was easy to catch a cold. Even if one did not catch a cold, staying here for a long time would cause problems with the joints. Seeing that Fong Yuan did not reply, Jiao San said, actually the first floor of the main hall is not bad. If you share it with others, the rent will be cheaper. Fong Yuan shook his head, I want to live alone, I don't like sharing. Guyue Kong Jing snorted, saying unhappily, you don't want to do this, you don't want to do that. It's not that I'm scolding you, little brother Fong Yuan. You're too picky, your standards are too high, it's not practical. Fong Yuan heard this, laughing coldly in his heart, even if there is a house that fits the criteria, as long as it's a house that you recommend, I will not accept it. He was pretending to be polite, just to be cautious, to see if there were any traps. Immediately, just as Fong Yuan was about to say goodbye to these people, Mother Shen appeared. Young Master Fong Yuan, I've finally found you. The academy hostel is uninhabitable, Master and Madam have already prepared a banquet and specially asked me to invite you home. It's better to stay at home, why do you need to rent a house outside? She persuaded. She finally came, Fong Yuan laughed coldly in his heart, this Mother Shen was really accurate, finding this place so quickly, someone must have informed her. Just as he had expected, the mastermind behind the scenes was his uncle and aunt. And this Jiao San was the shackle that uncle and aunt used to restrain him. Fong Yuan's silence looked like he was hesitating. Fong Yuan, why don't you just stay at uncle and aunt's house? Why go through so much trouble? Renting a house will cost quite a lot of yuan stone. Guyue Jiao San said with concern, he looked at the side of Fong Yuan's face, a dark light flashing in his eyes. Chapter 92. In the hall, the lights were bright. On the round dining table, the wine and dishes were already cold. The bright red candlelight flickered, casting the shadows of uncle and aunt on the wall. The shadows of the two joined together, swaying gloomily with the candlelight. Mother Shen knelt in front of them. Uncle broke the silence. I didn't expect this Fong Yuan to be so hell-bent on going against me. Sigh, I originally wanted to persuade him nicely, to let him stay at home first, then find a reason to kick him out. I didn't expect that little bastard to not fall for it. He was determined to reject my invitation. There was no room for discussion. He won't even take a step forward. Aunt gritted her teeth, looking a little panicked. This unruly little bastard is already 16 years old. If he asks for the family property, we can't not give it to him. The family property that we obtained back then was clearly recorded in the Internal Affairs Hall, we can't go back on our words. What should we do? You can leave first. Uncle waved Mother Shen away and sneered. Don't be anxious. I've been thinking of a plan for the past year. First, to split the family property, one must have a cultivation of rank 1 intermediate stage. Fong Yuan has already reached this point, and is already at the peak of his cultivation. He even won first place at the end of the year, it's really impressive. Hee. But to successfully split the family property, it's not that easy. Rank 1 intermediate stage cultivation is only a prerequisite. To split the family property, Fong Yuan has to apply for it, and after the Internal Affairs Hall approves, they will issue a mission to see if Fong Yuan has the qualifications. This is also to prevent the family property from being divided randomly, causing internal friction and weakening the family's strength. Aunt came to a sudden realization. In that case, Fong Yuan has to complete this mission to obtain his parents' inheritance. That's right. Uncle laughed sinisterly. But the Internal Affairs Hall's missions are issued for small groups. This family property mission is no exception. If Fong Yuan wants to complete it, he must rely on the strength of the small group, he can't rely on himself. The family is doing this because they want to unite the group and improve their cohesiveness. His aunt laughed heartily. Master, you are too wise. He asked Zhao San to bring Fang Yuan into the group. This way, Fang Yuan would need their help to complete the inheritance quest. However, Zhao San is one of us. Fang Yuan won't be able to complete this mission alone. A smug look flashed across his uncle's eyes as he said, "Humph, even if I can't recruit him, I have other ways to deal with him. Not to mention completing the mission, even if he wanted to apply for the separation of the family and accept this mission, it might not be possible." Night fell and the snow stopped. As Fang Yuan walked along the street, the bamboo buildings along the way were all covered with a layer of white frost. His feet made light sounds as he stepped on the snow. As the cool air entered his body, Fang Yuan's mind became extremely clear. After rejecting Mother Shen, Fang Yuan ignored Zhao San and the others who urged him to stay and left on his own. So it was like this. He thought as he walked, uncle and aunt are trying to stop me and delay me, making me lose the chance to get back the inheritance. After the new year, I will be 16 and have the right to split the family. My parents are dead and my brother has found new parents. As long as I succeed, the inheritance will be mine. But to get back the inheritance, there are 2 steps, and each step is very important. The first step is to apply for the inheritance at the Internal Affairs Hall without any mission. The second step is to complete the family inheritance mission issued by the Internal Affairs Hall. Only then will I have the right to get the inheritance. Zhao San and aunt and uncle are jackals of the same tribe. Not to mention the second step, just the first step is to stop me. The clan rules state that Gu Masters can only complete 1 mission at a time. This is to prevent Gu Masters from accepting too many missions and causing a vicious competition within the clan. Zhao San continued to accept missions. After completing the permafrost rotten soil mission, he immediately took on a new mission to capture wild deer. The clan missions are issued to the entire group. That is to say, according to the clan rules, Fang Yuan must complete this mission to capture wild deer before he has the right to apply for the inheritance. But at that time, I believe Zhao San will accept another mission. As the group leader, he will always be 1 step faster than me when it comes to handing in missions. I am 1 step away from applying for the inheritance mission, but he is stuck in front of me. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. These schemes are really annoying, like an invisible rope that is restraining Fang Yuan's footsteps. But Fang Yuan did not regret entering this group. The situation at the battle stage put him in a tough spot. Zhao San's invitation helped Fang Yuan out of his predicament. If he did not enter this group, he believed that uncle and aunt would have other tricks up their sleeves. Now that he is in the group, he can see through their plans and counterattack easily. To solve this problem, it is not that there is no way. The simplest and most direct method is to get rid of Zhao San and assassinate uncle and aunt. Then no one will fight with me for the inheritance. But this method is too risky. They are rank 2 Gu Masters, and my rank 1 cultivation is still too low. Even if I kill them, there is no way to clean up the mess. Unless there is a good opportunity, I can take advantage of it. But such opportunities are hard to come by. Fang Yuan could kill the family servant Gao Wan, he could kill old man Wang's family. That is because they are mortals, servants, their lives are as worthless as grass. Killing them is like killing a dog or breaking a blade of grass, it does not matter. But to assassinate a Gu Master, that is a huge problem. Gu Masters all have the surname Guyue, they are all clansmen. No matter who dies, it will attract the clan's punishment hall to investigate. Fang Yuan evaluated his own strength. The risk of killing now is too high, he might be killed instead. Even if he killed them, the punishment hall's investigation would be even more troublesome. Not only will his actions be monitored, they might even find out about the flower wine monk's inheritance. To get rid of a small problem and attract a problem that is 100 times bigger than the problem, this is not a wise move. I'm here. Fang Yuan muttered to himself, stopping in front of a broken bamboo building. This bamboo building was already in ruins, like an old man with 1 foot in the grave, bending over in the cold winter wind, struggling at death's door. Looking at this bamboo building, Fang Yuan's face showed a trace of reminiscence. This was the house he rented in his previous life. In his previous life, when he was chased out by uncle and aunt, he had less than 15 yuan stone. After sleeping on the streets for a few days, he found this place. The rooms here were too old, so the rent was much lower than other places. Furthermore, while other places would settle their accounts by month or quarter, this place was the only place that was settled by the number of days. I don't know if uncle and aunt set up other places. But my previous life's memories tell me, at least not here. Fang Yuan knocked on the door. Half an hour later, he settled the rental agreement, and was brought to a room on the second floor by the landlord. The old floorboards made a worrisome sound when one stepped on them. The facilities in the room were simple, there was only a bed and a quilt. There were many patches on the quilt, but there were still holes, revealing the yellowed cotton inside. There was an oil lamp at the head of the bed, and after the landlord lit it up, he left. Fang Yuan did not sleep, but sat cross-legged on the bed, and started to cultivate. The primordial sea in the aperture rose and fell, waves rose and fell. Every drop of primordial water was dark green. The four walls of the aperture were made of a sturdy white crystal film, translucent. This was the scene of a rank 1 peak. Suddenly, the green-bronze primordial sea started to surge with huge waves. Like wild beasts suddenly going berserk, they started to attack the aperture walls in a suicidal manner. Boom boom boom, huge waves rose, and fiercely crashed against the aperture walls. The splashing waves shattered into green crystals, and then completely dissipated. In a short period of time, 44% of the primordial sea rapidly decreased, and a large amount of primordial essence was being expended. On the thick and sturdy crystal film, cracks started to appear. But it was just cracks, and this was far from enough. If Fang Yuan wanted to break through the rank 1 peak and advance to rank 2, he had to completely destroy this crystal film, and then rebuild it. The dark green primordial essence continued to attack the crystal film, and the cracks on the crystal film increased, gradually forming a whole piece. In some places, the cracks deepened, and became even more obvious. But as the primordial sea was completely depleted, and without primordial essence to continue attacking, the cracks on the crystal film started to heal, and the cracks started to disappear. Fang Yuan was not surprised, he retracted his consciousness, and opened his eyes. The oil lamp was already extinguished, and there was not much oil to begin with. The room was pitch black, and only a small amount of light from the snow could be seen through the cracks of the window. There was no furnace in the room, and it was not warm. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed, and after not moving for a long time, he could already feel the coldness in his body gradually increasing. His black pupils merged into one with the darkness. Actually, to break through Jiao San's blockade, there is a simpler and safer method than killing. That is to advance to rank 2. Rank 1 Gu Masters do not have the right to give up on missions, but rank 2 Gu Masters have one every year. If I advance to rank 2, I can directly give up on my mission, and apply to split from the family. But breaking through to rank 2 is not an easy task. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan sighed. He got off the bed, and slowly paced around the small room. From initial stage to middle stage, from middle stage to upper stage, this was a small realm advancement. From rank 1 peak stage to rank 2 initial stage, this was a huge breakthrough. The difficulty between the two could not be compared. Simply put, to break through the crystal film, one needed an explosive force, and in a short period of time, a strong enough impact force to break the crystal film. But Fang Yuan only had C-grade talent, and the primordial essence in his primordial sea was only 44%. If he used his full strength to attack the crystal film, his primordial essence would be used up in a short while. Just like just now, after his primordial essence was used up, he would not have the strength to continue attacking. And the crystal film had the ability to recover, and in a short while, it would be completely healed. Fang Yuan's previous efforts would be in vain. To break through the crystal film and reach rank 2, not counting special circumstances, one would need at least 55% dark green primordial essence. And my talent is limited, at most 44%. That's why people often say that talent is the second most important factor in a Gu Master's cultivation. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan slowly stopped in his tracks. Unknowingly, he had already walked to the window, and casually pushed it open. Through the window, snow covered the mountain. Under the moonlight, the snow was like white jade, and the world in front of him was like a crystal palace, untainted by a speck of dust. The snowy light shone on Fang Yuan's young face. His expression was calm, his eyebrows relaxed, and his eyes were like a spring under the moon. The cold wind blew, and the young man suddenly laughed. It's just a little frost. Chapter 93. After a sleepless night, the moment the sky brightened, Fang Yuan went out to buy things. The house was simple and the bedding was old. If he stayed here for a long time, the cold would invade his body and he would fall sick. Although Fang Yuan had used up most of his yuan stone, he still had to buy his daily necessities. These things could not be saved. First was the bedding. He needed at least 2 new cotton blankets. Other than that, he also needed bed sheets and blankets. He had to buy another oil lamp to light up the house, and he had to save up at least 2 pots of oil. Fang Yuan thought for a while. Although the room was not big, it could fit a small table and chair, so he bought it. Most importantly, there was a stove. In winter, if there was no stove to keep warm, he would still wake up from the cold in the middle of the night. Other than these, Fang Yuan also bought some rations. He also prepared some water, enough to last him for 7 days. The winter sun rose slowly, giving off a lazy glow. Guyue, Jiao San and the other Gu masters stood at the village's northern gate, waiting anxiously. Something is wrong, we agreed on this place and time last night. But it has already been 15 minutes, why hasn't this Fang Yuan appeared yet? A female member said. Don't be impatient, let's wait a while more. It is inevitable for newbies to be late. Jiao San laughed. He was worried about not being able to find a chance to suppress Fang Yuan, but he did not expect him to come knocking on his door the next day. Let's just wait a while. But he wants the group leader to wait for him with us, this kid is too arrogant. Guyue said to Kong Jing, his tone indignant. But after half an hour, Fang Yuan was still nowhere to be seen. Jiao San's face was covered in a layer of darkness. This brat, did he remember the wrong location? We agreed to meet at the northern gate. Kong Jing was suspicious. I will continue waiting here, you guys go search at the other gates. Jiao San ordered, and the 3 members could only follow. After a while, they returned to Jiao San with nothing. This Fang Yuan couldn't have seen through our plan and left the group, right? A female Gu master said. You think too highly of him. Even if he's first in the year-end exam, he's still just a young newbie. His age is there for all to see. Kong Jing curled his lips. Jiao San's face was gloomy, whether he sees through it or not is secondary. The most important thing now is to find him. My only worry now is that he has abandoned us and started to strive for the second transition on his own. Upon reaching the second transition, one would be able to voluntarily give up on a mission and directly apply to the Internal Affairs Hall to split from the family. Find him. Find him for me. The village is only so big, and there are only so many houses for rent. We must find him and not give him the time to break through to the second job transition. Yes. In the room, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed. In front of him, there were a few open money bags, which contained all the yuan stone he owned. I don't have much yuan stone left. Fang Yuan sighed, his expression grave. Yuan stone was the fundamental driving force for a Gu master to advance. If there was a lack of yuan stone, the recovery of primeval essence would depend on the body's own recovery ability, greatly reducing the cultivation speed. At the same time, if there was not enough food, the Gu worms would starve to death. Fang Yuan's yuan stone had once reached 1,000 during his days in the academy. But it could not withstand the exhaustion over time. Among the Gu masters in the same batch, he only had 3 Gu worms. However, after Fang Yuan obtained first place in the year-end exam, he entered the Gu room and chose a little light Gu for free. He had to make a choice. If he gave up, it would attract suspicion. But in this way, the number of goo worms in his hands had reached as many as 7. No doubt, this was a heavy financial burden. If this continues, I can only hold on for 2 months. So I have to get back my inheritance, that is the best financial support. But to get back my inheritance, the first step is to advance to rank 2. Fang Yuan's gaze was dark. To Fang Yuan, advancing to rank 2 was not easy. Goo Master cultivation, the first was resources, the second was aptitude. Without aptitude, the Goo Master's cultivation would be harder, and their future achievements would be lower. Aptitude from low to high was divided into D grade, C grade, B grade, A grade. But this was only a rough division. In fact, every grade of aptitude had its own detailed scale. Take C grade for example, the storage limit of primeval essence in the aperture was at least 40%, and at most 59%. Fang Yuan's primeval essence was only 44%. In this C grade range, he was only below average. To advance to rank 2, he needed at least 55% dark green primeval essence. This was not a problem for A and B grade Goo Masters. To those C grade Goo Masters with 55% primeval essence, 56% primeval essence, all the way to 59% primeval essence, they could easily pass through. So for C grade Goo Masters, as long as they accumulated to a certain level, most of them would advance to rank 2. Only a small portion of them could reach rank 3. Thus, once their aptitude was tested, most people's life achievements could be predicted. Fang Yuan was treated coldly, but he could not blame people for being biased. Although my C grade aptitude is only 44%, it's not impossible for me to break through the crystal barrier and reach the second transition. The most basic method is to find a goo worm that can raise my aptitude. The second method is to get a support goo worm like the liquor worm, which can help the Goo Master break through the barrier. Once again, I can get help from a teacher. But using heterogeneous primeval essence has a huge side effect, unless I can find a cleansing water goo and wash away the heterogeneous aura. Fang Yuan thought in his heart as he took out the yuan stone from the bag, using his fingers to rub the smooth surface of the yuan stone. However, none of these methods are suitable for me right now. I don't have a teacher to help me, and even if I did, I would not leave my aperture in someone else's hands. Goo worms like the liquor worm are very rare. For me to be able to get the liquor worm is already very lucky. As for aptitude-raising goo worms, I got them in my previous life, thus I could cultivate to rank 6 realm. I also know where to get them, but with my current cultivation, I cannot enter those places. Even if I get them, I can't keep them or even use them. But other than these methods, there is also the second most stupid method. That is to use yuan stone to forcefully push. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly, his hands gripping the yuan stone tightly. A Goo Master's cultivation, the first is resources, and the second is aptitude. In a situation where aptitude is lacking, resources can be used to make up for it. My primeval essence is at most 44%, and I do not have enough foundation to break through the aperture walls. But if I absorb primeval essence while breaking through, and persevere for a period of time, I can break through the aperture walls in at most 4 to 5 days. Having made up his mind, Fang Yuan resolutely closed his eyes, his mind sinking into the aperture. The green-copper primeval sea surged again, the waves continuously rushing towards the crystal membrane aperture walls. But this time, in order to prevent primeval essence from being consumed prematurely and having no excess strength to maintain the cracks, allowing the aperture walls to recover, Fang Yuan purposely slowed down the impact. This way, the green-copper primeval essence's consumption rate was greatly reduced, but the rate at which the cracks on the crystal membrane increased also decreased. But Fang Yuan was still absorbing the natural primeval essence in the yuan stone. The recovery rate of primeval essence was slightly greater than the recovery rate of the cracks on the crystal membrane. Although the progress was extremely slow, and could not compare to 1% of the effect of using primeval essence with all his strength, but in the long run, there was hope of success. But like this, other than the necessary eating and excreting, Fang Yuan had to cultivate non-stop. The more time he wasted, the more yuan stone he wasted, and the more effort he put in would go up in smoke. At most, he could stop for 15 minutes, and if there was no more primeval essence to continue attacking, the crystal membrane would completely recover. Thus, once he started to attack, he had to persevere until he succeeded, and could not be disturbed. Once he stopped for too long, he would have to start all over again. Fong Yuan did not have that many yuan stones on hand, he could do it a few more times. Time passed quickly while cultivating, and in the blink of an eye, the sun had already set. Under the dusk, Jiao San's face was covered in frost, his voice low. After searching for a day, you still haven't found him? No, leader. Kong Jing wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. That lad did not even rent the house we recommended. I don't know where he went. Humph. Continue searching tomorrow, we must find him. Remember to search the inn as well. I don't believe it, the village is only so big, no matter where he hides, there will be traces of him. Jiao Sen waved his sleeves and left. At noon of the second day, their search finally bore fruit. A female Gu master excitedly ran to Jiao San, reporting, I found it, I found it. Fong Yuan is in an old bamboo building, renting a room on the second floor. According to the landlord's description, it should be him. Humph, it's just as I expected. He really hid and tried to break through to rank 2. Jiao San laughed sinisterly, let's go to his house and greet him. He's a newbie, we need to show some concern. He. Everyone laughed coldly. The four immediately went to Fong Yuan's house. There was a piece of bamboo paper on the door. Jiao San took it down and opened it. On the bamboo paper was Fong Yuan's handwriting, basically saying that he was going into closed-door cultivation for a few days, not going out at all, and trying to break through to rank 2. If outsiders saw it, do not disturb them. If Jiao San saw it, it would be an application for leave. Jiao San snorted, throwing the bamboo paper away. How could I let you break through to rank 2 so easily? He laughed coldly, knocking on the door. Knock knock knock. Brother Fong Yuan, are you here? He purposely raised his voice, we are here to see you. Seriously, you should have told us about something like going into seclusion first. There was no reply. Knock knock knock. Jiao San knocked on the door. Brother Fong Yuan, I'm not trying to criticize you, but you are acting on your own. Since you have already joined our group, you should listen to orders, obey the group, and move together. We have already accepted the mission to catch wild deer, this is for you to practice. Why don't you stop first, let's finish this mission first, then you can cultivate. Jiao San squinted his eyes, his face was gloomy, but his tone was gentle. There was still no reply. Jiao San suddenly raised his voice, Brother Fong Yuan, why haven't you replied? Nothing happened to you, right? Breaking through to rank 2 is not so simple. You could have asked us for some advice first. Fong Yuan. Did you hear that? Not good, did he faint? Jiao San talked to himself, his face cold, but his tone was filled with concern. The other 3 members watched from the side. Kong Jing interrupted at the right time, Leader, you might have guessed it correctly. Fong Yuan did not reply for a long time, let's go in and save him. Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan, quickly open the door. You are not saying anything, we are really worried about you. If you don't open the door, we will break in. You are a newcomer, we can't let you fall into danger. Jiao San shouted. But there was no reply. Jiao San smirked, turning his head to signal Kong Jing. Kong Jing understood, and kicked fiercely. With a bang, the entire door was sent flying, crashing onto the bed. Chapter 94. Fong Yuan, hang in there, we are here to help you. Jiao San had a concerned expression, shouting as he strode into the room. But at the next moment, he was stunned. There was no one in the room, Fong Yuan was not here. The 4 were silent. How could this be, where is he? Jiao San broke the silence, feeling embarrassed and angry. He had been acting for half a day, but it was a one-man show, and Fong Yuan was not even in the room. The three looked at each other, not expecting such an outcome. This is strange. If Fong Yuan is not here, why would he paste that note on the door? Kong Jing said carefully. Hurry and call the landlord over. Jiao Sen raised his leg and kicked the door away. You are looking for me, humph, I am looking for you. As soon as he came to my building, he made a scene and even kicked my door in. Young man, you are quite capable. The landlord was an old man, but his tone was strong. To have extra houses in the Guyue village that could be rented out, they were all Gu masters. Gu masters' strength and status were above mortals. Mortals did not dare to do this business, and in fact, they did not have any property. All the properties in the village belonged to the Guyue clan. The mortals who lived here were all serfs and servants raised by the lord. Senior, we are looking for a young man, he is our group member. Facing the landlord, Jiao Sen controlled his temper. An old Gu master like the landlord, although he was old and no longer working outside, he still had connections and a network. However, they still had connections and a network. Although they had retired to the second line, they still had a lot of power. Without some trump cards and connections, how would he dare to do business? This world was not peaceful, it was filled with violence and plundering. The landlord shook his head, his tone harsh. I do not care about the tenant's whereabouts, but I know that you broke my door, so you have to compensate. Hee, this is our fault, we should compensate. Jiao San laughed dryly, his heart filled with anger, but he still compensated Yuan Stone, and even gave a little more. The landlord's expression immediately became much better. If the young man who rented this house is the person you're looking for, then he hasn't been back for a day. He paid a month's rent, and yesterday morning bought a great many things, and asked me where I could buy coal and stone cheaply. There's no need to buy it. There's a valley to the east of the stronghold. There's a bear mine there that we can excavate directly. He thanked me and left. After that, he never came back. Is that so? Jiao San looked at the decorations in the room. Indeed, the bedding on the bed was brand new. There was a square table and chairs, which were second-hand goods. They looked quite sturdy. The stove was empty. There were no coal stones in it. Jiao San let out a long breath and calmed down. It seems that Fong Yuan was delayed by the coal excavation. Forget it, let's come back tomorrow. He walked out of the room first. However, on the third day, Fong Yuan did not appear. Jiao San and the others stood in the room and hesitated. It doesn't take that long to dig for coal. Fong Yuan wants to go into closed-door cultivation, maybe he wants to dig a bit more at once. But that time is already long past. Did something happen to him while he was digging? Kong Jing guessed. Jiao Sen nodded his head, pointing at the bedding and stove that Fong Yuan bought. This kid is very stingy. He paid a month's worth of Yuan Stone, and bought so many things. He even specially pasted a note on the door. He probably wants to go into closed-door cultivation here. Unfortunately, he was unlucky. These days, because of the expansion of the wolf den, the wild beasts around the stronghold have become more active. Maybe he met some wild beasts. Team leader is wise. The two female members praised at the same time, flattering him. Jiao San laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, I was just worrying about how to deal with him. Although we have a mission to capture wild deer, let's not rush out. If we meet this kid in the wilderness, we can't just leave him to die, right? He. The other three members couldn't help but laugh. On the fourth day, inside the aperture, waves of dark green water kept surging, crashing against the walls of the aperture. The translucent white crystal wall was already filled with deep cracks, crisscrossing each other. This was the result of Fong Yuan's hard work for 3 days and 3 nights, without any sleep or rest. At most, when he could not take it anymore, he would quickly eat a meal to solve the problem of excretion. These days, Fong Yuan had been purposely suppressing the waves, and at the same time, absorbing the natural primeval essence from the Yuan stone. Thus, after such a long time, the green copper primeval sea had only gone from its limit of 44% to 20%. As time passed, when the green copper primeval sea had only 13% of its water left, the crystal wall could not hold on any longer, and reached its limit. Kacha, the originally thick and sturdy crystal wall was broken, countless crystal shards fell down, landing in the primeval sea, creating waves. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a crystal white, and completely disappeared. What replaced the crystal wall was a brand new white light wall. This was the rank 2 light wall, although there were not many changes, and it still emitted white light, but it was much more dazzling than the rank 1 light wall. At the same time, a trace of light red primeval essence was formed in the primeval sea, and mixed in the bottom of the aperture, in the shallow dark green primeval sea. This was the red steel primeval essence that only a rank 2 beginner stage had. Success, I finally broke through to rank 2. Fong Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, and a ray of light instantly lit up the dark room. But immediately, a strong sense of dizziness came over him. Continuous training for 4 days and 3 nights, the intensity is very high, my body can't take it anymore. Fong Yuan smiled bitterly, and slowly laid down. The training process was not disturbed. It seems that the set I set up in the rented house has already worked. The money spent was worth it. I will rest well for the night and return to the village tomorrow. Thinking of this, a strong sense of drowsiness came over him. Fong Yuan forced his eyelids open, and with his strong willpower, he covered his body with the quilt at the head of the bed. When he closed his eyelids, in just a few breaths' time, he fell into a deep sleep. The previous training had already used up a large amount of his mental energy. This sleep lasted until the afternoon of the second day. When Fong Yuan opened his eyes, he felt that his mental energy had recovered by more than half, but there was still a feeling of weakness in his bones. He pushed open the door, and walked out of the room for the first time in 5 days. This movement immediately attracted someone. This person had long and thin eyes, and a skinny body. It was Jiang Ye's brother, Jiang He. Seeing the haggard Fong Yuan, he let out a breath of turbid air, and said, "You finally came out, phew, if you didn't come out in a few days, I would have really broken the door and come in. After all, if you died here, I would have to bear a huge responsibility." Fong Yuan smiled, and did not say anything. The winter sun shone through the window, and on his body and face, it made him look even more pale and weak. As early as 5 days ago, he purposely asked the landlord, and gave Jiao San and the rest clues about the coal. Then he left the village, and went straight to the village at the foot of the mountain. Because of his relationship with Old Man Wang's family, Jiang He had become half his ally. Using this relationship, Fong Yuan lived in the village for the past few days, and without any disturbance, he successfully broke through to rank 2. Of course, the rock crack secret cave was much more secretive than Jiang He's, but it was not safe. Fong Yuan also had to consider the possibility that if Jiao San and the rest insisted on looking for him, they might find the rock crack secret cave. Although this possibility was small, once the flower wine monk's inheritance was found, Fong Yuan's life would be in danger. Fong Yuan was cautious in his actions, and naturally would not take this risk. At the same time, Jiang He's side was also safer. Although they had a common secret, Jiang He would not kill him because of this. The trouble and risk of killing a Gu master was too great. Without enough benefits, Jiang He would not have the motive to commit murder. On the contrary, because he had to keep the secret, Jiang He would be more worried about Fong Yuan's safety. Once Fong Yuan died, the clan's punishment hall would investigate, and maybe Old Man Wang's family's secret would be unearthed. Seeing Fong Yuan come out safely, Jiang He heaved a sigh of relief. But very quickly, he felt the aura on Fong Yuan's body, and his expression changed. To think that you really succeeded and broke through to rank 2 in one go. He was very surprised in his heart. 5 days ago, when Fong Yuan came to find him and explained his intentions, he was actually a little disdainful. To absorb the natural primeval essence in the Yuan stone while breaking through to rank 2, this method used both the mind and the spirit, and it consumed a lot of energy. Normally speaking, a Gu master must have extremely strong willpower, patience, and at least a few years of cultivation experience. With these cultivation experiences, a Gu master can absorb the primeval essence in the Yuan stone as a kind of instinct. At the same time, they can skillfully control the primeval sea waves and suppress the impact to a certain degree. And this degree must be just right. Not only can it resist the aperture wall's self-recovery, but it can also not be used up too quickly, complementing the primeval essence recovery and replenishing it in time. In Jiang Yi's opinion, Fang Yuan's chances of success were almost zero, but he did not expect him to succeed in one go. Fang Yuan laughed indifferently. "I was just lucky. I plan to go back to the village today, but before that, it would be best if I can have a meal." He, brother Fang Yuan, since you're here, of course I'll take care of your food and drink." Jiang He patted his chest, his attitude becoming even more amiable. Although he was not optimistic about Fang Yuan's future, now that Fang Yuan had successfully advanced to rank 2, it meant that he had passed a hurdle and already had the qualifications to be on equal footing with him. After a sumptuous banquet, Jiang He personally sent Fang Yuan to the village entrance. "Brother Fang Yuan, be careful on this trip. Recently, the wolf nest has been a little chaotic, causing the wild beasts around the village to move more frequently." It's snowing again." Jiang He paused for a moment, then continued, "In my opinion, don't leave. How about staying for a night?" Ever since Fang Yuan had advanced to rank 2, he had become even more enthusiastic. But Fang Yuan insisted on leaving, and bade farewell to Jiang He. Snow fell bit by bit, quietly, like pure white fur, slowly drifting down. The light of the setting sun dyed the snow into a golden color. Bits of snow fell on Fang Yuan's head and shoulders. Far away, the Guyue village stood quietly on the mountainside, in sight. "I swear I will never trust Jian Dian's timing anymore." Chapter 95. Let's go, don't fall behind. The people in front are fighting a bloody battle and are waiting for our support. Follow closely, it's easy to get lost fighting at night, especially the newbies. On the mountain road back to the village, from time to time, groups of 5 would run past Fang Yuan. What happened? In less than 500 meters, Fang Yuan had already seen the 13th wave group. He couldn't help but ponder. 500 years of memories was too long and complicated. Speaking of which, ever since Fang Yuan was reborn, he had never given up on his memories. But there were still many memories that seemed to be shrouded in a thick layer of fog. If he forced himself to remember, he would only get lost in the fog, which was not worth it. Only a few memories that left a deep impression, like a crystal pearl necklace, ran through the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life. Obviously, what was happening now was not in this pearl necklace of memories. Guyue's life in the village was just the early stages of the early stages. It had been too long. And, maybe this didn't happen in my previous life, but because of my change, there was a change. Who knows? Just like that, he pondered as he walked. Unknowingly, Fang Yuan arrived at the north gate of the village. Coincidentally, another group was about to set off. Seeing Fang Yuan, one of the people in the group suddenly stopped. "Fang Yuan, why are you still here? What's wrong?" Fang Yuan looked up. The person who spoke was none other than one of his classmates, Guyue Cheng. Qi Cheng immediately frowned. Don't you know? There's already a small beast tide forming near the village. If left unattended, it will gradually form into a large beast tide. When that happens, the village at the foot of the mountain will be destroyed. Our village doesn't have these lowly mortal slaves, so sometimes it's very inconvenient. Oh, so that's why. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. With this reminder, he remembered that there seemed to be such a thing in his memories. In this world, it was difficult for humans to survive. Almost every few years, there would be a beast tide. Humans needed resources and space to live. Beasts and insects also needed it. It would be easier to understand if the beast tide was explained as a battle between humans and wild beasts. Take Qingmao Mountain for example. Every 3 years, there would be a large-scale wolf tide attacking the various mountain strongholds. According to my calculations, the real wolf tide should be next year. However, this was the root of the current small beast tide. As the wolf pack continued to expand, the living space of the other beasts in the surroundings was constantly shrinking. After accumulating for a long time and reaching a certain limit, the migration of the beasts would occur. Migrating groups of beasts will naturally affect other groups of beasts. Because of this mutual influence, there is a certain chance that the influence will be amplified, and the large groups of beasts will migrate at the same time, resulting in a beast tide. If we don't control the situation in time, the beast tide will grow bigger and bigger. Although it won't threaten the existence of the entire GUS stronghold, if we don't do anything about it, the strength of the stronghold will be weakened. Wait! If that's the case, he. Fang Yuan's eyes suddenly shone brightly, but he quickly lowered his eyelids, concealing the changes in his eyes. Seeing that Fang Yuan didn't speak, Qiqing continued, currently, the Internal Affairs Hall and External Affairs Hall have already sent out the mobilization order and issued an urgent mission. Fang Yuan, don't think of slacking off, your group has already set off in the morning, you have to go too. However, saying so, Qiqing purposely dragged out his words, the beast tide is full of danger, all kinds of wild beasts will appear. Especially fighting at night, it's much more dangerous than fighting in the day. You are just a small rank 1 GU master, not like us rank 2 GU masters, you have to be careful. He. As he said so, he purposely puffed out his chest and touched his belt, his expression proud. His belt was no longer the green color of a rank 1 GU master, but the red color of a rank 2 GU master. At the same time, the metal plate at the front of the belt was engraved with the word 2. Not long ago, Gu Cheng successfully advanced to rank 2 with his grandfather Qi Lian's help. I just heard this news, but since it's like this. Fang Yuan smiled, then I'll go with you. Once we reach the front line, I'll leave the group and return to my group. What? TSK, who wants to bring you along? Qiqing crossed his arms, curling his lips in disdain. Fang Yuan's tone was unhurried, clan rules, lone GU masters will merge with nearby groups, and have the duty to continue fighting. Qiqing, you don't even know this? You? Qiqing stared, about to explode. Indeed. Qi Shan, who had been silent, opened his mouth. He was nearly 2 meters tall, with a stocky back and a bear's waist. His upper body was bare, and his muscles were as thick as steel. His whole body's fiery red skin seemed to emit heat. Without a doubt, he was the leader of this group. Seeing him open his mouth, even if Qiqing was the Qi faction's inheritor, he could not help but shut his mouth. Qi Shan expressionlessly looked at Fang Yuan, continuing, let's go, you follow. His voice was deep, his words short and concise, giving off an unquestionable feeling. Fang Yuan shrugged unconcernedly, agreeing to it. Qiqing sneered, looking at Fang Yuan with ill intentions, emphasizing in a strange tone, then you have to follow. Fang Yuan did not pay attention to him. Humph, what's with the arrogance? He's just a rank 1 GU master. Qiqing angrily muttered, but due to Qi Shan's authority, he did not dare to be too presumptuous. Immediately, the group of 6 left the door, running down the mountain along the mountain path. Gu Shan took the lead. He was big, but his speed was not slow. Other than him and Qiqing, the other group members were 2 males and 1 female, their expressions cold. Along the way, Qi Shan's group started to show the elegance of the 3 strongest groups. Everyone's breathing was even, their footsteps were fast and calm. Only Qiqing was in a sorry state. But he used the scarlet pill cricket goo from time to time, barely keeping up. Moreover, it could be seen that he had received good experience. Although he stumbled, he did not fall. At the foot of the mountain, Qi Shan gestured, and the group stopped. Huff huff huff, Qiqing was already 300 meters behind, the last to arrive. His face was pale, breathing heavily, looking at Fang Yuan with an incredulous expression. Along the way, Fang Yuan had been following closely behind. Up until now, he was only panting slightly. He did not look like a rookie at all. Chi-Cheng, remember to regulate your stamina. Chi-Shan turned around, reminding Chi-Cheng, and then glanced at Fang Yuan, his eyes showing appreciation. The other group members also looked at Fang Yuan with a more relaxed expression. We are nearing the beast tide. Chi-Cheng, Fang Yuan, come to the middle of the group. Chi-Shan looked at the dark forest ahead and said. These words made Fang Yuan re-evaluate this Chi-Shan. This big guy seemed to have some tolerance. The middle of the group was usually the safest. Although Fang Yuan was not from the Mo faction, Chi-Shan still maintained the attitude of a rookie. Compared to him, the sickly snake Jiao San paled in comparison. The sky had already turned completely dark, the layers of dark clouds causing the snow to darken. Chi-Shan group had already changed their formation, their speed greatly decreasing as they jogged in the complicated terrain of the forest. Fang Yuan and Chi-Cheng were in the middle of the group. On the left was the tall Chi-Shan, and on the right was an old man. At the back was a young woman with long blue hair. And right in front was a male Gu master called Chi-Shi. He was this group's investigative Gu master. He let out hissing sounds, his tongue sticking out from time to time. At this moment, his tongue had already split apart and turned into a bright red snake tongue. As they went deeper into the forest, wild beasts started to appear in the surroundings. Suddenly, Chi-Shi said, there are 3 mid-sized creatures ahead, suspected to be wild deer. Disperse. Chi-Shan's expression did not change, immediately giving the order. The 6 people did not change their direction, heading straight ahead. The 3 wild deer charged towards them, changing directions and dispersing. Not long after, Chi-Shi's expression changed, a group of mid-sized creatures, suspected to be turtleback old apes. Shift. Chi-Shan said. The team immediately turned to the left, bypassing the group of troublesome apes. This was the advantage of investigative methods, they could predict in advance and make the correct adjustments. Chi-Shi should be using a snake letter Gu. This rank 2 Gu worm can sense heat. But there are 3 obvious flaws. First, its sensing range is small, second, it can be easily interfered with, and third, it cannot detect cold-blooded creatures. But no matter what, it's better than nothing. I have advanced to rank 2, and will need an investigative Gu to survive in the wild in the future. Fang Yuan thought. Suddenly, Chi-Shi hurriedly said, a mid-sized creature, suspected to be a white tiger. It has discovered us, and is quickly approaching. Fight. Chi-Shan's tone was heavy. Howl. A fierce tiger suddenly rushed out from the bushes ahead, and the group encountered it head-on. If not for Chi-Shi's early warning, they might have been caught unprepared. But now, everyone was already prepared for battle. First, the old man on the right suddenly puffed up his cheeks, opened his mouth, and spat out a white sticky object. The object suddenly expanded in mid-air, turning into a large spider web, using its strong stickiness to trap the white tiger's head. The white tiger struggled fiercely in the web, and Chi-Shan suddenly took a step forward, punching the tiger's head. His fist flashed with a metallic luster, and with a bang, the tiger's head was smashed into pieces, and the white tiger died. The group did not stop, crossing over the tiger's corpse and continuing forward. Chi-Shi once again replaced Chi-Shan's position, leading the way. The whole process was smooth like flowing water, and all the group members showed tacit understanding. The whole process took less than 3 seconds. If I were to deal with this tiger alone, I would need at least 5 minutes to deal with it. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed. These Gu masters had the same cultivation as him, all rank 2. The main difference was still the Gu worms. The Gu worms they used were all rank 2 Gu worms, complementing each other. The ones in Fang Yuan's hands, however, were all rank 1. Gu master, Gu came before the master, and Gu worms had a huge impact on the Gu master's actual battle strength. Although I advanced to rank 2, I still need rank 2 Gu worms to display the battle strength of a rank 2 Gu master. But I don't have much Yuan stone left, and a large portion was used to advance to rank 2, and every time I fuse a Gu worm, it costs a lot. Fang Yuan was thinking, when Chi-Shi suddenly said, We found the sickly snake group. Chapter 96. We found the sickly snake group on the left. They are in a stalemate with a large wild beast. Half a second later, Chi reported again, with more details this time. What's the situation? Chi Shan frowned. That's right. Chi Tu's tongue flickered in and out. Jiao San's red crag python only has one shop. It is fighting with a king boar. Everyone's expression changed. King boar, I want to refine a goo worm and need the tusks of a wild boar. No doubt, king boar's tusks are the most suitable. Fang Yuan's heart moved. In fact, he already had the intention to kill king boar. That king boar? The blue-haired female goo master raised her eyebrows. Other than that one, there isn't a second one nearby. But with the sickly snake group's strength, wanting to devour this king boar is too greedy. The old goo master snorted in disdain. Old man Wang could figure out the terrain of this mountain, so these rank 2 goo masters who were active on Qingmao Mountain would naturally be even more clear. There was another reason why they didn't eliminate this king boar in advance. Qi Shan pondered for a while and said, "Go help." Hee, I'm afraid they won't appreciate it. The old goo master laughed coldly. Even if we don't go help, we have to send someone over. Qiqing glanced at Fang Yuan beside him and said in an unhappy tone. The group slightly changed direction and moved towards the left. Qi Shan and the rest had always looked down on them and disliked Guyue and Jiao San. But as a family, when facing an external enemy, even if they had a grudge, they would still unite. This was the cohesiveness of this world's clans. It was also because of this cohesiveness that there were undying 100-year clans and even 1,000-year clans. The group passed through a forest in the dark and arrived at a depression. The 4 goo masters of the sickly snake group were surrounding King Boar and engaged in an intense battle. In the middle of the battle, King Boar, who was as large as an elephant, was entangled with a red python that was as thick as a bowl. This red python's entire body was made of dark red stones that were very hot. It was like a thick chain wrapped around King Boar's body. King Boar howled angrily and kept rolling on the ground. His snow-white fangs pierced through the night sky and drew streaks of cold light in the air. Its body was covered with wounds of various sizes, and its tail was broken. Some of them were flipped open, revealing bright red wounds. They were right next to the red rock python's body and had already been scorched by the high temperature. Qi Shan's team stopped approaching and stood in the distance to watch. After a few glances, the old goo master realized, I was wondering why the sickly snake had such guts. So this king boar was already injured. TSK, this despicable person took advantage of it. Do you guys think that this king boar has the black boar goo? Qiqing's eyes shone with excitement. Fang Yuan's expression did not change as he watched quietly. At this time, Jiao Sensi and the rest also noticed the situation here. Immediately, the logistics goo master Guyue Kongjing left the battle and ran over. So it's Lord Qi Shan. There are no problems here, we can settle it. There are many beast groups at the front lines and we need everyone's support. Kongjing said to everyone. What can be settled? You are lying through your teeth. I think this red rock python can't hold on much longer. The old goo master's eyes were sharp and his words hit the nail on the head. They are just afraid that after we attack, we will split the loot. The blue-haired female goo master directly exposed Jiao Sansi and the rest's thoughts. This king boar is yours. Qi Shan said and looked at the old goo master. The old goo master snorted, but still bent down and vomited, spitting out a white sticky spider web. The spider web expanded in the air and spread out, trapping King Boar. King Boar struggled intensely in the spider web, breaking strand after strand of spider web, but it could not escape. Using this time, sickly snake Jiao San quickly recalled the red rock python. Then together with the healing female goo master in the group, they carried out emergency battlefield healing on the red rock python. The red rock python's stone body had many cracks in the intense battle just now. Under the healing, the cracks shrunk and disappeared. Fong Yuan, it's time for you to return. Do you still want to stay in our group? Qi Cheng said unhappily. Fong Yuan slowly took a step forward, walking out from behind Qi Shan. Guyue Kong Jing was blocked by Qi Shan's huge body earlier and did not notice Fong Yuan. Now that he saw him, his expression turned weird. Jiao Sen turned around and saw Fong Yuan, and was overjoyed. Fong Yuan, you are finally here. Quick, the spider web is about to break. You have more strength, go and suppress King Boar and stall for time. We need time to heal the red rock python. Without a defensive goo worm and with only rank 1 cultivation, getting close to King Boar was undoubtedly risky. Qi Shan looked at Fong Yuan, let's go. Saying so, he took big steps and left. He did what he said. Although King Boar's value was not small, he did not hesitate and turned to leave. Seeing Qi Shan's group leave, Jiao San and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. From start to finish, they did not say a word of thanks. Jiao San continued to shout, Fong Yuan, quick, King Boar is very strong, the spider web is about to collapse. If you perform well this time, I won't pursue the matter of you leaving the group. Okay. Fong Yuan agreed, and quickly walked to King Boar. He stretched out his hand and grabbed onto King Boar's 2 huge fangs. He used all his strength to press down, and King Boar was immediately suppressed, its struggling reduced. Good job. Jiao Sen praised, but his triangular eyes shone with a cold light. This Fong Yuan came at the right time, this small-scale beast horde was a great opportunity. Jiao Sen had never thought of killing Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan was his group member, and with Fong Yuan's death, the clan's evaluation of him would drop. This was not in line with his interests. He only promised his uncle Guyue Dong too that he would delay Fong Yuan's growth. As long as he was 16 years old, he would receive a sum of money from Guyue Dong Tuesday. In fact, even though he was stingy and sinister, he had never thought of killing Fong Yuan. This was not only because the death of a Gu master would attract a thorough investigation from the punishment hall, and the risk was too high. Most importantly, it was because of the clan's philosophy, blood is thicker than water, and family comes first. Unless it was revenge for killing one's father or stealing one's wife, there was no such thing as internal strife. Just like what the Guyue clan leader had said to the academy elder, other than rules and regulations, there was also a strong sense of familial love. Any organization's existence must have rules and values, these 2 foundations. Using this chance, I'll injure Fong Yuan and let him return to the village and lie on the bed. Let's see if he can still break through to rank 2. Of course, I can't do it myself, it would be terrible if they found out. Anyway, there are so many wild beasts in the beast horde, I'll just borrow their strength. Guyue Jiao San laughed coldly in his heart, but he asked, Fong Yuan, how much longer can you hold on? I can still hold on for a while, don't worry, leader. Fong Yuan replied firmly. Very good, Hua Xian, quickly go and plant the corroding bloodgrass goo. Jiao Sen ordered loudly as he healed the red rock python. Yes. A female goo master walked up. She came to King Boar's side, and stretched out both her hands, raising her 2 little fingers. On the fingernails of her little fingers, there was a faint mark of a purple vine coiling around it. Light red scarlet iron true essence appeared and circled around her cute little finger. Then, it completely disappeared into the vine mark. The vines immediately became active, and a thin tentacle grew out from her fingernails. The tentacle slithered like a snake, extending to the corner of King Boar's mouth, before moving along its teeth and entering deep into its stomach. He he he. Fong Yuan's lips that were hidden in the night sky suddenly curled up into a sinister smile. Others would care about familial love, and would not easily kill their own clansmen. This was a huge violation of traditional values. But he did not care about these values at all. The strength that was exerted on King Boar's fangs suddenly retracted. King Boar howled in anger, all of his strength burst out, and his fangs fiercely shot upwards. Fong Yuan used both his hands to support the 2 fangs, and along with this huge force, he was thrown high into the air. King Boar fiercely swung his head, and his long fangs swept horizontally. The female Goo Master was right beside him, and could not defend against this sudden change. She was hit by the fangs, and immediately screamed in agony. Then, her slim body was struck by the wild boar's fangs, and with a crack, she broke into two. The female Goo Master flew horizontally, and like a broken sack, she was swept into the air, and fell down with a plop. She landed on the ground, her eyes wide open, and died on the spot. You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.